Chapter 101, War, Not Good. Mrin and Green gasped at the same time. From the screen, Zhao also saw what happened. With a thought, he managed to pull Shift out of danger and placed him in a predetermined spot next to Green. But his reaction wasn't fast enough since Shift still sustained some injuries. Suddenly, magic warning lights shot out of the tent and into the sky, lighting up the whole camp. Everyone in the camp started waking up. The first was the three advanced warriors, who immediately rushed out of their tent. Their faces had always been as still as thousand-year-old ice, but from what they saw outside, their faces started to change color. The situation of the entire camp had completely changed. Everywhere you look there were huge undead, numbering more than 1,000. They were running around the camp like mad buffalo. Many of the ordinary warriors, before they were able to leave their tents, were trampled to death by the undead. And even those who were able to get out in time had to start fighting the undead. But of course, they weren't even worthy opponents. In a single moment, out of 300 warriors, less than 100 of them were still alive. The three advanced warriors were very surprised. These undead creatures were highly toxic. An ordinary warrior would become poisoned with just a single touch from the undead. They had to use all of their martial arts skill to try to suppress the spread of the toxins. If they couldn't suppress, their bodies would instantly rot with a green color, and they would fall to the ground, dead. With their pathetic efforts to fight back, more than 200 warriors had already been killed, some from this lethal toxin. What also alarmed the three advanced warriors was that even though they had set up a perimeter of assassins around the canyon, they had received no warning of these undead from them. The assassins had also failed to return to aid them. This gave them an ominous feeling. While they were standing there, stunned from what they saw, two blue water dragons rushed straight at them. The three advanced warriors immediately recovered. Then they took out their swords. Their swords weren't like the common ones that could be found on a continent. They were similar to rapiers, thin and meant for stabbing. Generally, the nobility would wear these on their waist for decoration. But these swords that the advanced warriors carried were significantly different. The blade was black, but it also revealed hints of red. This was a weapon that looked ready to kill. Two of the three advanced warriors stabbed their swords and eventually took down the water dragons. Then they all rushed at Mrin. Meanwhile, Meg, Blockhead, and Rockhead were fighting some of the ordinary warriors. They didn't dare participate in the battles against the high-level experts, because if they did, they wouldn't even know how they died. The three had no real war experience, but their strength was more than enough to deal with these panicking ordinary warriors. Just then, a bang came from the mage's tent. The tent split apart and two giant stone figures rose up. The stone giants stood as firm as a mountain. They were very tall, about 7 to 8 meters, with a round boulder forming their heads, though it had indistinct human facial features. Obviously, these two stone giants were summoned by the Ji-Shiling twins. They were what made the twins famous. Gurren was standing between the Ji-Shiling twins. He had his magic staff in one hand and the iron book in the other. With cold eyes, he stared at the undead running around. Humphrey, shameless villain. Is that how you plan to attack? Gurren opened up the iron book, and suddenly a massive amount of white light shot into the sky. The light slowly formed into white spheres, which then fell to the ground, like meteors, throughout the whole canyon. Mrin couldn't help but feel surprised when she saw this scene. Damn, it's coming lights. I can't believe that's one of the spells sealed in the Iron Book. Coming lights was a 6th level light spell. It wasn't an attack spell, but an area of effect healing spell. It brought no harm to humans or spirit beast. However, it was lethal to the undead. It might not be powerful enough to kill high-level undead, but it can cause a lot of damage. This spell that Gurren released could arguably be the most useful in this situation. Because of its large area of effect, it could take down this army of undead, and even injure Drunk and the other undead black mages. Seeing what was happening outside the space, Zhao was under pressure, trying to think of a way to protect his undead from this magical attack. He was about to pull the undead back into the space, when suddenly the voice came, discovery of radioactive rays, absorbing light, Analyzing. Light rays are similar to radiation therapy. Light rays causes damage to robotic objects, improving robotic objects. After the voice faded away, all the undead in the canyon started flashing green light. The bones of the undead soon became crystal clear. Now when the light spell hit them, it seemed to have no effect. Zhao stared blankly at this. He didn't understand how this could have happened. Supposedly the space had improved the undead so that they wouldn't be affected by the light, but he didn't even crack open a hole to bring the undead into the space for improvement. So how did the space do it? Zhao was puzzled until he saw Shift, who was fighting alongside Green. Shift was injured, but he could still move around and fight. With a look of amazement on his face, Zhao finally understood how the space improved the undead. It was because Shift was holding the ghost staff. That staff was connected to the space, so naturally when it sensed the light spell, it allowed the space to improve the undead. Figuring this out, Zhao couldn't help but laugh. He hadn't bothered to take the ghost staff back from Shift earlier because the staff was bound to Zhao. There was no way for other people to use it. Even Shift could do nothing but carry it around. If someone actually snatched it, Zhao could recover it with a single thought. That was why he wasn't in a hurry to take back the staff, which resulted in this unexpected windfall. Everyone in the camp had also noticed that the light didn't affect the undead. Originally, the undead were moving around slowly because the light was burning them like sulfuric acid, but after they flashed with a green light, they seemed to have become more vigorous. Neither the warriors or Gurren could understand how this could happen, but Green and Mrin understood. It was because of the space. When Gurren saw that the undead wasn't reacting to the light, his face became pale. He immediately used the iron book again, and soon light magic surrounded his body, forming a glowing white angel. The angel wore white robes and it had a wingspan 50 meters long. In its hands was a great white shield with a mighty lion face pattern on it. This was the 6th level light spell, Angel's Protection. Of course, it wasn't a real angel, it was just a spell that projected the light elements to create this image. This spell was used for defense. After he released Angel's Protection, Gurren put away the book and whispered a spell that formed a layer of magic around the Ji-Shiling twins, who were sending their stone giants to fight the undead. Not only were the stone giants strong, they could also throw parts of themselves as projectiles. Afterwards, they could just absorb the earth element from the ground to compose new parts for their body. They were very difficult to deal with. Chapter 102, One-Hit Kill. So far, all of the ordinary warriors had been killed off, leaving only the 3 advanced warriors and Gurren and the other 2 mages. Those ordinary warriors weren't worthy opponents against the undead, so their failure was inevitable. As for the assassins, not one of them was able to escape from the undead led by Scales and Brick. The result was that the 3 advanced warriors and the 3 mages were surrounded by over 1,000 undead. If they wanted to run away, it wouldn't be easy. Green and Mrin didn't stop for a second as they kept up their attacks against the 3 advanced warriors. Green felt that these 3 were too murderous, so if he gave them even a little bit of breathing room, they might take the chance to escape. As for Gurren, it was impossible for him to escape. He felt very depressed. His light spells restrained black magic, so they should be lethal against those undead. But his attack had no effect. The Ji-Shiling twins weren't looking any better. Although their stone giants were powerful, the magic requirement to sustain them was very large. Most importantly, they had to focus so that they could carefully control them. Once they summoned the stone giants, it was difficult to use other magic. However, in this case, summoning the stone giants could be considered the best choice. The stone giants were huge and strong. They could catapult parts of their body, and poison had no effect on them. They have not yet suffered a loss against the undead. Unfortunately, the stone giants were the only ones that were able to resist these strengthened undead. When Gurren discovered that his light magic was useless against the undead, he immediately changed his strategy. He decided to stand behind his teammates and support them from there. It was a common strategy on the continent. One of the reasons light mages were famous was because of the healing properties of their light spells, in addition to its ability to restrain black magic. In the continent, Light magic was the most effective form of treatment. Not only could it treat injuries, it could also help people recover their magic quickly. While advanced light mages weren't weak, their attack power was comparatively less than other types of mages. It was precisely because of this that when there was a light mage on your team, the safest place for him was at the back. From this position, he could heal your wounds and restore your magic. With this method, while standing behind the Ji-Shieling twins, Gurren would restore their magic from time to time. At the same time as this, the three advanced warriors were trying to reach Gurren to gain his support. But Green knew their intentions, so he immediately stepped up on the offensive, while getting the undead to besiege them. Although the undead were supposed to be under Drunk's command, they were at least smart enough to know that Green's identity was even higher than Drunk's, so the undead would naturally listen to Green. All of this was happening while Zhao was quietly sitting in the living room, watching the battle. He didn't even notice when a tone chimed in the space. The three advanced warriors were in a tough fight. Not only did they not gain Gurren's magical support, they were also facing against two experts, Green and Mren. Plus they were surrounded by Meg, Blockhead, Rockhead, the Black Mages, and the undead army. For them to survive for so long was already a miracle. The three were very powerful warriors that had received extremely rigorous training. If it weren't for that, they fear that they would have already been killed. Even so, the situation was dangerous. They were all injured, and their wounds contained toxins from the undead. They had to use their martial arts skill to suppress the toxins, otherwise they would have been poisoned to death. It was because they had to partly focus on suppressing the toxins in their bodies that their attacks and defense had declined so much. Plus fighting against an 8th level warrior and an 8th level mage was already difficult to begin with, but because of their skills in martial arts, it would still not be so easy for Green and Mren to kill them. That was until Shift joined the battle. Shift's original target was supposed to be Gurren, but right now Gurren had blessed himself with protective magic. With Shift's current abilities, it was impossible for him to bypass that spell and get past the two mages to reach Gurren, so he had to change his target to the three advanced warriors. But the advanced warriors were in a similar situation, in which they were protecting themselves with their martial arts. But over time, Shift knew that an opportunity will appear. After fighting a long battle, plus feeling the effects of the toxin, those warriors would eventually lower their guard. That would be his chance. After all, one of the most important skills that assassins must learn was patience. An opportunity came when Mren sent a water dragon towards the three advanced warriors. Two of the warriors welcomed the water dragon because they were planning to scatter it like they did with the previous two. Of course, this left one of the warriors alone for a moment. At this point, Shift suddenly appeared in the air, stabbing his sword into the advanced warrior. After fighting all night, of course the advanced warrior would be tired and his reaction speed would dull. By the time he sensed Shift behind him, it was already too late. Shift's sword pierced through the warrior's head and out his mouth. He was dead. Shift didn't pull out the sword. Instead, he let go of it as darts flew from his hands, going straight towards the other two advanced warriors. After he threw the darts, Shift rolled on the ground and then disappeared in front of everyone. By this time, the body of the dead warrior fell to the ground. The two other advanced warriors were able to knock away the darts, but they failed to block Mren's water dragon, which managed to slam one of the warriors to the ground. Before he could get back up, the undead pounced on him and ripped him to pieces. Seeing his two fellow brothers killed, the last advanced warrior howled at the sky. Waving his sword, he rushed at Green, but before he could take a step, a mass of something black surrounded him. It was the black magic spell, Imprison. He yelled and broke through Drunk's magic, but then he suddenly tripped. He looked down. His feet had been entangled by green gas. This made him even more furious. He knew that this was the low-level wind spell, Wind Rope. Normally, he wouldn't care about such low-level magic because it was impossible for it to stop him, but he was annoyed that it slowed him down. He easily broke off the wind rope. But then Mren's Frost Saber Storm spell arrived. It was a high-level spell that condensed water into ice, then spun it into a tornado. creating a huge meat grinder. The warrior's face couldn't help but change. He knew how powerful this spell was. With it looming closer, he stabbed his sword against the frost saber storm, trying to shake it off. However, the storm didn't disappear, only relenting a little. The warrior then used a technique that made it look like he was fighting with 5 swords, which allowed him to break the frost saber storm. But the moment the storm broke, something fast as lightning pierced through his throat. Green had thrown his sword. It was a one-hit kill. Chapter 103, I'll shoot you dead. In an instant, the 3 advanced warriors were killed. Once they were dead, everyone focused on Gurren. Gurren didn't look so good, and his face became ugly. He knew that he wouldn't be able to run away. With more than 1,000 undead surrounding him, he didn't have the confidence to escape. With the undead slowly gathering around him, Gurren's eyes flashed with coldness as he shouted, I request to see Mr. Zhao. Because of this outburst, Green stopped the undead from advancing. Gurren wanted to meet with Zhao, but how could Zhao not notice the dark gleam in Gurren's eyes? He had to be careful, so he commanded Scales to take his place and pose as Zhao the Black Mage in front of Gurren. Zhao then gave another order, telling Shift to give the ghost staff to Scales. Scales was an undead that couldn't speak, and could only communicate through a spiritual connection. But as long as Scales was holding the ghost staff, Zhao would be able to speak through it. It wasn't like Gurren had ever seen Zhao before, and Scales was wearing a black robe. Gurren should believe that Scales is Zhao. The reason why Zhao chose Scales to pretend to be him was because Scales and Brick were the ones that were cleaning up the assassins in the perimeter of the canyon, so Gurren had never seen Scales before, so he would have no reason to be suspicious. Under the cover of the undead, Shift was able to sneak the ghost staff into Scales' hands. Once Scales had the ghost staff, he immediately got on an undead's back. This wasn't Zhao's undead, since that one was placed near Gurren, waiting for the order to launch its spiritual attack. Even though the spiritual attack wasn't very strong, it should be able to do some damage, even if Gurren was an 8th level mage. Scales was moving towards Gurren, until he stopped 30 meters away. This position was relatively safe. Generally, magic could be used to attack him at this distance, and even the stone giants should be able to throw stones this far, but Scales would have enough time to avoid them. At Scales' approach, Green saw that it wasn't Zhao, but Scales standing on top of that undead's back. Green had known Zhao his whole life, so how could he not know that this wasn't Zhao? At the sight of Scales taking Zhao's place, Green felt very relieved. He was very much in favor of this since it would ensure Zhao's safety. For Green, it didn't matter if this would sacrifice Scales, as long as Zhao was safe, all was well. Once Scales stood still, Zhao uploaded his voice. Oh yes, I can see that Mr. Gurren came here just because he wanted to talk. From Zhao's words, the irony wasn't lost on Gurren. Gurren was livid, but he wasn't stupid enough to act on it. He was smart ever since he was a child, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to become an 8th level light mage at his age. It was precisely because he was a genius that no one had ever spoken such heavy words to him before. When was the last time he had received such sarcasm? However, Gurren tried to speak in a polite tone. Don't insult me, Mr. Zhao. You obviously my name, so naturally you must know why I'm here. It seems that I have disturbed Mr. Zhao, so I would like to apologize. As long as you are willing to let us leave, I will give you the iron book. What do you think, Mr. Zhao? While speaking, his arms extended, holding out the iron book. Zhao's voice came through. What's to stop me from just killing you and taking the book? The moment Zhao's words faded, Gurren shouted out in an angry voice. Then you can go die. He opened the iron book and released one of the seals. A huge white light shot straight into the sky. Green and Mrin immediately moved to protect Scales. Green positioned himself to block any attack from the stone giants, while Mrin raised a magic shield. However, it wouldn't be effective against the spell that Gurren summoned. The white light in the sky formed into a huge light sword, ready to run straight through Scales. Mrin knew this was bad the moment she saw that sword. It was a light element attack magic, the 7th level light spell known as Trial of the Blade. Although its casting time was long, its attack power was very powerful, and it had the ability to ignore almost any defense. Even experts at the 8th level wouldn't be able to block it. Trial of the blade shot down, breaking through Mrin's shield. But suddenly, Scales and his undead disappeared. The 5-meter-long light sword cut into the ground, creating a hole that was 1 meter deep and half a meter wide. The proud look on Gurren's face was replaced by a stunned look. He wasn't a fool, but he couldn't understand what had just happened. However, Mrin understood. Zhao simply pulled Scales and the undead into the space before the light sword could hit him. Although the light sword was very fast, Zhao just needed a single thought to make Scales vanish. Once the trial of the blade faded away, Scales and the undead reappeared, and soon Zhao's voice came out again. "No, Mr. Gurren, it's you that will die." After Gurren recovered from his shock, he looked at Zhao with a sneer. "Do you think I will die today, Stone Brothers? Although I'll be leaving you here, I will avenge you one day." He opened the iron book and white light flowed out once again. This time the white light wrapped around Gurren's body. When Mrin saw that white light, she quickly said, "Hurry up and attack." "That's a light spell that will help him escape." She was talking to Green, but Zhao was also listening. Although Zhao was sitting inside the space, he had been staring at Gurren with combative eyes. This time he was really angry. When Zhao heard what Mrin said, he couldn't help but curse loudly. "I'll shoot you dead, you son of a bitch." With a thought, a giant fly swatter appeared outside the space while he quoted that TV drama. This fly swatter was a tool from the spatial ranch. If he were to use it outside the space, he would only have a 10% chance to use its one-hit kill function. Everyone that has ever played a game knows that your swinging speed is related to your hand speed. But Zhao had an advantage that made him a little faster. He didn't need to swing the fly swatter tool with his hands, he could do it with his mind. However, this wouldn't increase his chances of hitting his target. A 10% chance for a one-hit kill wasn't very high, but there was no way to get it any higher. The features of the tools were based on the space's data, and the data always moved according to a fixed pattern. There was no way to increase the chances of a one-hit kill beyond 10%. At this moment, Zhao slammed down the fly swatter, like he was killing a giant blowfly. The white light scattered and Gurren was hit deep into the ground. Gurren's bones were smashed to pieces and now he was nothing but a pool of blood. The one-hit kill had succeeded. Chapter 104, Strengthened Spaces Attack. Almost everyone was stunned. They had never seen such an attack before. However, although Green and everyone else didn't understand what happened, they had already grown accustomed to Zhao showing off strange abilities. But the Ji Shiling twins were very surprised, to the point that they didn't notice Shift lurking closer to them. He had been waiting for an opportunity, and when he saw that the twins were in a daze, Shift immediately made his move. He appeared behind one of the Ji Shiling twins and silently stabbed his sword through the mage. The twin stared with frightened eyes at the sight of the sword that had pierced his body. When the other twin saw his brother being attacked, his eyes turned red as he shouted, "Brother!" He then sent his stone giant towards Shift. "I'll kill you." At this point, the dead twin fell to the ground and the stone giant that belonged to him started to shake like it was about to collapse. But then a hole to the space suddenly cracked open and caught the stone giant as it fell down. While at the same time, Zhao's undead launched a spiritual attack against the other twin, injuring him. It was difficult for mages to defend themselves against spiritual attacks, especially now when the twin had lost his mind and was bent on revenge, making it impossible for him to resist. The twin screamed as blood spewed from his eyes and nose. He lost control of his stone giant, which also started to shake, but then another hole to the space opened up, swallowing the stone giant as it fell. After that, while the twin was still suffering from the spiritual attack, Shift stabbed his sword through him. It was over. Once Green saw that the battle had ended, he shouted, "Drunk, sweep the battlefield." Drunk and the other black mages saluted, and immediately began to work. In fact, their job was simple, just turn those who had died into undead. As for the 3 advanced warriors, they just needed to turn one of them into a high-level undead. But that will take time. so they saved it for later. Right now they were just focusing on turning everyone else into low-level undead. Zhao was also organizing his own harvest. Two stone giants had just appeared in his space. The moment they entered, the voice came and said, "Discovery of stone giants. Increasing space's ability to attack. You can now summon stone giants, limited to 10 times per day." This gave Zhao a pleasant surprise. He didn't think that he would get something this good when he brought the stone giants into the space. Just before he could celebrate, the voice came again. Strengthening stone giants with toxins, extracting throwing ability, adding throwing ability to robotic objects. It was another surprise. The space just increased the undead's offensive power by giving them throwing abilities. The only question was, what would they use for their long-range attacks? For those that had spikes, would they shoot out their spikes? For those that had claws, would they throw their claws? Suddenly, the second stone giant that Zhao brought into the space started to flash with yellow light, then it turned into mist and disappeared. Zhao didn't care, because the first stone giant that he got from the Ji-Shieling twins started to change. It turned green and crystal clear, making it look like it was carved out of a huge chunk of jade. The stone giant now looked more human, with his head actually looking like a huge skull. Of course, its eyes didn't have the soul fire like the undead. It was just an ordinary giant stone skull. A stone giant that was 8 meters high and looking at you with a huge skull. How would you feel? Zhao didn't hide the stone giant, and instead made it stand to one side. The slaves in the space looked frightened, but they knew that this huge thing was summoned by Zhao, so although they felt some panic, they were also a little curious. Just then, Zhao smelled the sweet scent of a peach. He turned around and saw where the peach aroma was coming from. It seemed like each of the peach trees had formed a knot, where a magic peach, the size of a basketball, had grown from. The magic peaches shined with light, and its skin looked pink and fragile, like it could be broken with a single touch. Looking at the two ripe magic peaches, Zhao couldn't help but be delighted. He remembered that a tone had chimed in the space, but at the time he didn't notice it because he was paying attention to the battle outside. With a thought, the two peaches were harvested. They instantly became smaller as they appeared in his hands. Although they still looked very beautiful, the peaches felt heavy, but what was most notable about them was their soft and doughy texture. Even though he hadn't eaten them yet, he could tell that they would taste really sweet, especially with that aroma wafting off of them. Zhao gently squeezed the peaches, but he found that although the skin of the peaches looked thin, they were very resilient. Pinching them a few times didn't break them at all. After examining the peaches, Zhao threw them into the spatial barn. Then he turned around to see what else needed to be done. Zhao suddenly noticed something about the hot springs. He went over and saw that the originally small fire fishes had grown to more than 20 centimeters long, plus their red color became more vibrant, looking more like fire. The only problem was that they were just lying there, motionless. Zhao was surprised. He checked the temperature of the water, but the springs were still hot. He then looked at the red plants, but there was no fewer than before, so there wasn't a shortage of feed. Then what happened? He was puzzled, until he remembered the ripe magic peaches. Zhao smacked his head. He had been paying too much attention to the battle earlier, unable to notice anything else, including the tone chiming with the space telling him that the firefishes have matured. From the information that was downloaded into his brain, he remembered that when the firefish matured, they would rush to the middle of the hot springs and lie still. And sure enough, these fishes were lying in the middle of the hot springs, motionless as a tree root. Damn, I should have listened to that tone chiming. Zhao smacked his head. He felt relieved when he figured out the problem. With a thought, all the firefish started laying eggs. According to the space's data, whether the fishes were male or female, once they were inside the space, all of them would reproduce. In other words, he had 5 firefish, and each and every one of them would spawn 30 eggs, totaling 150 eggs. At once, Zhao said, "Hatch eggs." A red light flashed inside the hot spring, and all 150 eggs became 150 small fishes. A happy look appeared on Zhao's face. In his eyes, these firefish will turn into gold. Standing at the edge of the hot springs, Zhao added some more feed, Then he went into the villa to check the situation outside. Once he was in front of the screen, Zhao saw that Drunk and the other black mages had basically finished cleaning up the battlefield. There were now a lot more skeletons wandering around. With things finished, Zhao brought everyone into the space, including the new undead. Once the skeletons were inside the space, the voice came and said, "Discovery of low-class robotic objects. Strengthening low-class robotic objects. Discovery of magic item. Extracting properties of magic item. Extracting magic from robotic objects. Extraction complete. Strengthening attack capabilities of the space. Host can now use black magic, earth magic, and light magic. Host's gene is defective. Ghost staff is required to use magic." Chapter 105. Download magic info. Green had become accustomed to the voice these past few days, so when he heard what it said, he understood what it meant. The space could now be used to attack as long as Zhao was using the ghost staff. While holding the ghost staff, Zhao could use 3 types of magic: light, black, and earth. Those who could use 3 elements were rare on the continent. Zhao was extremely happy. He didn't expect that the space would gain such an ability. Even though he was limited to using the ghost staff to do magic, this was still definitely good news. Green walked quickly towards Zhao. "Master, did the voice really say that you could do magic?" Zhao smiled and nodded. "Yes, that is what it said." He laughed. "Starting today, with the ghost staff, I will be able to use light magic, black magic, and earth magic." Green clapped his hands and laughed. "Great. This is really great. This will guarantee Master's safety." Mrin and everyone else had all gathered around with a look of excitement when they heard the news. This was important. They had always worried about Zhao's safety, but now that Zhao gained this new ability, his safety was pretty much guaranteed. Looking at everyone, Zhao gave a slight chuckle, then he asked, "Grandpa Green, have you turned one of the advanced level warriors into undead yet?" Green shook his head. "No, not yet." Drunk said that it would take a lot of time, and they haven't gotten around to it yet because they had been too busy. Zhao nodded. Then he realized something. "Grandpa Green, I think that this time maybe I should try to turn that advanced warrior into a high-level undead. I just need to use the ghost staff." Green thought about it for a moment. Then he nodded. Zhao didn't say anything, and only waved his hand for Scales to come over and give him the ghost staff. The moment Zhao took the ghost staff, a white light immediately flowed, shined the staff and shot into Zhao's head. For a moment, Zhao's head had a halo of light as a lot of information was downloaded into his mind. Once the light faded, Zhao knew what had to happen next. "Grandpa Green, I need to go to my room and sleep. Take care of those dead bodies. When I wake up, I will take care of them." Without talking to anyone, Zhao immediately went upstairs. Although Green didn't understand what Zhao was doing, he knew that he shouldn't be concerned about that white light. Meg ran past Green and followed Zhao upstairs. Green was a bit worried watching the two, but he didn't say anything. He just told Drunk to carry the corpses to the back rooms of the villa. After he gave that order, Green then took a look at the stone giant. The giant was standing there, motionless. It looked completely different than it did outside, but Green knew that it must be because of the space strengthening it. Although Green didn't understand how the space does it, he knew that the space would often extract the benefits of some things and give them to others. This was a very powerful feature of the space. After examining the stone giant, Green looked around to see what else was new. It was then that he saw the hot springs and the magic peach trees. When everyone went out to fight, there were small unripened magic peaches on the trees, and the hot springs only had 5 small firefishes. But now the magic peaches were gone and the number of small firefishes had gone way up. Green was able to guess that the magic peaches must have matured and were harvested, and the firefishes must have spawned a lot of eggs. Green couldn't help but feel excited. These firefish will become a huge source of income for the Buddha clan, and the magic peaches would allow them to get more pets, which was something that was coveted by experts. Green looked around and found Daisy and Anne, then called them over. They quickly went towards Green, but they were nervous. Although Zhao had restored their status so they were no longer slaves, they didn't dare show the slightest disrespect to Green. Green looked at the two and smiled. "You do not have to be nervous. I just want to ask, Did the young master harvest the magic peaches? He pointed at the magic peach trees. Daisy quickly nodded. Yes, Master had just harvested the magic peaches and placed them in the barn. Green was delighted. You two have been working hard. You can rest assured that I will tell the young master about your hard work, and he will surely reward you. Daisy and Anne bowed together. We don't need anything. It is our pleasure to work for the young master. Nonsense, Green said. Once our situation improves, you will both get a reward. For now, you can go rest. The two saluted, turned and walked away. Mrun had been standing behind Green. Once the two had left, she faced Green and asked, Green, we now have 2 magic peaches, and pretty soon we will get another 2 magic peaches. How should we divide them? Green thought about it. I can get 1, or maybe we should give it to Meg. Since she's following the young master around, she will need something to help her protect him. Or Blockhead and Rockhead should get it, but their strengths might be too low. I will talk to the young master about it, but I think that we should give 1 to Laura. It will help create a closer relationship with her, which will give us more benefits. Mrin nodded. Well, I think giving Meg the iron book should be enough to help her protect herself and the young master. And what about getting a war pet? I don't think master needs one since he already has his undead. What about you? What kind of spirit beast do you want as your war pet? I wouldn't worry about it. Good war pets aren't easy to get. The best war pet that I want is a nightmare horse. But those creatures can only be found in either Fire Island or Deep Magic. These 2 places are too far away from us. I do not have time to go there, so I can only look around to see if there's any other spirit beast that's right for me. Nightmare horses are indeed a good choice. However, you'll have to wait until we can further develop the Buddha clan. But if you ever do catch a nightmare horse one day, then you better get the young master to bring it into the space because he'll be able to raise it until it gives birth to more nightmare horses. Green laughed. Yes, you're right. With the space, we'll be able to get more horses. They then went into the villa. Once they were inside, Green said, Mrun, prepare something to eat. Once the young master wakes up, he will be hungry. Mrin nodded. Just then Meg softly came down from upstairs. Mrin quickly went to her and asked, Is the young master okay? Meg frowned. He doesn't look well. It seems like he fainted, but he's also frowning, like his head hurts. Green's brow wrinkled, but then he shook his head. I don't think anything's wrong. The ghost staff shot a white light into Master's head, and he didn't seem worried about it. It shouldn't harm the young master. Still, Meg, you should wait in the young master's room until he wakes up, then call us. Meg agreed. Then she went upstairs. After Meg left, Mrin turned to Green. We can't afford for anything to hurt the young master. Is there really nothing wrong? Green shook his head. Nothing should happen. The space is closely related to the young master. I think that the white light was just passing on knowledge or something, probably teaching the young master how to use those magic elements. Remember that before, the young master had not learned magic. But now 3 types of magic have been stuffed into his head. It would be normal for his head to hurt. Green didn't understand everything about the space, but he was able to make the right guess. It was true. Zhao had never studied magic before, but now all this data about magic had been digitized by the space and downloaded into his mind. Now it only took Zhao less than a day to learn something that would normally take years. Chapter 106. I can do magic. Zhao's head hurt. It felt worse than going through insomnia for 10 days. However, there was also another strange feeling. A part of him felt like he was dreaming, like his soul had transcended his body. In fact, Zhao's understanding of magic was too little. Back on Earth, there was no real knowledge about magic. While the Ark continent had written records that went back tens of thousands of years, Earth's civilization focused more on mechanical invention, but the Ark continent's knowledge of mechanics came to a standstill, and instead they developed into a magic civilization. Zhao had just consecutively received the knowledge for 3 types of magic. However, these 3 magic weren't strange. In this world, there were mages who learned 2 or 3 types of magic, and changed them to finally create a new kind of magic. Such examples of these abound. For this reason, over the years, The Ark Continent's Prime Minister of Magic has been trying to track the geometric growth of the different types of magic in this world, but it has been impossible to keep records of all of them. From who did Zhao learn these 3 types of magic from? An 8th level Light Mage, 2 7th level Earth Mages, and the rest were from Black Mages. The number of magic spells that he would learn was a very scary figure. It could be said that Zhao received a lot more information than last time. Precisely because of this, Zhao experienced a lot of pain. The more pain he felt, the greater the benefits. With the 3 types of magic he was receiving, it wouldn't be a problem for him to pose as a Light Mage or an Earth Mage, in addition to the Black Mage that he was already pretending to be. Zhao didn't know how long he was lying in bed. To be honest, the beds in the villa were really comfortable, so he didn't care. After some time had passed, Zhao got up from the bed and stretched, but then he felt shocked because there was no longer any pain, and instead he felt refreshed. In fact, his mind has never been so clear before. Just then, the voice came and said, "Forced development of the host's brain was necessary to receive the new information. Host's brain was developed by 15%. Zhao froze for a moment. He really didn't think that he would get such a good thing. Wouldn't this mean that he would become a genius? He felt proud, until he heard Meg's voice. "Master, are you awake yet?" Zhao quickly stood up. "I'm awake. Come in." Meg pushed the door open and saw Zhao standing there. "Master, are you alright? You looked like you were in pain earlier." "It's nothing. Rest assured, I'm alright. I have fully learned how to use 3 types of magic. Go tell Grandpa Green not to worry." Zhao's impression of Meg was getting better and better. She was like his shadow, always standing beside him and helping him with his daily life. She was a girl worthy of Zhao's love. Zhao didn't grow up in the Ark Continent, so generally, he's never met a woman like Meg. Back on Earth, women became more independent, but they have forgotten what it means to be gentle along the way. It was precisely because of this that Zhao found Meg's character to be so incredible. He found himself wanting to express his love for this girl, but he was shy and a man of few words. Zhao was an otaku, and they usually don't express their feelings very well. Meg and Zhao eventually went downstairs, where they saw Green, who was sitting in the living room. "Hello, Master," Green said when he saw Zhao coming down. "Grandpa Green, how long have I slept?" Zhao asked. "More than 5 hours, Master." "Are you hungry?" "Mrin has made you something to eat." "Then let's go to the dining room. I want to tell you about the fortune I have made. I can now use 3 types of magic, so I will be able to pose as 3 different types of mages." Zhao laughed. Green was also very happy. "That's great. This will further guarantee your safety." "But Master, you still have to practice casting spells." "Learning magic is one thing, being able to use the appropriate spell at the right time is another." Zhao nodded. From what he learned about the 3 types of magic, Zhao felt that he had underestimated the Ark Continent. There were people in this world that were so powerful, it was beyond his imagination. "The more you know, the more you should be afraid." Green, Zhao, and Meg went to the dining room. Blockhead and Rockhead were already there, and since they had already gotten some rest, they were full of spirit. It had been such a long time for them to release their aggressive power, and not have to hold back. It was a good fight, but now they were relaxing comfortably. When Zhao came in, the two quickly said, "Master." Zhao smiled at them. "You two look happy. You must have enjoyed the battle. How about I let you two follow Drunk and the other black mages into the carrion swamp to help them catch undead?" The two immediately shook their heads. "Well, we think it will be better for us to keep following Master around." Zhao and Green gave them a look. Then they burst out laughing. This battle's victory had made Green and Zhao very happy. Not only did they win, they won beautifully. Their strength has greatly increased and Zhao gained a new ability that would protect himself. With so many good things coming one after another, of course they would be happy. Time progressed, and soon Mrin came out while holding some food. This time the meal was different. Usually, she would make something like bread and soup, but now she was serving stuff like rice porridge and other things closer to Chinese food. This was related to Zhao. He wasn't used to Western food, and preferred to eat Chinese food, so Mrin slowly learned how to cook it. Mrin had also heard what they were talking about, so she was smiling too. Then she turned to Meg and said, "Meg, help me serve the meals." "Master, you can just take a seat." Zhao smiled back, and then sat down. Green sat down too before he turned to Zhao and asked, "Master, have you already harvested the magic peaches?" Zhao nodded. "I was going to tell you earlier, before you entered the space. The magic peaches had matured and the firefishes were ready to produce eggs." "Oh, Grandpa Green, how should we divide the magic peaches?" "You shouldn't worry about that. Soon you'll have a total of 4 magic peaches. I was just talking to Mrin about it, and we think that maybe you could give one to me. As for Blockhead and Rockhead, their strengths may be too low, or maybe we should give one to Meg." "In the end, I think that the one we should really give a magic peach to is Laura. Once we find a good opportunity to give it to her, we can make her a loyal ally to Master. Do you agree?" Zhao thought about it. "I don't see a problem with giving Laura a magic peach, but we can't hand them over to any others. If people find out that we have these magic peaches, we won't even know how we died." Zhao was absolutely justified in saying this. Although the firefish could bring some gold, the magic peaches were something that a lot of experts would want, and they would do everything they can to take them. Green nodded. "Master's right. If everyone found out that we have these magic peaches, then we would really be in danger. In this world, there are numerous strong people that could kill us. Even though we have the space, it would be impossible to defeat every single expert on this continent." Chapter 107, Disappointing Interrogation. Zhao nodded. "I know that, so we should be careful. Although Laura could help us develop the Buddha clan, do not forget that she is a businessman. The length of time we know her is too short. One wrong step and we'll be in danger. Then we'll wait until we can get a better look at Laura to make sure that she's credible," Green said. After breakfast, everyone came out of the villa. At this time, Zhao harvested some radishes, then planted a new batch. Once he was done with that, he took out the advanced warrior's body. As for the body of Gurren, he had already searched it and found a crystal card that contained 1,200 gold coins. This was an unexpected gift. In fact, when it comes to money or land, Gurren's clan was very rich. It wouldn't be strange for him to carry a few crystal cards. These cards use the blood identification method. Once you receive a card, a drop of your blood would become like a password that identifies you as the owner. Only you would be able to take money out of the card. It would be unacceptable for someone else to hold the card. Although Gurren ended up at his undead, Zhao was unable to take the money out of the card. Even so, he was unwilling to throw the card away, so the crystal card was stored in the spatial barn. Now it was time to get down to business. Zhao began waving the ghost staff around the advanced warrior's body until a cloud of black gas wrapped around the corpse. This wasn't the same black gas as when Drunk turned that assassin into a low-level undead. This black gas had faint electric blinking lights. One of the benefits of using the ghost staff was that there was no need for incantations. For Zhao, simply choosing what spell to cast was enough. A moment later, the black gas diffused, then the voice came and said, "Transformation into a high-class robotic object successful. Strengthening with toxins. Strengthening with long-range attack capabilities." After what the voice said, the skeleton on the ground looked no different than the other undead in the space. Looking at it carefully, Zhao said, "Get up." "What is your name?" The undead got up and saluted. "Master, my name is Shadowless Knight." "What organization do you belong to? Who is your leader?" Zhao asked. "Master, I belong to the House of Night Assassins, headed by the leader known as Kill Shadow. But the organization has another identity in the Ark continent. It is also known as the Night Shadow Mercenary Group." Zhao nodded. Then at once he asked, "Where is the headquarters of this organization you belong to?" Shadowless Knight shook his head. "Master, I do not know. The members of the group are brought up from adoption and then given training. We just listen to what the leader tells us to do. In the end, I don't know where the headquarters is." Zhao couldn't help but feel disappointed. If you don't where your headquarters is, then how do you pick out a task to complete? The heads of the organization just tells us. We dare not disobey or ask questions, otherwise we would be sentenced to death with no chance to escape. Zhao couldn't help but suck in a breath. Shadowless Knight was someone who went through endless blood and death. reaching a strength comparable to a 7th level warrior. Yet this organization would easily be able to kill him if they wanted to. How powerful was this organization? How many people total are in this organization? And how strong are they? Zhao quickly asked. In the organization, I am what's known as a gold level assassin. There are 50 people like me in the organization. Those at a higher level are known as crystal level assassins, which totals about 5. The rest at the lower level are silver level assassins, and their numbers are many, around 600. In the end, I don't actually know how many people are in the organization. At the lowest level are bronze level assassins, but they are among the most common assassins, even weaker than 5th level warriors. Green and Zhao's faces changed. They didn't expect that the organization they were facing was so powerful. They had 50 people that was as strong as Shadowless Knight, and there were even more powerful experts than him. Their enemy really was a monster. In this battle, Zhao and everyone else only managed to cope against such strength because their enemy only sent 3 members, along with some hired help, against them. What would happen if they dispatched their entire force? Would the Buddha clan be able to contend against such a huge group of assassins? Zhao decided to worry about it later, and then asked, what about Gurren? What is his relationship with the Persal clan? Shadowless Knight shook his head. There is no relationship. When we received this task from the leader, we recruited Gurren to deal with you, Master. Zhao couldn't help but sigh in disappointment. From Shadowless Knight's words, it seems like Gurren was just a pawn who pretended to have a connection to the Persal clan. Unfortunately, he was the right choice to recruit for this battle because light magic would be useful for clashing against a black mage. If it weren't for the space making the undead immune to his light spells, they probably wouldn't have won. With this thought here, Zhao waved his hand and brought out the skeletons of the 3 mages. When Gurren's and the Ji Shiling twins appeared, Zhao and Green couldn't help but feel surprised for a moment. These 3 undead mages were different compared to what they were expecting. The undead Gurren wasn't the same as the other undead in the space. His skeleton was nearly transparent white in color, almost like he was carved out of pure diamond. It gave off a holy feeling. How could a skeleton make people feel that it was holy? This was too weird, right? This was what Zhao and Green was thinking in their hearts. They then looked at the undead Ji Shiling twins. These 2 brothers also weren't the same as the other undead in the space. Their skeletons had a yellow shade to them, almost like they were made of some kind of crystal clear yellow emerald. It was very beautiful, yet also gave the feeling of being as calm as a mountain. Now that Zhao thought about it, the undead Shadowless Knight also gave a feeling that was different from the other undead in the space. Even though his skeleton looked the same, it gave off a feeling of cold and extreme danger, like a snake lurking in the darkness. This feeling wasn't so obvious, and in this continent, only the strong would be able to hide their auras. This was enough to prove how strong Shadowless Knight was, even though he was now just an undead skeleton. In fact, when someone is turned into an undead, their strength would inevitably weaken. Like Gurren, who was originally at the 8th level, but became an undead at the 6th level. Although, since he was strengthened by the space, it could be said that he could fight shoulder to shoulder against someone at the 7th level. Zhao asked Gurren a few more questions, but the result was the same as when Zhao questioned Shift. Gurren still had his abilities, but he lost all of his memories of the time when he was alive. Disappointed, Zhao sighed, then put Gurren inside the spatial barn. Not only that, he changed Gurren's name to Gamma, and also renamed the Ji Shiling twins as Ji and Shi. As for the warrior who was the leader of that mercenary army, Zhao allowed him to continue commanding that army, which was now undead, as well as the undead army from the Carrion Swamp. The only ones he wouldn't command was Zhao's undead, Drunk and the Black Mages, Gamma, Shi and Ji, as well as Shadowless Knight and the undead assassins. Zhao knew that Drunk was not really a commander. His only experience was as a black mage working in a small group. But that warrior wasn't the same. He had spent his life researching the matters of war, so Zhao let him command his army of undead, freeing Drunk from the job. As for Shadowless Knight, since he was proficient in assassination, he would control all the undead assassins. This plays into their greatest strengths. Chapter 108. troubling world. Once they finished everything in the space, it was time to go to the Iron Mountain Castle. Drunk and a few black mages were sent to the swamp, while Scales and Brick, plus 500 undead, were left to guard the castle. They then went to the Stony Mountain Manor, where the 3 undead mages Gamma, Shi, and G, plus 200 undead warriors and 100 undead assassins, were ordered to guard the estate. The manor was a very important place because it was where they would receive the blue-eyed rabbits and wait for Laura. Zhao was very confident that they would get her cooperation. After all, they left on good terms. It was daytime when they left the villa and came to the manor. The battle against Gurren's army had taken a total of no more than 2 hours, but after resting in the space and eating, it took longer than that. Now it was 9 in the morning. There was a black fog enveloping the estate, stopping anyone from seeing inside. This time it was the black mages, Edge and Punch, creating the black fog. Although Zhao could now do it himself, at times he might need to go into the space or travel to the castle, so the 2 black mages were needed to keep up the black fog. Last time, it was Scales and Brick who was guarding the manor, while Edge and Punch were guarding the castle. But Zhao decided to reverse their positions. He wanted them to become familiar with both places. Getting them to understand the terrain was necessary for them to display their greatest fighting strengths. For the 2 black mages, along with Gamma, guarding the manor, it gave Zhao a very reassuring feeling. As for the castle, to be honest, Zhao wasn't worried about it as much. It was in the depths of the Black Waste, and with the threat of the Carrion Swamp, most people wouldn't go there. Plus, Zhao had the space, which would allow him to teleport there in the shortest possible. With this measure of security, Zhao didn't need to worry about it as much as the manor. On the contrary, the manor was in a more dangerous situation. It was very close to Casa City. If that city decided to dispatch troops, it would only take 2 days before they would reach the foot of Stony Mountain. For Zhao, this was a huge threat. Although he could bring people to safety inside his space, this still wouldn't protect the manor. They needed the manor as their stronghold. Of course, with the space, it was possible for Zhao to just take down those troops, but he didn't want to expose his powers too early. After all, the Purcell clan was paying attention to them. More importantly, that mysterious force was also watching them, which made Zhao feel uneasy. It could be said that Zhao was an insecure person. After the battle against Gurren yesterday, he knew that even more people would pay attention to them, and as soon as they start trading with Laura, those people would pay attention to what they bought, and they couldn't possibly buy goods from the castle in the Black Waste. That was why the manor on Stony Mountain was so important to the Buddha clan. It was their only connection to the outside world. It was where they would get information, obtain supplies, or sell things. It was no use trying to make transactions in the Black Waste. If the Buddha clan dared to do that, the Purcell clan would step in. That was why the manor was particularly important. So the only problem was that they couldn't let anyone know that the Buddha clan owned the manor. Among the nobles in the Ixa Empire, the Buddha clan was definitely a taboo. They didn't want the Buddha clan to rise up again. If they were ever to find out what the Buddha clan was doing, those nobles would do their best to suppress it. Zhao didn't have the confidence to keep the Buddha clan safe, but as long as they didn't reveal themselves as the Buddha clan, with their current identity, no one would want to mess with them. That was because he was now known as a black mage. Nobody was willing to provoke a black mage. Whenever people on the continent mentioned black mages, they would also think of poisonous snakes. That snake will bite you, and even if you don't die from its toxins, you would at least be crippled. More importantly, even if you manage to kill the snake, it won't do you any good if its poison was already in your body. No one wants to mess with a poisonous snake, just like no one wants to mess with a black mage, especially a black mage that was able to defeat Gurren and his army. This time Gurren's loss was quite heavy. He was an 8th level light mage that had 2 7th level earth mages, 3 advanced level warriors, 100 assassins, and 300 hired mercenaries, and yet he was still defeated. This force was equivalent to the strength of a small clan. Gurren's defeat was like a powerful deterrent against anyone who was thinking of trying to take down Zhao the Black Mage. Right now, Zhao was standing next to the ginkgo tree in the manor's yard. He sighed and looked up, but the blanket of darkness shadowed the daylight. He felt depressed. He really didn't like to fight, and instead he just wanted a secure and easy life. Meg was standing beside Zhao, and when she heard him sigh, she couldn't help but feel curious. "Master, why are you sighing?" Zhao turned around and looked at the woman who was as sweet as a child. In her hands was Guren's iron book, which Zhao gave to her. He didn't need this book because the space had already analyzed it, and now he could use its power with his staff. Besides, Meg really loved this book. She even holds it while sleeping at night. Zhao gave a sad smile. "Meg, why do so many people love to fight?" "I don't want to fight. I know that there are those fighting to make a better life for themselves and for the people around them, but why must they force me to fight them?" Meg looked at Zhao. It may be the same body, but she couldn't even see a shadow of the past Adam. In the past, Adam was ignorant, greedy, and lustful. He would never say these timid words, but now there was Zhao, who was good-natured and responsible, but also sentimental. These two personalities were completely different. However, Meg liked this Zhao rather than the original Adam. "Master, even if you don't want to fight, others will come fight with you. If you have anything that interests them or if you're a stumbling block, they will not hesitate to kick you down." In their eyes, we are nothing but weeds on the roadside. As long as something interests them, they would do anything to get it. Zhao looked at the sky and muttered, "Interests. Ah, yes, interests." In the end, they would dare to do anything if it interests them. This really is a troubling world. He gave a sad laugh. Meg didn't know what to say, but her heart was sighing. This world. They both suddenly heard footsteps. Chapter 109. Sean. Zhao and Meg turned around. It was Green. Green had put on his armor. To others, wearing armor on their bodies would be cumbersome, but it didn't bother Green. His footsteps were normal, and even seemed ethereal. Thanks to the benefits of the space, Green's strength had reached the peak of the 8th level. He was just waiting for the opportunity to make a breakthrough and become a 9th level warrior. Then he would be among the few strongest people in the world. Every large clan needed an extremely strong expert, otherwise that clan would have no way to escape the bad luck of being swallowed. The Buddha clan was one such example. Although Green and Marin were very strong experts at the 8th level, it was nothing in comparison to the 9th. With those two, the Buddha clan could be considered very powerful, but not invincible. Still, although they weren't able to stop the Buddha clan's banishment, with their strength, they were able to deter the nobles from trying to completely wipe out the Buddha clan. When Zhao saw Green come up, he asked, "Grandpa Green, is it time?" They had been waiting for the someone from the Marquee Company to send the rabbits that Green bought. That was why Zhao asked that question. Green nodded. "They will arrive soon." With 100 gold coins, I bought a total of 300 blue-eyed rabbits, and with the remaining 10 gold coins, I bought 5 scaled wildebeests, which will be used to pull the carriages that are carrying the rabbits. Scaled wildebeests were a common spirit beast on the continent. Although they weren't fast at running, they were very strong, making them suitable for carrying things. Zhao agreed with this purchase. Although they could have just asked the Marquee Company to help with the transport, buying the scaled wildebeests was the right choice. Once he brings them into the space, the scaled wildebeests would reproduce, becoming another source of income. Grandpa Green, remember to not allow them to drive the carriages up to the villa, or else they will be attacked by the undead, Zhao said. Green nodded. "Well, I'll go make the arrangements." He didn't oppose Zhao using the undead to stop those carriages. After all, Zhao wasn't just pretending to be a black mage, but a necromancer who used black magic. If he didn't use his undead, then that wouldn't be normal. It could be said that if there was a mage on the continent that didn't use slaves, it was a black mage, since some of them could just summon undead skeletons to do their work. Plus, the undead were easier to use than slaves. So right now, Zhao sending some humanoid undead to help Green with the carriages was completely normal. Sean worked for the Marquee Company branch in the Persal Duchy. He was just a small steward, and his main job was to manage the porters. His position in the company wasn't that high, but Sean also had another job. He was also responsible for finding news for the Marquee Company. He had a special way of finding things out, which was to check the goods that were being transported. This allowed him to collect a lot of useful information. It looked difficult, but in fact, it wasn't. You could tell a lot of things from the stuff people move around in the Persal Duchy. Even if the stuff was wrapped up, you could learn what it was from its size and weight. The Marquis Company was a well-known firm throughout the continent, and so there were a lot of people in a cooperative relationship with them, one of which was Sean, who no one paid attention to because of his menial job. They wouldn't suspect him of gathering information, some of which was quite useful. No one on the continent, including Sean, had ever heard of the black mage named Zhao before, but recently, he became a household name in the Persal Duchy. Even beggars knew who he was. The most Sean was able to find out so far was that Zhao had the Marquis Company's VIP gold medal, which had the Bana symbol on it. That could mean that those rumors of Zhao saving Laura could be true. Because of this, he wanted to pay closer attention to Zhao. When Green came to buy things, Sean immediately went to the Marquis Company and won the task of helping him mount the blue-eyed rabbits on the carriages and transporting them to Stony Mountain. Sean was very enthusiastic in helping Green, seeking ways to please him. He wanted to leave a good impression, and did his best to talk to Green on their way to Stony Mountain. Everyone in the Persal Duchy knows that a very powerful and mysterious black mage now lived on Stony Mountain, but it was just a desolate mountain with nothing but rocks and stones. How could rocks be useful for black magic? It was because no one knew that a lot of rumors about the black mage sprung up in Kosa City. They say that he was preparing a powerful spell to attack Kosa City. They say that he was collecting corpses to help him practice black magic. They say that he was using the hot spring to wash his body with something evil. Out of all these rumors flying back and forth, there was no good words that were said, but Sean knew that what the people were saying was not true. After making his living collecting information for the Marquis Company, Sean had some understanding of black mages. He was very clear on the fact that black mages simply weren't as terrible as the rumors say. They just acted a little strange. In fact, there were a lot of black mages that were good. A lot of the ways to treat traumas were created by black mages, but in the continent, light mages were very popular, while black mages were unwelcomed. However, these rumors had nothing to do with Sean. What he was most concerned about was find out more about Zhao the Black Mage, and that was why he was going to Stony Mountain. Sean wasn't part of the Marquis clan, but he was one of the people that were loyal to Laura Marquis. Supposedly, Laura's father, Kevin Marquis, was terrible at business, so he was assigned to run the Marquis Company branch in the small duchy owned by the Persal clan. But everyone didn't realize that Laura was so good at business, with skills impressive enough to take over for her father. Now she had a confidant in each store that she ran, and Sean was one of them. Sean's allegiance was only to Laura, and because of this, he was concerned about Zhao. With all these rumors of Zhao saving Laura or attempting to kill Laura, in the end, he had to know what kind of person Zhao was. But Sean didn't think that with less than a day's journey left to Stony Mountain, Green would tell them to continue transporting the shipment, while he ran ahead. Although Sean didn't know why Green wanted to buy so many blue-eyed rabbits, he didn't ask. It was clear that there were some things that should never be asked. Once Sean reached Stony Mountain, he could see that it was shrouded by a black fog. Although this blanket of darkness was very strange, Sean knew that it wasn't some sort of offensive magic, and was simply meant to block people's attention. Sean stopped at the foot of the mountains. He didn't know what to do next until he suddenly heard a burst of footsteps. Along with the footsteps came the sound of bones crackling across the ground. When Sean and his men heard these sounds, they couldn't help but feel scared. Suddenly, they saw Green, who was wearing full armor, appear in front of them. Sean didn't actually know Green's name. He only knew that he was a very strong warrior and a servant to the Black Mage. Sean went up to greet the warrior, but then he suddenly stopped and his face became pale. That was because behind Green was a lot of undead. Green had brought 20 humanoid undead to help him with the carriages. These undead used to be ordinary warriors, but now they had the appearance of dark green skeletons. They simply looked monstrous. Chapter 110, cavalry. It was because these dark green undead looked so terrifying that Sean and his men felt afraid. These undead must simply not be trifled with. Noting their expressions, Green said, "Do not worry, these undead were summoned by my master and will not just randomly attack you." "Well, it seems like you have successfully completed your task. As thanks, here are some coins. Sean, share it with your brothers. You can all go back now." Green gave Sean 5 gold coins. This was no small amount of money. Sean had a total of 10 men with him, which means that they each would receive 5 silver coins. For these porters, this was considered a small fortune. But although he took the gold coins, Sean wasn't happy. "Dear warrior, how about letting us help you bring the carriages up the mountain?" Green shook his head. "My master would not like you bothering him at his house. You must go back." With a wave, the undead rushed forward to take over 4 of the carriages. Green then looked at Sean with cold eyes. "Sean, let me remind you that this mountain is full of undead." With just a few words, I could order them to attack you. Honestly, it's best that you go home. With that, Green got onto a carriage and went into the black fog. It only took 2 steps before you couldn't see his shadow. Once Green left, Sean couldn't help but break out into a cold sweat. He knew that Green must have found out that he wanted to take a look around. Sean was a 4th level warrior. Although he didn't know what level Green was at, he knew that it was a lot higher than his. If Green wanted to kill him, it would be almost like strangling an ant. Sean immediately turned to the porters and said, "Let's go back." They all turned around and walked back to Kosa City. Their faces were pale. Green had long found out what Sean was up to because Sean's performance was a little too enthusiastic. Knowing how sensitive their identity was, Green couldn't let people come see them, otherwise they would end up in danger. As of now, there were a total of 5 carriages moving up the hill towards the manor. Each carriage was filled with 60 rabbits. These rabbits pretty much looked the same as the ones found on Earth. The only difference was their blue eyes. Each carriage was equipped with 30 wooden cages, and there was a pair of rabbits in each cage. Fortunately, these carriages were large, otherwise it wouldn't have been able to fit everything. Zhao was standing in the manor's yard when he saw the carriages come in. Each one was pulled by a scaled wildebeest. They were 2 meters tall, and they grew scales the size of fingernails, plus hairs in the crevices of these scales. Looking at these creatures made people feel uncomfortable. Their heads were similar to horses, but they had horns that were a bit like the wildebeests back on Earth. However, their bodies didn't look as smooth and strong. Instead, their bodies were more like cows, rather than horses. Despite that, their legs showed that they must have good endurance. As Green saw Zhao looking at them, he smiled. "Master, how do you like these scaled wildebeests?" Zhao nodded with a hand on his chin. "They're good. They will be useful for pulling things in the future." "Grandpa Green, help me remove these things." Zhao, Green, and the undead opened the cages of the blue-eyed rabbits. All the while, Zhao brought them into the space. Once the blue-eyed rabbits were in the space, the voice immediately came and said, "Discovery of new animal. Identifying, mammal, Logomorphilopority, long-eared rabbit variant. Level 3, based on animal data. They could be raised in the ranch. These rabbits can now be purchased from the shop." Young rabbits' maturation time is 10 hours. They can reproduce in 8-hour intervals. They can only reproduce 5 times. Each time will create 10 new rabbits. They feed every 4 hours. Due to gene variation, the rabbits can attack with water arrows. Attack range is 10 meters. Attack power is low. Zhao was very satisfied with what the space told him about the blue-eyed rabbits. Although they could only reproduce 5 times, each rabbit would be able to yield him a total of 50 more rabbits, and their maturation time was very short. It wouldn't be long before the ranch was up and running. After that, Green detached the scaled wildebeests from the carriages. Then Zhao brought them into the space. Once the wildebeests were inside the space, the voice immediately came again and said, "Discovery of new animal. Identifying, mammal, bullfighting wildebeest variant. Level 3, based on animal data. They could be raised in the ranch. These wildebeests can now be purchased from the shop. Young wildebeest maturation time is 12 hours. They can reproduce in 8-hour intervals. They can only reproduce 5 times. Each time will create 5 new wildebeests. They feed every 2 hours. Due to gene variation, the wildebeests can create a stone body with a duration time of 2 hours. Defensive power is low. Hearing this, Zhao couldn't help but laugh. The scaled wildebeest was really something good. After Zhao had sent the rabbits and wildebeests into the space, Green wanted to see what expression Zhao would make. Seeing Zhao with a happy expression, Green couldn't help but feel relieved. Master, can we go into the space and look at the wildebeests and rabbits? Zhao turned around and faced Green, and saw how much he looked forward to it. He chuckled. Well, let's go see. Of course, they had to bring Meg along as well because Zhao, Green, and Meg were the only ones in the manor. Blockhead, Rockhead, Mran, and the slaves were at the castle, where there were many things that they needed to do. Zhao brought Green and Meg directly into the spatial ranch. When they came inside, they couldn't help but freeze for a moment. The pasture of the ranch was a really large and open place. 300 blue-eyed rabbits were roaming around, and although they were slightly bigger than the ones on Earth, they were still small enough that the grass would block them from sight. Zhao didn't forget that these blue-eyed rabbits and scaled wildebeests needed to be fed. He brought in some radish leaves, which the space automatically turned into the grass that these rabbits and wildebeests eat. When Green saw all these rabbits everywhere and the wildebeests running around, he couldn't help but give Zhao a wry smile. Master, is this alright? It will be difficult to pay attention to all of them. Zhao slightly chuckled. Just look at this. With a thought, he brought up a flute, which was one of the tools of the spatial ranch. A tune came out of the flute, and suddenly all the animals ran forward and lined up in front of Zhao. Green and Meg stared at this, never expecting that the space would have such a function. After a while, Zhao smiled and waved, and those rabbits and wildebeests ran away. Seeing this, Green couldn't help but muttered. The space could actually make them line up. Could it also move them into groups and ranks, like soldiers? Grandpa, what are you saying? Meg laughed when she heard what Green was muttering. Green recovered a bit, then chuckled. I'm just talking nonsense. There's no way that animals could move around like troops. When he said this, he suddenly froze for a moment as if he thought of something. His eyes brightened as he turned to Zhao. Master, can this ability to line up the animals be done outside? Zhao was taken aback, but he murmured, I don't know. Let me see. Can I use the formation function outside the space? The voice immediately came. The formation function can be used outside the space. This time Green didn't need Zhao to help him understand what the space said. He burst out laughing. Great. This is really great. Zhao and Meg still didn't understand. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Meg asked. Seeing the two's puzzled look, Green couldn't help but let out a slight chuckle. In a cavalry, a group of knights would queue up into a formation. When they attack the enemy, they would start off by charging forward. But where do you think a cavalry's power comes from? It comes from attacking together in a maintained formation. Zhao and Meg didn't understand military matters, but after listening to Green, their eyes lit up. Everyone knew about the large power of a cavalry, but they still faced a difficult problem. That problem was the beasts that they were riding. You could teach discipline to a knight, but you couldn't teach discipline to the beast he was riding. Sure, in the beginning, it's easy to line up the cavalry in a neat formation, but once they started running, it was difficult to maintain the formation. If it could be maintained, then the power of their assault would increase many times over. Chapter 111, War Slaves. With shining eyes, Zhao said, this is something we should test, right? Grandpa Green, shouldn't the undead be able to do what you just said too? Green's eyes also brightened as he nodded. Master, we must immediately go to the Iron Mountain Castle where there are some spirit beasts we left behind. Let's see if it's effective. Zhao agreed, and with a thought, he, followed by Green and Meg, traveled to the teleport point in the castle square. They didn't find Mrin in the living room, nor did they find Rockhead and Blockhead there. They must be busy. At the castle, there were a lot of things to do. In addition to planting alfalfa seeds on the mountain, they were also preparing to plant oil fruit seeds. Alfalfa seeds had been planted on the mountain and would one day become fertilizer, turning the soil so that other species of plants could be planted. And what they decided to plant next was oil fruit seeds. These seeds had been modified by the space so that it didn't have its weakness of being susceptible to pests. Of course, they could have just gotten rid of any pests with pesticide, but they feared that this would just add poison to the crops. As well as planting these seeds, the slaves were also doing other jobs like repairing the castle. It was easy to see that there were still many places that needed rehabilitation. It was a big job. Fortunately, some of the undead were able to help. If a person couldn't lift something, then let the undead do it. To cope with this job, Zhao had deliberately left 100 humanoid undead in the castle, while the remaining 200 men were left defending the Stony Mountain estate. So now, to help out the slaves and keep them safe, there were 100 humanoid undead and 400 undead spirit beasts wandering around the castle, guarding it in case someone tried to sneak in. While Zhao was in the living room, he sent out a message to all of those undead to meet him outside the castle. After this happened, Anne, who was working with the slaves to repair the castle, saw the undead mages nod to each other, and then they started walking out of the castle. As for the 400 undead spirit beasts that were patrolling around the mountain, they all started converging together in one location. All these undead soon went up to Zhao. Once all the undead had gathered, Zhao waved the ghost staff in his hand and said, "Phalanx." Those undead immediately lined up in neat rows until they formed a square formation. Zhao couldn't help but nod his head before waving the staff again. "Move." The phalanx slowly began to move, but there was no mess within the formation. It stayed as neat and sharp as a knife. With Zhao's command, they all started moving faster and faster, but the formation remained in its box shape. No one moved too quick or too slow. Green grew excited watching all of this. For their clan, this was a windfall. These undead could really march in a formation that didn't break into chaos, forming a cavalry. This was really important. With a cavalry, what would their battles be like? Thinking about it was exciting. Zhao continued with changing the formation. Once he had an understanding of what this feature could do, he let the undead loose to go about their business. Then he followed Green back into the living room. After Zhao and Green sat down, Meg took the initiative to make them 2 cups of tea. Green was still excited as he said, "Master, this feature is really useful. As long as we have this, not only will the Buddha clan have a cavalry, it will be the best cavalry in the world." This feature is able to maximize the abilities of what a cavalry is supposed to do. Zhao nodded. Although he had never been in an army before, nor was he ever in a battlefield, he was a fan of things about the military. In his past life, he would frequently watch TV programs about warfare. In the era of cold weapons, before guns and cannons, a well-trained cavalry represented absolute power. If the Buddha clan had such a powerful cavalry, then no one in this world would dare to move against them. In this world, the strongest experts were those at the 9th level. They were so powerful that they could be compared to nuclear weapons back on Earth. However, 9th level experts weren't so easily sent off into a battlefield. They acted more like deterrents. If a clan wasn't suffering from a life or death situation, they would generally not send out their 9th level experts. Most of the time, these experts would concentrate on closed-door cultivation, trying to understand the laws of heaven. They hoped to make a breakthrough to the 10th level. Everyone believed that when you reached the 10th level, you would be among the realm of the gods and become a deity. For this reason, almost all of the 9th level experts would focus their efforts on cultivation and ignore everything else. Gaining immortal life and becoming invincible was their goal. So under normal circumstances, you wouldn't see any 9th level experts on the continent. It was even rare to find 8th level experts sent out to battle. In other words, when it comes to the power of a clan, the most important thing was their soldiers. In the continent, the nobility were allowed to have private soldiers, especially in their fiefdoms. As long as you paid your taxes to the empire and you didn't launch a rebellion, you could keep raising more private soldiers. The king would generally turn a blind eye to this because, after all, these great noble clans have existed for so long that even if the king wanted to control them, he would be powerless to do so. Most importantly, Some of these nobles had 9th-level experts behind them. Even if their expert didn't do anything and just acted as deterrents, no one would dare underestimate them. The Buddha clan was banished because of this reason. Their power was too thin. Although they had 2 8th-level experts, Green and Marin, that wasn't the same as having a 9th-level expert that could protect them from being destroyed. But if the Buddha clan had the most powerful cavalry on the continent, then no one would dare do what they like against them. Even the king of the Iksu Empire wouldn't easily be able to lay his hands on them. Green still had a look of excitement even as he said, but a lot of the undead aren't suitable for riding. See if Drunk and those black mages can catch any large, high-level spirit beasts from the carrion swamp. Then we would have a lot of beasts to ride and set up a cavalry with. Yes, but now we not only lack spirit beasts, but also trained soldiers, Zhao said. Green's face sank. Ah, yes, unfortunately we have no one with cavalry training. It seems like this plan must be put off for the long term. Never mind, we can just build up a cavalry slowly. There is time, as long as we do some business with Laura. With the support of more gold, we will eventually be able to set up a cavalry. It seems that's the only way. Green nodded. Once we make more money, we can buy some more slaves, and maybe even some more slaves that we can set up a cavalry with. More slaves were defeated soldiers who had been relegated into slavery. Such people had good fighting skills. There were even those who were warriors at the 5th level. However, their prices were very high. Common slaves could be bought for around 10 gold coins, while war slaves had a minimum price of 1,000 gold coins. There were even some that were so expensive they had a high price of 10,000 gold coins. When it came to common slaves, slave owners would generally only feed them things like moldy rice, but that was not so for slaves with military skills. War slaves were generally treated very good, with some even having better living conditions than free commoners. This was the difference between common slaves and war slaves. It could be said that now it would be impossible for the Buddha clan to buy a war slave even if they spent all of their money. To form a cavalry with war slaves, they would need a lot more gold. In the eyes of those wealthy nobles that had millions of gold coins, the Buddha clan was almost like beggars. Chapter 112, Too Optimistic. At noon, Rockhead and Blockhead, as well as Marin, returned to the castle. The three of them heard from Anne that Zhao and Green had come back. They were surprised since they knew that Zhao was staying in the space. Finding Zhao and Green in the living room, Marin quickly went over and asked, "Master, Green, why are you back? Is there a problem?" Green smiled. "Everything's good. We just came back to test something." He then explained to Marin what they had been doing, and her eyes shined. Over the years, she and Green had been helping take care of the Buddha clan, so she certainly understood what this could represent. But Green then told her some of the problems they would run into, and like a pot of cold water, Marin's enthusiasm cooled down, but she nodded. "Ah, yes, these are indeed big problems. However, I don't think we can solve it by buying war slaves. Those slaves are usually prisoners of war or criminals with some skills. They aren't good people. In the battlefield, they are likely not to contribute anything for us. Such people are useless. I think it's better to buy some common slaves and then train them with cavalry skills." "You say it like it's easy," Green said. "Why can't we buy war slaves? But other large clans can." "You old man should not confuse us with other large clans, because they have enough strength to cope with war slaves. Don't we also need money to buy weapons for the slaves? And why can't we train some common slaves to ride a beast and make a cavalry out of that?" "I guess your way is right. Plus the price to buy common slaves would be a lot cheaper." Then Green frowned and said, "But there is a problem. Those slaves generally don't practice martial arts. Their combat effectiveness would be limited compared to warriors." Marin smiled slightly. "I've already thought about that. The reason some people don't know any magic or martial arts is because they never get the chance to study it. Plus they generally wouldn't have anything that could help them with their cultivation. However, Master is able to grow magic vegetables in the space. After eating these magic vegetables, I have observed that the slaves that we had already bought have become more able-bodied. If we buy more slaves and raise them up with these conditions, I think that in a few years, They will become soldiers that could fight for us. Green had no objections this time. Those magic vegetables produced by the space were indeed amazing when compared to ones grown on the continent. For example, the magic radishes in the continent could only be regarded as one of the most common magic vegetable because the magic contained within was too small. If a mage or a warrior were to eat one of those magic radishes, they will not gain much benefits. However, the magic radishes grown in the space was an exception. They contained powerful magic, about 5 times more than the ones grown on the continent. At this point, they didn't know what other magic vegetables the space could produce, but the amount of magic they contained shouldn't be any lower than the magic radishes, and in fact, some of it might be higher. Green's strength was about to break through to the 9th level, and this was not unrelated to the magic vegetables. With this thought, they couldn't help but turn to Zhao, who slightly chuckled. This should be easy to handle. We just need to wait for the space to level up. Then we will have enough magic vegetables for a lot of people to eat every day. This is not something to worry about, Zhao then added. And it's not just magic vegetables. It's also possible that the blue-eyed rabbit meat inside the space could also be useful. It would not be difficult to train up some slaves to become warriors. Green and Mren's eyes brightened from what Zhao said. With the power of the space, they would constantly be able to feed the slaves with food that contained magic, like vegetables and meat. If they were to use those, then the progress of training soldiers would be very alarming. If those big clans would try such a thing, it would be impossible because even they would be unable to afford to feed their common soldiers so much magic vegetables. It seems that the most important thing to do right now is to level up the space, then we will be able to get more land, Green said. More land means more magic vegetables, and that will also help us gain more income for the Buddha clan. But this will take time, so we can only develop slowly. We must not be impatient. Mren nodded. Ah, yes, the foundation of the Buddha clan is too thin. We are still too weak to expose our identity. Even now, we have a mysterious and powerful enemy fighting against us. In this case, we can't be too careful. Zhao agreed. Even if we have the ability to make a cavalry, we still have to take things step by step. Otherwise we will be in danger. We can't do too much and must remain low-key, Mren said. I think what we should focus on is just working with Laura and making some money, so we can buy rare plants that will help Master level up the space. Once the space reaches a high enough level, it will be able to lift the water of nothingness from Master's body. Then you could learn magic and martial arts. I think that for now, having the Lord of the Buddha clan learning magic and martial arts is more important than building up a cavalry. Everyone recognized that what Mren said was right. If the space could level up a little faster, and lift the water of nothingness from Zhao's body a little earlier, then it will revive the Buddha clan out of their hopeless situation. Green nodded. Ah, I didn't think that this old woman would have a greater understanding than me. Well, Master, we should go back to the Stony Mountain estate. Laura will return in 2 days, and we must complete our deal before we can talk about other businesses, like selling oil fruits, blue-eyed rabbits, and scaled wildebeests. Working with Laura, it's not impossible to make some money and develop the clan silently. We should silently accumulate money and power, waiting for the day when we can soar. Yes. The most profitable business in the world is a monopoly business. If our unique magic vegetables could be sold at a good price, then we will have a monopoly on the market throughout the continent. It will be easy to make more money. We don't need to rush, Zhao said. Green nodded. We should take our time to slowly develop the Buddha clan. Ever since we defeated Gurren, we have been a little too optimistic. We shouldn't forget that right now we have been banished to the Black Waste with no ability to resist. Zhao gave a wry smile. They had used the space to beat Gurren, and since then they had become too confident. It shouldn't be forgotten that the aristocracy weren't opponents that they could simply deal with. There were some noble clans that had 9th level experts, and for those that didn't, they would be willing to pay a certain price to ask for a 9th level expert's help. Before, when those nobles were dealing with the Buddha clan, they didn't even need to ask a 9th level expert to help them. It wasn't worth it for such a high price. They might as well just banish the Buddha clan to the Black Waste and let them fend for themselves. However, If those nobles found out that the Buddha clan had made a turnaround, and even had some great benefits that they would want, then maybe this time they would pay the price to send out a 9th-level expert. Zhao saw how strong Green and Mren, who were 8th-level experts, were. Then how strong was an expert at the 9th level? Zhao didn't dare imagine it. He couldn't just stay in the space forever and never go out. Once he left, a 9th-level expert could put him down in a second. In that case, they would be finished. Thinking about this, Zhao let loose a breath. Ah, yes. This time we have been too optimistic. It seems that staying low-key is good. Grandma Mren, at night you should rest in the space. Practicing there will be good for you. If the Buddha clan had a 9th-level expert, then no one would dare lay hands on us. Chapter 113. Laura returns. For the next 3 days, Zhao had been staying in Stony Mountain. In that time, he had harvested his radishes 11 times. Plus he gained another 2 magic peaches and 2 more batches of oil fruits. Now Zhao didn't have to worry about not having enough radishes. The space had given him 10 times the amount that was needed for his transaction with Laura. In addition, he now had 300 mature rabbits, with 1,000 rabbit cubs, as well as 10 adult scaled wildebeests and 600 of their foal. Most importantly, Zhao was also able to raise 30,000 firefish. In the entire Ark continent, 30,000 firefish was undoubtedly not a drop in the bucket. If he really did sell 30,000 firefish at one moment, this would cause a huge sensation, because it would take a year to yield 30,000 firefishes. Zhao could imagine what would happen if 30,000 firefishes flooded the market. It would compel all the great nobles to try to find out where they came from. If that were to happen, then the Buddha clan wouldn't even know how they died. As for the blue-eyed rabbits, Zhao didn't intend to sell them. He wanted to keep them for their meat so they would provide a good meal for the slaves. Ah, meat for the slaves. It was a rare thing. It could be said that their fathers, and even their grandfathers, have never eaten meat before. Of course, this only had to do with those who were born as a slave, because that would usually mean that their family had been slaves for generations. That wasn't the same as Daisy or Anne, who were once free commoners, but then were forced to become slaves. They had eaten meat before, like from blue-eyed rabbits or long-haired pigs. Within these 3 days, Zhao used a lot of feed, but for him, that was nothing. He was able to cope with that huge amount with his radish leaves. This was worth it because not only did the blue-eyed rabbit taste good, the space had also made them useful for those who practiced magic or martial arts. Although the meat didn't have the same effect of magic as his vegetables, they were quite adequate, especially the firefish. They tasted great and provided many benefits as well, with effects even more amazing than the meat from the blue-eyed rabbit. Eating the flesh of a firefish was like drinking a magic potion. The scaled wildebeests had also been changed. Now they had amazing endurance and their running speed was faster. Previously, they were like pack mules, but now they were almost like horses. All of these changes was related to the space. It had modified the animals to compensate for their shortcomings. This was definitely good news for Zhao, because this would help him establish a strong army. In this 3-day period, Zhao had been keeping tabs on the situation of Casa City. The city had been suffering because now they didn't have an intelligence network, leaving them deaf and blind. That was because they didn't have the manpower since their assassins had become undead and no longer working for them. At this time, Green had arranged for some assassins to hide outside of Casa City. They were there to prevent anyone from coming to attack Stony Mountain, and they were waiting for Laura. Right now the most important thing to Zhao was the deal with Laura, so he wanted to know the moment she came back. Of course, this was also a test for Laura. If she comes back, and then takes the initiative to go see them, this would show her gratitude and will convince Zhao to form a deeper cooperation with her. However, if she doesn't came to see them when she returns, Zhao would still cooperate with Laura, but it would just be casual. Since they will be working together, Zhao had to come up with a way to explain how he was able to raise so much firefish so Laura wouldn't suspect anything. In the estate, there were already hot springs with some small firefish, but now he was planning to put some of the red plants into the ditch in the manor's yard. As for where these red plants came from, Zhao wasn't going to tell Laura, and he believed that she wouldn't ask. After all, everyone has their own secrets. 3 days quickly passed, and they had been busy. Every day, he had been improving the land in the canyon on Iron Mountain. Also, he arranged for Mren to help him with a test. If nothing was growing in the Black Waste because of the toxins from the carrion swamp spirit beasts, then would the water from the mode help the corn seeds germinate and grow? The space had improved the water around the castle, giving it a detoxification effect. However, this water was more diluted than the spatial water, so the effect might not be as good, but Zhao wanted to try and see if it could solve the problem of fixing the black soil. Since this was outside the space, he would have to wait a few days to see the results of whether or not the corn would grow. Also during this 3-day period, Zhao would often get in contact with Drunk and the other black mages to check on their progress in the carrion swamp. They had managed to go in 50 yards, and they also encountered a number of undead spirit beasts. Unfortunately, the levels of these undead spirit beasts were too low. There was no use for them, so they didn't catch them. There were also some plants in the swamp, but they were nothing special, so they weren't collected. Anyway, Zhao didn't hurry them. No one knew anything about the carrion swamp, so Drunk's job was just to explore and understand it. As for Green, over these 3 days, he had been searching for plants in the forests. Unfortunately, the plants that he found were mostly the same as the ones he previously discovered. None of them allowed the space to level up. The forests around Kosa City had been trampled over, so there simply wasn't a lot of spirit beasts. There were only a few low-level spirit beasts, and they weren't of much use for the space. When Green brought any of these spirit beasts back, hoping that they would level up the spatial ranch, the space would say that they had no merit, and would obliterate them. Zhao knew that leveling up the spatial ranch would be difficult, but he didn't worry. Right now he could already keep 1,000 animals in the ranch. This number was certainly not low. Even if the ranch doesn't level up, it was enough for him to use. He wanted to focus on raising blue-eyed rabbits rather than scaled wildebeests. In addition to their meat, he could also use the rabbit's fur to make winter clothes. If he could go into business with Laura with these blue-eyed rabbits, then he was ready to breed them in large quantities. As for raising these rabbits in the mines of Iron Mountain, he wasn't in a hurry to do so. He was prepared to wait until he could buy some tools, like a bellows or an oil press machine. It wasn't just radish leaves. He could also feed the blue-eyed rabbits with any number of things, like the excess parts of oil fruits after he used the machine to press out the oil. But since he couldn't do that now, he was prepared to wait. 3 days later, at night, outside of Casa City, the waiting assassins had just sent news to Zhao that Laura had returned. Chapter 114, Grandpa Kun. Laura was calmly sitting in the carriage, while Nier was sitting beside her. This carriage wasn't like the ordinary one they had used to get to Montenegro Fortress, where they had to remain low-key. This carriage was an ornate one pulled by 4 snow stallions. Snow stallions were 4th-level water spirit beasts. They looked like ordinary horses, but they had a white body with some water magic elements. These horses were docile, so they were easy to tame. The only problem was that they were very expensive. There were even some nobles in the continent that couldn't afford them. Snow stallions were like status symbols. As for the carriage that Laura was sitting in, it was an ornate one built with 2 layers. The outer layer was made of iron driftwood. Not only was it as hard as steel, but it could also block most magic attacks. The inner layer was made of bread cotton. This material came from a very particular plant, soft as cotton but also highly elastic. It was excellent for making a variety of furniture. Unfortunately, bread cotton had a very low yield. In the continent, an average person wouldn't be able to afford it. In other words, you would need thousands of gold coins to buy this carriage, and the total value of the 4 snow stallions were worth 50,000 gold coins. While riding in this expensive carriage, Laura had a calm face. Her transaction had been completed. However, her losses were not small. She had lost a total of 300 guards, and if it weren't for Zhao, She might not even be alive herself. And Laura noticed another thing. Someone from her clan must have found out about her trip to Montenegro Fortress and arranged for people to mess with her business. This wasn't a surprise since she knew that the road wouldn't be peaceful. However, Laura didn't want to retaliate yet. She didn't know if the ones who were against her was from the upper echelons of her clan or just one of the other heirs. If it was the upper members of the clan, then that would be troublesome. Those people represented the entire clan, so no one would help her if she decided to fight back. But if it was one of the heirs, then that wasn't a big deal. She was ready to fight them to see who was more powerful. With this thought, Laura couldn't help but frown. She wasn't afraid if it was a battle of wits, but she also knew that she was missing something, a master. Her father, Kevin, wasn't a good choice because although he was a 7th level mage and could be considered an expert, he had very little actual combat experience. Even though his level of magic was high, he wouldn't know what to do in a battle. It was like her father had chosen the wrong career. Instead of a mage, he should have just been an alchemist. Thinking of choosing a master, Laura couldn't help but think of Zhao. He was a mysterious black mage that was really amazing. Not only did he save her life, he was also able to defeat all obstacles and settle down next to Casa City. Laura had done a background check on Zhao, but she came up with nothing. It was as if he came out of nowhere. Still, she was able to find out what happened to Zhao around Cosa City. It was precisely because of this that she had kept up with recent events. Now she knew of 2 fights that he had been in, but to be honest, she didn't expect such an outcome on the last battle. She had seen Zhao's strength, so she knew he was very strong, but she still didn't expect that he would be able to deal with someone like Eren. Everyone knew that light mages had an advantage over black mages, but in this case, the light mage was defeated and had vanished without a trace, leaving many people scared. To tell the truth, Laura didn't feel entirely at ease with Zhao. His timing was too coincidental, and he seemed to be living outside Cosa City as if he was waiting for her. This made her skeptical of what his motives were. Although Zhao did rescue her, do not forget that it was the undead black mages of the immortal mercenary group that attacked her. And Zhao himself was a black mage. Who knew if there was some kind of collusion between them? As Nier sat beside Laura, she saw her frown, so she couldn't help but ask, "Miss, what unhappy thing are you thinking of?" Laura turned around, saw the look on Nier's face and gave a slight chuckle. "Nothing, Nier. After we get home, get some rest. Tomorrow we'll be going to visit Mr. Zhao." "Miss, aren't you worried of what he might do to you? Why do you have to go see him?" Nier felt surprised. Laura smiled slightly. "First, we have to thank him for saving us, and second, to deepen our connection with him." Nier nodded. She didn't know many things, and left these sort of machinations up to Laura. She was as simple as a piece of paper. This was what made Laura feel a desire to protect her. Just then, the carriage stopped. Cyril, the driver, said, "Miss, we're home." Nier immediately opened the carriage door while Sergio put down the footboard, allowing Laura to walk off the carriage. Laura's home was in the Zhang district of Casa City, a wealthy aristocratic neighborhood where rich people lived. Although Laura was only part of a branch family of the Marquis clan, in the continent, no one would dare underestimate anyone in that clan, especially in such a small territory like the Persal Duchy. After all, Laura's father, Kevin Marquis, was the second heir to the clan, which was an even higher position than the Grand Duke of the Persal Duchy. The power of the Marquis company spans across half the continent, making it a lot more prestigious than a mere duke from the Ixa Empire. Because of that, Laura's home was placed in the best position in the Zhang district, a gorgeous area that covered acres. Just as Laura got out of the carriage, an old man went up to meet her. This old man was the housekeeper of their home, but to Laura, she respected him like he was her grandfather. Laura's mother died when she was small, and this old man had raised her as if she was his own grandchild. He taught her a lot of things, and if it weren't for him, she wouldn't have accomplished any of today's achievements. When Laura saw the old man, she immediately greeted him. "Grandpa Kun, You didn't need to personally came to the door. You could have just let others to do it. Kun gave a chuckle. It's okay. I heard that someone tried to deal with you. Of course I wanted to take a look to see if my little Laura was hurt. Well, the Immortal Mercenary Group, those bastards, just thinking of them makes me mad. Sooner or later, I'm going to go destroy them. Since they dared to fight against you, I think that they don't want to live. Kun's words weren't light. He was strong with the strength of an 8th level warrior. In fact, Laura's martial arts skills were learned from him. Laura smiled. Grandpa Kun, you don't need to worry about the Immortal Mercenary Group. Anyway, where's my father? From the mention of Kevin, Kun couldn't help but give a wry smile. He's in his laboratory. He wanted to pick you up, but you know how it is. Once he starts with his experiments, he will forget the time. Never mind. Laura knew what kind of person her father was, so she didn't care. Grandpa Kun, did you prepare something delicious for me? Kun laughed. I know what you want when you come back. Rest assured, I have prepared something delicious. I deliberately sent someone to purchase 2 small firefish. Do you think those are good enough for a meal? Having heard of her favorite thing to eat, Laura couldn't help but cheer loudly. Great, there's firefish. She pulled Nier with her as they ran inside. At this moment, she displayed herself as a true teenage girl, nothing like the high and decisive front she showed to outsiders. Looking at Laura, Kun couldn't help but smile as he followed her into the house. Chapter 115, Businessman. After dinner, Laura went to her living room. This wasn't the large living room used to entertain people. This was more like an inner chamber that only Laura's most trusted men could come into. Now there were only 3 people here: Laura, Nier, and Grandpa Kun. Laura and Kun were sitting on the sofa, holding a cup of tea in their hands, while Nier was standing beside Laura. Laura drank her tea, then she turned to Kun. Grandpa Kun, tomorrow I will be making a trip to Stony Mountain to visit Zhao. Do you think this is a right decision? Kun also drank his tea, and nodded his head. It's okay. After all, he did save your life. Recently, Zhao's name can always be heard in Casa City. You should know that just a few days ago, he had asked us for help with a shipment of blue-eyed rabbits. Although I don't know what he would want them for. Right now Stony Mountain has become restricted, and most people will not even get too close. But tomorrow I will go with you. No matter what, Laura will always ask Grandpa Kun for his opinion. This just shows how much she respects him. Because of what he said, Laura felt relieved. Kun looked at her and smiled. Do you have doubts about Zhao? Laura nodded. Ah, yes. I started to have a little bit of doubt about him. It's just that his emergence was just too coincidental. Plus, he is a black mage, so I'm afraid that he might have ties to the Immortal Mercenary Group. Kun was still smiling. That is unlikely. I did a deep background check on the Immortal Mercenary Group and it seems like they belong to a secret organization. When Zhao was attacked, it was probably related to that organization, which included Gurren and the 3 advanced level warriors. Although I can't find out more than that because this organization is very large and mysterious, I am certain that Zhao has absolutely nothing to do with them. Laura's face changed. There is such an organization, and the Black Mages of the Immortal Mercenary Group is part of them. But since Gurren is a light mage, it is unlikely that he is in league with this organization. Kun gave a slight chuckle as he looked at Laura. Silly girl. Nothing is impossible. This world is not as simple as you think. Do you think that all light mages are enemies against black mages? In fact, in this world, black mages aren't necessarily evil, and light mages aren't always clean. It's only because black magic doesn't have a good reputation that many people misunderstand it. Laura nodded, understanding his words. Then if this mysterious organization has control of such strong forces, then why don't they lord it over us? Why has no one on the continent heard of them before? Those with real strength doesn't need to lord it over this world's people. Any dynasty will face destruction eventually, but a force that hides underground will be difficult to destroy. The presence of these large forces have been there since ancient times, penetrating into every aspect of this continent. They are definitely a force that you can't make light of. This was the first time Laura has heard of such a thing, so she couldn't help but feel surprised. Who can control such a force? Kun smiled. No one knows. Well then, we just have to deal with them with our own hands, Laura said. Kun shook his head. That is impossible. If those big forces wanted to deal with us, we wouldn't be sitting here now. Do not underestimate their power. If they really wanted to destroy us, then we would be unable to resist even if the entire Marquis clan came together. Laura was surprised. They have that much power? Yes, they are that powerful. The Marquis clan could be considered a strong clan on the continent, but compared to those big forces out there, if they wanted to deal with us, we would most likely be dead. They sound very dangerous. Laura frowned. Now that Zhao has defeated the immortal mercenary group, wouldn't that usher in revenge against him? Kun gave a slight chuckle. This Zhao is not so simple. I doubt that he doesn't also have a large force supporting him. Otherwise, as a black mage, how would he be able to summon so much high-level undead? Do you think that a mage without any background would be able to do such a thing? Laura froze for a moment. Grandpa Kun, are you saying that Zhao is also that powerful? Kun nodded. It is possible. From the way he's doing things, it's likely that he is part of some other large underground force. If we could get in contact with them, maybe we could gain some benefits. But would those benefits be worth it? Laura asked. If Zhao represented a vast underground force, and they do battle against the forces of that mysterious organization, wouldn't we just be in danger if we get caught between them? Little Laura. Kun smiled. After so many years in business, if you haven't yet understood that sometimes you'll have to make risky investments, then you're not qualified as a businessman. Tomorrow, we will go see Zhao, and that is tantamount to making an investment. I believe that he is suitable to invest in, Kun calmly explained. You have to remember, as a businessman, life has two kinds of people. Those that are worthy enough to invest in and those that are not worthy enough to invest in. This includes your friends and relatives. If your friend deserves an investment, then you can invest in him and help him, and one day you will gain some benefits. But there are people that are not worthy of your investment, and these people could even be your relatives. You can help them, but your help must have a limit, because these people will not give you anything in return. Laura looked at Kun in a sly way. Grandpa Kun, what kind of person am I? Kun coughed twice, then stared at Laura. You are a special circumstance, not one of those two kinds of people. Laura laughed. Kun was looking at Laura, but he had a wry smile on his face. He knew that Laura was smart and very decisive in her work, but she was also too soft-hearted. Sometimes you have to be heavy-handed in business. But Kun understood the reason for this. After all, Laura was only 18 years old, and was just blooming as a girl. It was impossible to expect more out of a young girl. Kun sighed. Whether or not Zhao is part of some large underground force, his strength is still certain. If we befriend him, it can only be good for us. Laura nodded, then she frowned. Anyway, Grandpa Kun, Zhao did save my life. Tomorrow, we should have some gifts ready to give him. What kind of gift do you think we should bring? Kun also frowned. I don't know. What if we sent a bad gift that Zhao wouldn't like? This is really not easy to handle. But when I first talked to Zhao, he seems like a man that you could get along well with. And he is a mage, so I think that we should choose a robe and magic staff as gifts. The last time I met him, his robe and staff were ordinary ones, so I think that something with the wind element or moonlight will be good. Kun nodded. That's a good idea. We could give him a moonlight robe, since it's a dark robe perfect for black mages, and a wind element magic staff could increase the strength of black magic. The total value of these two gifts will be more than 50,000 gold coins. I think Zhao should be satisfied. Chapter 116. Formidable. Moonlight robes were a type of dark robe. This dark robe was woven from the hair of a dark eagle, which was a 7th-level spirit beast. Not only did it fly fast, what was most notable about it was its strong defense. Generally, magic and martial art attacks would have no effect on it. Dark eagles were known as the Black Kings of the Sky. They were elegant and a little rebellious. This robe could defend against 5th-level magical attacks, as well as 4th-level or less martial art attacks. It was a high-level magic item with a market price of 25,000 to 30,000 gold coins. As for the wind magic staff, It was made from a century-old willow tree that had been soaked in the blood of the wind spirit beast. Not only did it increase the strength of wind spells, it also made black magic spells stronger. The entire staff was blue with a crystal set at the head. The market price for this magic item could be about 20,000 to 25,000 gold coins. Laura was going to give these as a gift, but the price wasn't low, and reached 50,000 gold coins. This was equivalent to half the tax of a small territory. The next morning, Laura, Near, and Kun were riding in a carriage on their way to Stony Mountain. This time they were followed by 20 guards with Sergio as the leader. Laura was quite confident that no one in Casa City, including the Purcell clan, would dare to attack them because of their identity. If someone dared to attack them, that was tantamount to angering the entire Marquis clan. Right now they were sitting in a carriage that was pulled by snow stallions, while Sergio was riding a third-level horse spirit beast. They were moving fast. Normally it would take 2 days to go from Cosa City to Stony Mountain, but for them half a day would be enough. The moment Laura left Cosa City, this news was directed towards Zhao. This result was what Zhao wanted to see. In the living room of his manor, Zhao smiled as he sat next to Green. It seems that Laura is worth cooperating with. Just after she got back from Montenegro Fortress, she is coming to visit us. Green smiled slightly. Yes, they seem to actually have quite a bit of conscience. But if we want to further cooperate with them, we still have to test them to see if we could work together. I was thinking the same thing. After all, we have too many things that other people would be jealous of. Even if Laura is credible, there is no guarantee that the people around her won't be greedy. We still have to be careful, Zhao said. Green nodded. Then shouldn't we go prepare to greet them? Ah, yes, you should get ready. Shortly before noon, Laura asked Sergio, how much time before we get to Stony Mountain? While riding his horse next to the carriage, Sergio at once said, Miss, you can already see the mountain rocks by now. But the mountain has gone through a big change. Oh, really? Laura opened the front of the carriage to take a look. The carriage had 2 doors, one in the front and one in the back. There were 2 rows of benches on the left and right side of the carriage, with a small box in the middle, containing things to eat. The box was designed with ice magic, keeping the stuff inside at a lower temperature. There was also a magic lamp in the carriage that was used to heat things. It could be said that this carriage was like a room that was a full 6 square meters, 3 meters long and 2 meters wide. It was big enough that you could sleep comfortably in. Because of this design, the cost of this carriage was very high. Only those with identity and status would be able to afford it. Laura looked out of the carriage and saw Stony Mountain. However, it didn't have its original look because the whole mountain was surrounded by a cloud of black fog. She then understood why Sergio said that Stony Mountain looked different. The reason why Laura knew what Stony Mountain originally looked like was because it had a hot spring. When the merchant that owned Stony Mountain wanted to sell it, he mentioned that it had a hot spring that could be used to raise firefish. Of course, Laura as a businessman wouldn't let such an opportunity pass by, so she came to Stony Mountain to examine it. But in the end, although there were a few small firefish, the hot spring simply didn't have the ability to raise them at a large scale, so Laura gave up on it. However, she still remembered what Stony Mountain was supposed to look like. But now it was covered in black fog. Kun couldn't help but chuckle as he looked at Stony Mountain. To cover up a whole mountain with a blanket of darkness would require a black mage to at least be at the 6th level. It seems like Zhao really is very powerful. On the continent, it was recognized that a black mage that had managed to reach the 5th level was very powerful. That was because black magic was very weird, so almost no one was willing to challenge a 5th or higher level black mage. Laura smiled slightly. Of course, Zhao's strength is stronger than a 6th level. He was able to deal with the immortal mercenary group. Plus he could summon more than 1,000 undead, and each of those undead were very powerful. A 6th level mage couldn't do that, right? Kun nodded. Ah, it seems like his rank should be at the 8th level. Otherwise it would be impossible for him to defeat Gren. But then again, what happened to the 100 assassins of the Purcell Duchy that were with him? It's not very likely that they were all killed. Some of them must have fled. Yet, None of them have come back. If they're not alive, then they would be dead, but no one has found their bodies. Those assassins might not be easy to kill, but don't forget that Zhao could summon more than 1,000 undead. So wouldn't those undead thirst for flesh? Or maybe Zhao used his abilities as a black mage to turn them into undead? It's not impossible for Zhao to kill Guren's army and bring them back as undead. Khan's face changed. Then he nodded his head. That is most likely what happened. It seems that Zhao is more ruthless than I thought. I am now even more curious about him. The carriage stopped at the bottom of Stony Mountain. Just then the black fog became more volatile, and then it split apart, revealing a road that went up the mountain. In the middle of the road was a man that had a helmet covering his face. Laura recognized him. He was one of Zhao's followers. The man standing in the middle of the road was of course Green. Zhao had sent his assassins to track Laura's every move ever since she left Casa City. When she arrived at the mountain, he ordered for the black fog to separate. Green bowed to Laura, and said, "Welcome, Miss Laura. My master knew that you were coming here today, so he specially ordered me to come greet you. Please follow me." Having said that, the black fog split again and out came Alien. Green jumped on its head, then it turned its huge body and walked straight up the mountain. Laura didn't know what to do for a moment, but as she saw Green walking away, all she could do was tell the carriage driver to follow him. Khan's face didn't look so good as he watched Green. "Laura, this Zhao isn't so simple. It's likely that he really destroyed Guren. He was actually aware of our whereabouts, so he would have known in advance if Guren had tried to set up an ambush." Laura nodded. "I didn't think that Zhao would be so powerful." "Oh, but the more powerful he is, the better. We need a formidable ally." Khan was sullen as he muttered, "Allies that are too formidable might not necessarily be a good thing." Chapter 117. Surprised. The guards surrounded Laura's carriage as they walked up the road. The black fog enveloped them from behind, like a monster that had swallowed them, making everyone unconsciously speed up. Soon they saw the manor at the top of the mountain. The last time Laura was here, she saw how shabby the manor was because no one had taken care of it for a long time. But since Zhao lived here now, she thought that it would have been renovated. But there seemed to have been no renovations or maintenance. From the outside, everything still looked shabby. The doors of the manor were opened. Inside were 2 rows of humanoid undead standing in line. The bodies of these humanoid undead were dark green, like they had been carved from jade. They were scary looking, but far from the point of terror. On the contrary, these undead almost looked like a work of art. These 2 rows added up to nearly 100 undead, each of them wearing armor that was usually worn by mercenaries, and they were carrying weapons. When Laura and Kun saw how they were dressed, they couldn't help but look at each other's eyes as they understood. They knew that some time ago, Guren had brought a lot of mercenaries to deal with Zhao, and Laura remembered that the first time she met Zhao, he had summoned a lot of undead, but very few of them were humanoid ones. Yet suddenly there were so many humanoid undead. If you add in their outfits, it was natural to figure out where they came from. Green was sitting on Alien at the back of the yard. When Laura's carriage stopped in front of him, he jumped down and stood next to the carriage. Then he bowed. "Please, Miss Laura, my master is waiting for you in the living room." Laura nodded. Then she, Near, and Kun got down from the carriage. Green then turned to her and said, "Miss Laura, please tell your men to follow the undead. They will take them somewhere to rest." He pointed his finger at the undead, and they all immediately bowed to Laura. Laura and Kun were surprised for a moment. They were very well informed, but they had never seen a smart undead before. Although they were surprised, Laura turned to the leader of the guards and said, "Sergio, follow them and go rest." Sergio nodded as he and his men followed the undead. Green led Laura, Near, and Kun around the yard. Along the way, Laura stole some glances to look at everything. Although it wasn't much, the yard did go through some renovations, making it cleaner. As the 4 continued on, Laura's and Kun's eyes found the ditch where the hot springs flowed through. The last time she was here, the hot springs weren't anything to take note of, but this time, It was all she could see. That was because of the firefish. Dense. They couldn't count the number of firefish that were packed inside the ditch. Seeing this scene stunned both Laura and Kun. They were very clear about the situation of Stony Mountain. These hot springs were unsuitable to raise so many firefish. But not only were they alive and well, they were even bigger than the average-sized small firefish. How was this possible? Green couldn't help but smile as he watched the two stop and stare. Of course, he had deliberately led them here. After seeing the firefish, it would ease their talks of cooperation. Green then turned to the three and said, "Miss Laura, my master is waiting for you inside." Laura snapped back to reality, but then she pointed at the firefish and stammered, This. How did you do this?" Green smiled slightly. "This is our home. Please come inside." Then he led them into the reception room of one of the buildings. Laura could see that Green didn't want to say, so she didn't ask any more questions. She just exchanged a surprised look with Kun as they followed behind Green into the reception room. Zhao and Meg were standing in the reception room, waiting for Laura and her group. When he saw Laura enter, Zhao said, "Welcome, Miss Laura. I didn't think that when you just got back yesterday, you will be able to see me today. I am really honored." Laura bowed to Zhao. "Mr. Zhao, compared to your life-saving kindness, this is nothing. I feel happy that I haven't disturbed you with my abrupt visit today." Zhao gave a slight chuckle. "Miss Laura is too polite. Please come in." They all went into the living room, where they sat on two sides so they could face each other. Meg brought a pot of tea and gave each person a cup. Laura didn't pay attention to the tea, but instead noted the iron book that Meg was carrying. Laura and Kun were well-informed people, so naturally they would recognize the iron book, but they didn't think that a servant of Zhao would actually be holding it. Zhao noted where the two's eyes were looking, but he didn't say anything about it. "This is a small place, and we don't really have anything to entertain you with. Please, won't you two try our tea?" The two recovered and politely took a sip from their cups. Zhao looked at Kun and asked, "Miss Laura, who is this?" "Sorry, how rude of me," Laura said. "This is my housekeeper, but I respect him like an elder. He is my grandpa Kun." Kun stood up, and then he bowed to Zhao. "I would like to thank Mr. Zhao for rescuing Miss Laura. She is like family to me." Zhao waved it off. "It's not worth mentioning. Sit down, Mr. Kun." Kun sat back down, while Laura looked at Zhao and asked, "I have a question, but I don't know if it is improper for me to speak." "What do you want to ask me, Miss Laura?" Laura looked at Meg. "Mr. Zhao, your maid is holding the iron book. But where did it come from?" Zhao gave a slight chuckle. "Oh, I just took it from someone who wanted to come here and make trouble. It's not something I can do anything with, so I just rewarded my maid with it." Laura and Kun carefully glanced at Meg. Those two could be considered experts, so they were able to detect a strong wave of magic fluctuating off of her. It seems that she wasn't anything less than a 5th-level mage. The two couldn't help but feel surprised. Ever since they came to Stony Mountain, they were overcome by too many surprises. Whether it was a whole mountain covered by black magic, the courteous undead that could understand people, the large number of firefish, or a maid that was also a 5th-level mage, all of these things surprised them. Laura and Kun could see the glimmer in each other's eyes. Kun paused for a moment to take a deep breath. Then he turned to Zhao and asked, "Mr. Zhao, what happened to the man who attacked you?" Zhao smiled. "Haven't you seen that he has become my servant?" Although they were kind of expecting it, to hear Zhao tell them, they still felt very surprised. "Mr. Zhao, are you saying that you made a light mage your servant?" Kun was well informed, so naturally he knew that it was difficult for a light mage to be turned into an undead. There was a high probability of failure, but even if they succeeded, it would only become the lowest level undead. Did Gurren, an 8th-level light mage, really become an undead? If Gurren didn't become an undead, then how did Zhao get his hands on the iron book? In the continent, Gurren was a famous light mage. It wasn't just because he was at the 8th level. He was also best known as someone who is specialized in fighting black mages. As long as Gurren finds a black mage, he would challenge him. Those black mages would only have a little chance of surviving once Gurren sets his sights on them. Because of this, Gurren gained a nickname, Black Mage Killer. Gurren had been able to win so many battles that many black mages feared him. Apart from being an 8th level light mage, he also had the Iron Book, which could seal a lot of light spells. A lot of black mages had died because of the Iron Book. Zhao smiled at Kun. Then he turned to Green. Go call Gamma. Green saluted. Then he turned and walked out. Laura and Kun gave Zhao a puzzled look, but Zhao just smiled and didn't say anything as he took a sip of tea. Soon footsteps were heard, and Green came back in with an undead behind him. When Kun and Laura saw that undead, they were stunned. Chapter 118, Special Dishes. This was the first time Laura and Kun saw such a strange undead. It was a humanoid undead that had a white, almost transparent, skeleton. It wore a gorgeous white robe and it was holding a white magic staff. It didn't take much to figure out that these were a light mage's equipment. A white skeleton was not worthy of attention. However, the bones of this skeleton wasn't simply white, but a crystal clear color that sometimes shined with a holy light. This skeleton was indeed worthy of attention. An undead that gave off a holy feeling. Were the gods living in hell? Laura and Kun were stunned by the skeleton that was standing behind Green. They really didn't know what to say to describe this undead. Its skeleton was really too strange. Zhao looked at the two's expressions. Then he looked at Nier, who was standing beside Laura. She was a petite maid with very little presence, just like Zhao was. The look on her face wasn't the same as Laura's or Kun's. They had a look of shock, but Nier's expression was more of curiosity. Yes, it was curiosity, not surprise. Zhao couldn't help but think that Nier was interesting. Her eyes were pure, clearly reflecting the thoughts inside her head, like a pure crystal. This was the first girl Zhao had ever seen that had pure eyes. Don't forget that Meg would sometimes have a sly look in her eyes, but Nier's eyes were pure, like she could heal your soul. Eventually, Zhao recovered, and then he smiled at the white skeleton. Gamma, say hello to Miss Laura and Mr. Kun. Like in a traditional aristocratic ceremony, Gamma extended his greetings to them like a gentleman. He was so graceful about it that for a moment, Laura and Kun forgot that he was an undead, and they greeted him back. Afterwards, they both felt a little embarrassed about it. Curious, Laura asked, Mr. Zhao, you mean to say that this undead was Gurren? He's no longer Gurren. In the future, the world will only know him as Gamma, Zhao said. Okay Gamma, you can leave now. Gamma bowed to them, then turned and walked away. Laura stared at Gamma's departing back, then she faced Zhao. Mr. Zhao, what level of undead is Gamma? Zhao thought about it. I think he's at the 7th level, but I'm not quite sure. Laura and Kun saw a glimmer of shock in each other's eyes. They were very clear on the fact that a black mage turning a dead man into a high-level undead was very difficult. Mr. Zhao, does Gamma still have his memories from when he was alive? Kun quickly asked. Zhao shook his head. This is not so. At the beginning, he just became an ordinary undead. But then I used an arcane magic that allowed him to remember how to cast light spells. Although this made it so that he's no longer low level, it still didn't help him recover any other memories. Laura and Kun didn't really understand. How could an undead be able to use light spells? They really wanted to know what secret law that Zhao had discovered. It was very clear that a lot of black mages had been searching for ways to turn their low-level undeads into high-level ones. But after so many years of research, they had made little progress. If those black mages were to know that Zhao had a way to do this, they would all go crazy. The two looked at Zhao, not understanding why he was telling them this momentous thing. But then they saw how Green and Meg were watching them with a determined look, and although Zhao's face was covered by the veil of his black hat, they could feel that he was watching them as well. Suddenly, Kun was able to figure it out, and he quickly said, Please rest assured, Mr. Zhao, no word of what we see or hear will leak from us. I guarantee this on the honor of the Marquis clan. Laura quickly nodded, agreeing with what Kun had said. Zhao smiled. The two of you don't really need to make such an oath. To tell you the truth, although I can increase the level of an undead, it only works under precise conditions. It is simply impossible for others to learn how to do it. Kun and Laura certainly didn't believe him, but they both nodded. After that, Laura waved at Nier and directed her to walk out of the room. Then Laura turned to Zhao. "Today, we have bothered you, Mr. Zhao, because I wanted to thank you for saving my life, so we prepared 2 small gifts. I hope that you will accept them." Soon, Nier ran back in while holding 2 long boxes. One of them had a dark robe, which Laura took out. "Mr. Zhao, this is a moonlight robe, which is a fairly decent equipment for a black mage." Having said that, she presented it to Zhao. Zhao stood up, looked over the robe, and then he nodded. "Then I'll be polite, Miss Laura." He took the moonlight robe and gave it to Green to hold. When Laura saw Zhao take the dark robe, she couldn't help but feel relieved. She then grabbed the other long box and gently opened it, revealing a magic staff. "Mr. Zhao, this is a wind element magic staff, but because it has been soaked in the blood of a wind spirit beast, it can also strengthen black magic as well. I hope that you will accept this as well." Zhao laughed. "Miss Laura sure is determined. To be honest, this staff is of no use to me, but my maid just so happens to be a wind mage. I have been searching for an appropriate magic staff for her, so Miss Laura's help has just come at the right time." He picked up the magic staff and gave it to Meg. Laura didn't think that Zhao would give this staff straight to Meg, but she didn't say anything about it. After all, technically Zhao still accepted the magic staff. Meg had a happy face as she held on to the wind magic staff. "Thank you, Master," she said to Zhao. Zhao nodded. Then he turned to Laura. "Since Miss Laura gave us these 2 gifts, of course I can also not be stingy. We should head into the dining room for lunch. Please follow me, Miss Laura, Mr. Kun, and young lady." Having said that, he led the way. Laura and Kun politely followed behind Zhao. Soon a few people arrived at the large dining room, where Mren had prepared lunch. When Mren saw Zhao come in, she quickly smiled and said, "Master, the food is ready." Zhao nodded. Then he said, "Miss Laura, Mr. Kun, young lady, please sit down. Here we're not like those big aristocracy where there are too many rules. We all sit together to eat." Although Laura and Kun were a little against this curious practice, they didn't say anything. They both sat down along with Nier. With Meg's help, Mrin brought out the meals for everyone. Today's food was very rich: roasted rabbit with some fire fish, and vegetables that had been produced by the space. Mrin went all out for this lunch. Earlier, the Buddha clan had a discussion which resulted in this meal to give Laura a taste of these vegetables, all in order to further their cooperation for the future. Laura and Kun took note of the dishes on the table. In addition to the roasted rabbit meat, the fire fish, and the magic radishes, there were also some vegetables that they were unfamiliar with. Not only that, but the cooking method seemed to also be a little special. Soon all the meals were served. These were very special dishes. Laura carefully looked over the table, but she found that she didn't know what cuisine this was. Kun was also frowning at the dishes. To tell the truth, he considered himself very knowledgeable, but the food on the table was something he had never seen before. Chapter 119, Cooperation, Part 1. Kun shook his head, and Laura understood that he was saying he had never seen such dishes before, which made her feel even more curious. Zhao saw the look on Laura's face and slightly chuckled. "Come, Miss Laura, Mr. Kun, Lady Nier, try it. These are our specialties." "Then I'll be polite," Laura said. "Honestly, this is the first time I have seen such big firefish." Miss likes to eat firefish, but we didn't expect that we could eat it here. "Mr. Zhao, do you have a lot of experience raising firefish?" Kun asked. Temptation. Everyone knew what Kun was really asking for, but Zhao didn't get angry. In fact, he was waiting for them to give in to their temptation to ask. "Not really. We just came here for the hot springs. I like hot springs, so we stayed and raised the firefish as an afterthought. Unfortunately, the environment here stops us from raising a lot." "Not raising a lot?" Kun and Laura couldn't help but recall the dense amount of firefish they saw in the hot springs ditch. There was a point where modesty could go too far. Kun frowned. "Mr. Zhao, may I take the liberty to ask, did you bring these firefish from somewhere else? Because I remember the last time I came here to Stony Mountain, there were very few small firefish in the hot springs, but now they're bigger and there are so much more." "Even if you are raising firefish, It would be impossible to raise that many in such a short time. Laura knew why Kun was asking this. Zhao had only come to Stony Mountain not too long ago, so there was no way he could raise so many firefish. The only explanation was that he must have brought them from elsewhere. But where? Maybe his answer would tell them where he came from. Zhao shook his head. I'm sorry, Mr. Kun. It's a secret. It was clear that he refused to answer, like he was saying, I will not tell you and you will not find out. At once, Kun said, I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao, I was being rude. Don't worry about it. Zhao waved it off. Then he smiled. Now try our vegetables before they go cold. Laura and her group politely picked up their knives and forks, ready to taste the dishes on the table. Unlike them, Zhao wasn't a native of the Ark continent, so he was using chopsticks since he wasn't used to knives and forks. Ever since Mren started learning how to make Chinese food, Zhao had been using chopsticks. Green and everyone else thought it was strange, but they didn't say anything about it. Before, Green would tell Zhao not to do anything too strange since he was a noble, but now that Zhao had the space, Green would rarely say anything. Anyway, they lived in the Black Waste, so whether or not you acted like a noble, no one would see it. These days, if Zhao acted too much like a noble, that would not be a good thing because it would make it easy to detect his true identity. Right now Zhao was supposed to be a black mage. In the continent, black mages were a very special profession that was recognized as having some quirks. If a black mage acted too normal, no one would believe that he was a black mage. Laura and her group noticed Zhao using chopsticks. It was made from a branch of an oil fruit tree, shaved down with a knife, and polished until its reddish-brown wood became shiny and beautiful. Zhao didn't take his hat off. This dark robe set was interesting because the veil of the hat could be adjusted, so you didn't need to bother to take it off when you wanted to eat. Laura and Kun gave Zhao a puzzled look. They didn't know why he was eating this way. When Zhao saw the look on the two's faces, he laughed. I'm sorry. Because of some special reasons, I do not want others to see my face. Saying that was worse than giving no explanation. If Zhao hadn't said anything, Laura and Kun would just have assumed that eating with a veil was just another quirk of his. But thanks to what he said, Laura couldn't help but ask herself, why does Zhao not want others to see his face? Was he afraid of being recognized? Was he a wanted criminal in the Empire? But Zhao gave no further explanation. After all, today was only the second time he had met Laura, so Zhao didn't say anything as he kept his head down and ate lunch. Seeing as Zhao wasn't speaking, Laura and Kun focused on eating. Soon they didn't feel bored because the things they were eating really were delicious. They had never tasted food like this before. It was completely different than what you could find on the Ark continent. Laura had high requirements when it comes to what she ate, whether it was cooking methods or ingredients. She was very demanding. Part of the Marquee Company's business was selling vegetables and other types of food. Naturally, they must have the ability to assess the quality of vegetables. After all, the Marquee Company's biggest customers weren't the commoners, but the nobility. The most important thing to nobles when it came to food was that they must taste good. When Laura did any business related to food, usually she would personally taste it herself. In the continent, their cooking methods weren't really worth mentioning, but their quality of ingredients was high. Otherwise there would be no distinction between ordinary vegetables and magic vegetables. In addition to increasing magic power, magic vegetables also tasted a lot better than ordinary vegetables. It was precisely because of this that Laura became very interested about the food on the table. Not only were the cooking methods good, but each dish also had high-quality ingredients. In the beginning, Laura didn't even want to try the dish that was made from magic radishes. In her opinion, magic radishes were the lowest level of magic vegetables, so she simply wasn't interested in eating it. But out of politeness, she ate one and found that it was the most delicious magic radish she ever had. The taste was pure and crisp. It was simply the best. Laura couldn't help but feel taken aback. She tried all the other dishes and everything was delicious. The most important one was the firefish. She had eaten firefish before, so this dish shouldn't be more delicious than any of the other ones she had tried in the past. but it was so good that she couldn't stop herself from eating 2 portions. The atmosphere around the table was good, with everyone thoroughly enjoying themselves. Once lunch was over, they all went back into the living room. Meg and Rin provided everyone with a cup of tea. It was then that Zhao turned to Laura and said, "Miss Laura, you know, if you hadn't came to me, I would have gone to see you." Laura was surprised for a moment, not knowing why he would want to meet her, but then she quickly asked, "What can I do for you, Mr. Zhao?" "It's no big deal." Miss Laura might not see it, but my people are struggling. Plus I'm a black mage, so it's hard to earn money for my family. I want to ask if Miss Laura can help me with that. Laura was surprised, not understanding what Zhao meant. Although the times she had been in contact with Zhao was short, she had imagined that he was a somewhat arrogant man. His pride was something that was deep in his bones. Such people weren't likely to open up to her about their lack of money, and would try to solve their problems by themselves. It was then that Laura immediately thought about the hot springs full of firefish outside. "What do you mean?" Laura asked. She was still not sure what Zhao's idea was. "I want your cooperation in some business, Miss Laura. I don't know whether or not you are willing." Laura's eyes were shining. "Are you talking about selling those firefish?" Zhao gave a slight chuckle. "No. The amount of firefish is too little now. I can only sell about 100 a month to you. What I'm talking about is another business, magic radishes." "Magic radishes? Well, if you're planning to sell a lot, then that is no problem. We of the Marquee Company could endure it." Laura was justified in saying this because magic radishes weren't precious things. She believed that if Zhao wasn't selling a lot of them, he wouldn't have wanted to meet her. Zhao stared at Laura and said, "Miss Laura, I would like to know if you can endure how much magic radishes I'm going to sell per month. As for the quality of the magic radishes, you just have to taste it." He placed a magic radish on the table. Chapter 120, Cooperation, Part 2. Laura looked at the white magic radish. She didn't remember how many radishes she had seen before, but this was the first time she had seen such a high-quality magic radish. Kun was also giving this white magic radish a determined look, but what his heart really took note of was Zhao. With just a wave of his hand, Zhao made the magic radish appear. What did this mean? It meant that Zhao had some sort of spatial item. Spatial items weren't something that ordinary people could have. Only a few large forces in the continent had spatial items. For example, in the entire Marquee clan, there was only one of these items, which was a spatial bag that the patriarch kept close to his body. Kun had heard that this bag contained a spatial area of 100 cubic meters, which could be considered a lot of space. Spatial items weren't just special equipment, it was also a sign of your superior status. You wouldn't be able to get a spatial item if you didn't have great strength. That was why Kun's heart couldn't help but feel surprised when Zhao pulled that magic radish out of nowhere. Because of this, Kun had confirmed his belief that Zhao certainly belonged to some kind of large underground force, otherwise he wouldn't have a spatial item. Kun was now more determined about cooperating with Zhao. That was because he was very clear about their situation with the Marquee clan. Although Kevin was the second heir to the clan, he simply didn't raise his own forces, so their position in the clan was small. They needed a powerful ally. Laura picked up the magic radish off the table and carefully looked at it. Then she put it back down. "Mr. Zhao, do you have other magic radishes of this quality?" Zhao smiled. "They're all the same, including the size." "Please rest assured, Miss Laura, I want this to be a long-term cooperation, not just a one-shot business deal." Laura suddenly stood up and bowed to Zhao. "I would like to thank Mr. Zhao for trusting me with this proposal. You have now become an official ally of the Marquee clan." Zhao quickly stood up as well, and reached towards Laura. "No, in this case, an alliance with the Marquee clan is impossible. What I was interested in was an alliance with you, Miss Laura." Laura was surprised by what he said. In fact, although Laura told Zhao that he would have an alliance with the Marquee clan, what she really wanted to do was ask him to form an alliance with her. However, she feared that Zhao would not go for this because her strength was too small. She really didn't think that Zhao would propose an alliance with her himself rather than form an alliance with the Marquee clan. This filled Laura with joy. But this also raised a wave of doubt in her heart. She looked at the magic radish on the table, which could be said was top quality. No matter who Zhao wanted to cooperate with in selling this radish, the other side would give him the best part of the deal. So why did Zhao choose them to work with? Why would Mr. Zhao want to ally yourself with me? You should know that an alliance with the Marquis clan would get you greater benefits, Laura said. I just want to do business with you, Miss Laura. I know you, but I don't know the Marquis clan. I had even heard that their big stores would bully people. Even if your strength is smaller, if I cooperate with you, I wouldn't have to worry. It was as Zhao said. He had a dense amount of firefish outside. Although they might give him a lot of gold coins, they would also become the root of trouble. If Zhao were to cooperate with a large clan, it was likely he would only get bones that were hard to swallow. Figuring this point out, Laura said, well, I will not do anything of that sort to you. From now on, I will be your staunchest ally. Please believe me. Zhao smiled. If I didn't believe you, Miss Laura, then we wouldn't be talking about this today. Now please give me a number on how many magic radishes you can endure per month. Laura made a quick calculation. I can't buy too much right now. We already have a store supplier that we have collaborated with for a long time, so I must make some preparations before we can work together. How about I send someone to pick up 1 jin of magic radishes 3 days later? Only 1 jin? Zhao frowned. That figure was too low. Only the equivalent of 5,000 catty. Laura saw Zhao frowning, but she thought it was because he didn't have that much magic radishes. Is this amount too large, Mr. Zhao? Zhao had a wry smile on his face. You misunderstand, Miss Laura. That number can't be considered large. It's too small an amount. I want to know how many magic radishes all of your stores buys per month. Laura froze for a moment. Then her eyes flashed. If we're talking about all the stores I run in the Persal Duchy, then we buy about 400,000 catty of magic radishes per month. If you can provide magic radishes with the same high quality as this one, then I will pay 60 copper coins per catty. Are you satisfied with this, Mr. Zhao? Zhao nodded. I'm very satisfied with this deal. I can assure you, Miss Laura, that if you need 400,000 catty per month, I can fully supply that amount, and each of the magic radishes will be the same high quality. Just make sure you have the money when you pick them up. Laura looked shocked as she quickly asked, are you kidding, Mr. Zhao? 400,000 catty per month is not a small number. Rest assured, Miss Laura, I told you that this will be a long-term cooperation. I would not lie to you, Zhao said. 400,000 catty per month. Pick them up and pay me according to the price you had mentioned. Laura had a look of excitement. It's a deal. 3 days later, I will send someone to pick up your magic radishes and give you the money. Zhao smiled. Don't be in such a hurry. In fact, there is another type of business I want to do with you. Miss Laura, do you also sell fruit oil? Although Laura was surprised, she nodded her head. This is natural. Fruit oil is the continent's most common commodity. It's always in great demand. Although you can't get much money per catty, the profits are not small. Is Mr. Zhao also selling fruit oil? Zhao shook his head. Not yet. This time I just want to ask Miss Laura a favor. Once you take the magic radishes, can you use some of the money to get me an oil press? I have a large number of oil fruits, but I have not yet been able to press them into oil. Laura and Kun saw a glimmer of understanding in each other's eyes. There were very little areas in the continent that was dedicated to growing oil fruit trees. Most oil fruits were gathered from the wild, and that was because of an absence of good land, which were generally controlled by some small elites. As for the nobility, they would not go into this kind of business because they would earn too little. Zhao now said that he had a lot of oil fruits. Was he a small elite? No, if he was just a small elite, then he wouldn't have any special items. Looking at the two, Zhao asked, will this be difficult, Miss Laura? Laura was startled, but then she recovered. No, there will be no difficulties. Just tell me, what kind of oil press do you require? Wind, water, or animal? Zhao was surprised for a moment. He really didn't think that there were so many kinds of oil press. What's the difference? There's a big difference for oil extraction, Mr. Zhao. If you have a spacious place, then wind-powered is the best. If you are near a river, then water-powered is the best. If you have neither, then you can only use an animal-powered oil press. Zhao nodded. Then he thought about the black waste. It was a very open place, so a wind oil press would work. There was also the moat with flowing water, so a water oil press was okay as well. And an animal oil press was also not a problem. He had so many undead that would never get tired and could work like machines. Any of the three appeared to be good selections, but after thinking about it, Zhao overruled both the wind and water oil press. The black waste wasn't safe. You'd never know when there would be an outbreak of spirit beasts from the carrion swamp. The Iron Mountain Castle still had no defensive capabilities. Even if they built a wind or water-powered press, it would just be destroyed. Figuring this out, Zhao turned to Laura and asked, "You understand these three kinds of oil press better than I do. Is an animal-powered oil press easy to handle?" Laura didn't say anything this time, and instead she looked at Kun. Obviously, he knew more about these kinds of things than her. Out of the three, the best oil press is the one powered by water. Wind is almost as good, but the oil press powered by animals is the worst. That is because you can get large volumes of oil from a wind or water-powered oil press, and only small volumes from an animal-powered one. However, they are more suitable for handling and transport, Kun politely said. Chapter 121, Cooperation, Part 3. Zhao nodded. "Mr. Kun, do you know how much oil I could get per day from an animal oil press?" Generally, this machine would produce about 1 jin of oil per day, but of course, you could only reach that yield if it works around the clock. This amount of oil is not low. "Do you know the price of this kind of oil press?" "Right away," Kun said. "The price is not expensive, only 100 gold coins. Its main function is to press nut oil or fruit oil, so it's very cheap. If it was too expensive, no one would buy it." Zhao understood. Then he turned to Laura and asked, "Miss Laura, when you pick up the magic radishes, please bring me 5 animal oil presses. Is this convenient?" Laura nodded. "Yes, it won't be any trouble. Please rest assured, Mr. Zhao, I will have 5 of these machines ready for you." "Miss Laura is too kind. Just deduct the money from the magic radishes to buy the 5 oil presses," Zhao said. "Now that we are allies cooperating with each other, if I really have what it takes to help Miss Laura, then I will do it." "Thank you, Mr. Zhao. Please rest assured that after 3 days, I will ensure that there will be an on-time delivery." Zhao smiled, then he turned to Green. "I suppose I should give Miss Laura a small gift. Go get some firefish ready for her for when she leaves." Then he faced Laura again. "I see that you like firefish. I don't have a lot, but I will give you several of them. Miss Laura, I hope you will take it." Laura didn't want to put him off, even though a few firefish was worth a lot of money. If she was too polite, then she would appear hypocritical. "Thank you, Mr. Zhao. To be honest, I really do like eating firefish. They are very delicious." "You're welcome, Miss Laura." Zhao smiled, then he said, "Before you go, I do want to ask one more thing. Are you in the market for blue-eyed rabbits?" Although Laura was surprised, she immediately remembered that some time ago, Zhao had bought 300 blue-eyed rabbits. She couldn't help but frown. "I really have not done any business with blue-eyed rabbits, but I do have some contacts with several meat processing plants. I can ask for you, Mr. Zhao." Zhao nodded. "Sorry to trouble you, Miss Laura. I'm trying out a breeding program that would help me raise enough animals so that even ordinary people would be able to afford meat, such as blue-eyed rabbits, long-haired pigs, scaleless fish and the like. But for now, I only have blue-eyed rabbits, so that's what I want Miss Laura to focus on." "That's not a problem. I'll immediately tell my contacts about it." It seems that Mr. Zhao's operation contains a variety of things. The Marquee Company will now have to increase their number of projects. In the Ark continent, there were a lot of meat processing plants. They would make things like cooked meats or canned foods. If it was some kind of special cooked meat, then only the nobles would be able to afford it. As for the canned goods, they were usually eaten by commoners, and a large amount of it was supplied to the army. Laura had done some business with these meat processing plants. Her stores would sell canned foods and cooked meats, so naturally she would know some people from these plants. That would be best. Zhao said. After you're able to sell a number of my goods, I'm sure there will be more and more opportunities for us to cooperate. Laura smiled. That is certain, Mr. Zhao. But I still have a question I want to ask you. Today, you invited us to eat, but can you tell me what were the ingredients in those dishes? Because I have never seen them before. Zhao knew why Laura asked that question. Those are just some new varieties of magic vegetables. They are unique, and can only be found in other parts of the continent. To be honest, in addition to being a mage, I also have a strong interest in studying various plants. Those vegetables were combined with some plants that could be found in the wild, and from my research I was able to create new varieties. However, their yields are too low, so there is no way for me to cooperate with Miss Laura in selling them. Zhao was now misappropriating those vegetables from Earth. They had never been seen in the continent before, so if he were to suddenly sell a large amount of them, it would be very difficult. Only after he established a stable income would Zhao slowly introduce these vegetables to everyone. Laura nodded, but then she said, "Can you at least give me a small amount of those vegetables, Mr. Zhao? I would like to taste them." "That is no problem." 3 days later, when you send someone here to pick up the magic radishes, I will have some of those vegetables ready for you. Just then, Green came in from outside and bowed to Zhao. "Mr. Zhao, the firefish are ready." "There's 20 of them." Zhao just gently nodded his head. Then he turned to Laura. "It's getting late. I will not hold you any longer, Miss Laura. Just remember what you promised in 3 days." Laura and her group stood up. "Yes, it's a deal." "Please rest assured, Mr. Zhao." Having finished their meeting, they walked outside. Zhao escorted Laura and the rest of her people as far as the manor's door. Then Green, while riding Alien, led them down the mountain. Once Laura was gone, they returned to the living room. Zhao soon removed his black mage outfit, and once Green came back, he also took off his helmet and threw it to the side. "Master, this time we were only able to sell a small amount of radishes to Laura. This will leave a great gap in our funding." "Yes, I know, but now we can't rush. Once people know about the quality of our radishes, there will soon be more orders." "There's no need to be anxious. For now, we still have over 1,000 gold coins." "Grandpa Green, take a trip to Casa City. First, I want you to buy some books about animals and plants on the continent. Second, buy some plants that might be useful. And third, pay attention to the slave trade. In the future, if we want to develop our clan, we're going to need a large number of slaves." Green nodded. Then he said, "Master, what about the mines in the Iron Mountain? Don't you think it's time we should raise some blue-eyed rabbits there?" "You can, but I want to wait until after we get the oil press. Once we extract the fruit oil, we'll be able to give the blue-eyed rabbits something else to eat. Plus, I want Mern to search the underground lake to check if there are any spirit beasts. If there are no spirit beasts, we can buy some scaleless fish to raise. Then, after the oil press is installed, I will go to Casa City," Green said. Zhao nodded. "Okay. Today has been very productive. As long as we cooperate with Laura, we'll have a steady stream of income. Currently, our income might not be high, but it's enough for us to use. We don't need to be too assertive yet." Green's eyes were shining as he nodded as well. "With the production of fruit oil and the meat from the spatial ranch, we will be able to increase our revenues. Then we can buy some more slaves for our clan and slowly develop." "Ah, yes, but we can't be anxious about it. If we move too fast, there will just be flaws, which will just bring more trouble. In fact, our biggest problem isn't how fast the clan develops, it's the carrion swamp. That matter has not yet been resolved. I will have to check on Drunk's progress soon." Green didn't speak because he knew that Zhao was right. If the problem with the carrion swamp had not yet been resolved, then an outbreak of spirit beasts would ruin everything. Although Zhao had the space, there was a limit. Right now the ranch could only raise a maximum of 1,000 animals and the farm only had a little over 10 acres of land. This wasn't a problem for growing enough radishes and oil fruits, but it would make it more troublesome to grow other crops. In the future, they would have to focus on developing outside the space. But with the threat from the carrion swamp, that would be difficult. Chapter 122. unfathomable. Laura, Kun, and Near were sitting in the carriage as they went down Stony Mountain. They weren't talking. A moment later, Laura opened the window and saw Sergio, who was riding next to the carriage. "Sergio, have you eaten yet?" Sergio was surprised, not knowing what Laura meant. Although he was her chief guard, Laura had never before cared about whether or not he had eaten. But since she asked, he immediately nodded. "Yes, miss, back there." "What did you eat?" Again, Sergio couldn't help but feel surprised. "Mr. Zhao ordered the undead to send us food. There was pie, rabbits, and some vegetables I had never seen before." "How did it taste?" "It tasted good. There were a lot of meat and vegetables. The magic in the vegetables were very strong. As for the dish with the magic radishes, its magic was several times stronger than the ones we sell in our store." Laura nodded. Then she left the window and looked towards Kun. "Grandpa Kun, what do you think?" "It's unfathomable. Zhao must be someone with a lot of influence. He's probably the spokesman for the big force that's supporting him. But what's strange is that the large forces in the continent usually have their own distribution network. So why did they specifically come to us?" Kun shook his head, but then he answered his own question. "No, although we have some enemies from the heirs in our clan, we can't be considered Zhao's real enemy. After all, our strength is too small. Compared to the entire Marquis clan, we can't be regarded as a threat." That must have been within their calculations. Since Zhao is able to raise so much fire fish, he must have wanted to work with someone that wouldn't take that much effort to destroy, in case they might become an enemy that would covet what he has. Laura nodded. "Ah, yes, from Zhao's words, you could tell that his territory isn't small since it could produce so many things, like oil and firefish. I can't really think of a place in the continent that could raise that much firefish. Even if there was such a territory that could do that, why would Zhao want to cooperate with us?" Kun was frowning. "I really cannot say. He said that he was researching plants, which doesn't seem fake. If he wasn't studying plants, then it would be impossible for him to come up with magic radish seeds of that quality, and vegetables that I had never seen before. Did you notice it when we ate today? Even his servants were eating the firefish. Apparently, in their eyes, firefish aren't rare. The only ordinary thing there was the meat from the blue-eyed rabbits, which he had bought from Casa City." Again, Laura nodded. "When I said that he would become an ally of the Marquis clan, he was unwilling, and that he would only form an alliance with us. That's not the only thing that's strange. Supposedly, if there was a black mage that powerful, he should have been well known among the important figures in the continent, yet I had never heard of him before. Oddly enough, at his side he has a high-level warrior, a maid that is also a mage that is not of a low level, and a very powerful undead light mage. This man has too many secrets, right?" "Indeed. There must be a reason why Zhao has an 8th-level warrior by his side. If I fought against him one-on-one, I'm afraid I can't tell if I would win or lose. Not only that, his maid is at least a 6th-level mage, and at such a young age. She definitely has a lot of magical potential. Even his cook is a high-level mage. With those types of servants, and the power to summon more than 1,000 undead, Zhao's strength certainly is not small," Kun said. "Anyway, it now appears that Zhao doesn't mean to do anything with us other than conduct business. If he really can provide such high-quality magic radishes, then that's very good for us, just as long as we are careful. After all, we don't want him as enemy. We need a powerful ally." Kun nodded. "Yes, we have to be careful. I suspect that Zhao has a shady identity. He isn't just a simple black mage. Even when he eats, he wouldn't lift up his veil. It must be because he is afraid of his face being seen." Laura smiled slightly. "But whatever his true identity is, it doesn't matter, just as long as there is no hostility." "Miss is right. No matter who he is, as long as he isn't hostile to us, we can cooperate with him. But we must still pay attention to this man. Getting so many firefish to Stony Mountain is not an easy task. Yet he was able to do it so that those who were watching him were totally unaware. This in itself showed his strength since he was able to get a spatial item. Not only that, but he also clearly knew our whereabouts. It seems that he could be arranging for someone to watch us, making sure that we don't leak anything. We must be careful. Don't worry, Grandpa Kun. I know what I'm doing. As long as we don't try to fight him, he will maintain his cooperation with us. It'll be fine. You might not see it, but Mr. Zhao is a good man. Kun started smiling. Is that so? Oh, I think that he took a fancy to you, miss. Otherwise why would he want to cooperate with us? Laura blushed. What nonsense are you speaking, Grandpa Kun? Kun couldn't help but laugh, which made Laura's face turn even more red. Laura had a good impression of Zhao. After all, he was kind enough to help her, yet he was also so mysterious. In addition to feeling gratitude, Laura also felt a hint of curiosity. When a woman was curious about a man, it wouldn't be long until her heart falls. Laura had made up her mind to keep up their cooperation with Zhao. The strength he had exhibited was not weak, and was comparable to a large clan. That was why she dared to cooperate with him. At this time, Zhao was preparing a few large empty rooms in the castle to later put in the oil presses. Also, the mines were getting tidied up to get ready for the blue-eyed rabbits, and Mren was looking if there were any water spirit beasts in the underground lake. The reason why Zhao didn't order this to be done before was because he had almost no money, but now he had forged an alliance with Laura and was about to get some funding 3 days later. Although it wasn't as much as he would like, it could still be considered a stable income, and he believed that later this income would just grow more and more. When they had returned to Iron Mountain in the afternoon, they could see that the slaves hadn't been idle. The castle was slowly getting repaired, while the female slaves were planting alfalfa seeds and oil fruit trees throughout the mountain. Of course, they couldn't finish in such a short time because they also had to do some weeding. The moment Zhao came back, he immediately arranged for someone to clean the large rooms outside the main parts of the castle. These rooms were like warehouses used for storage. For a long time, no one had lived in them, but now they were getting them ready to put in the oil presses. Chapter 123, Crystal Hornworms. Zhao found that preparing a place to extract oil wasn't as simple as he thought. It wasn't just installing an oil press, there were also other different steps to take. First, he needed a place to wash the oil fruits. You must get the oil fruits clean, otherwise the peeled fruits would only produce crude oil, affecting its overall quality. Second, keeping the oil press running required manpower, and in this case he would instead use his undead. And third, he needed to prepare a container, like a barrel or a metal drum. After all, they couldn't just allow the oil to drip on the ground. The amount of oil he was planning to make was not a small number, so he would need to prepare a lot of these containers. However, Zhao simply didn't have any carpenters to make the casks for the barrels, nor did he have the money to buy the metal drums because the price was too high. Thus, without enough money, Zhao didn't know what to do. Even if he wanted to hurry their development, it would be impossible. Now Zhao's only recourse was to wait until after they get their oil presses, then he would look around Kosa City to see how much barrels cost, and then buy some. Although he currently had funding problems, that didn't stop him from organizing the large rooms to get ready for the arrival of the oil presses. After ordering the slaves to clean the rooms, Zhao and Mren left the castle to go to the underground lake. Although there were no fish in the lake, probably because of the toxins from the creatures of the carrion swamp, that didn't rule out that there wasn't a powerful water spirit beast. If they started raising scaleless fish in the lake, that would be the same as feeding that spirit beast. So for extra insurance, Zhao decided to bring Mren to the lake to determine that there were absolutely no spirit beasts. Meg and Green were also following along. If they did find a strong water spirit beast in the underground lake, then their help might be needed to deal with it. Although they had previously checked the lake, this time they were going to be more careful. Fortunately, there seemed to be no water spirit beasts in the lake. It appeared that the toxins from the undead spirit beasts were too strong. Now there was no life in the underground lake. However, Zhao still worried, so he sent one of his undead down there to check out the lake himself. Soon he received news from his undead. It had found an inlet that was blocked. This inlet was supposed to be a hole dug by the dwarves so that a source of water could flow in to fill this underground lake, but now something was blocking it. He had to see it for himself, so Zhao opened up a screen, allowing him to see what his undead was seeing. Looking around underwater, he found some kind of coral-like thing. Zhao was surprised by this. He didn't understand why something like coral would be in this lake. He remembered that this stuff would generally be found in the sea, so why was it in this place? Unfortunately, the inlet was too far away to see it clearly, so Zhao directed the undead to get closer to it. Mren was also watching the screen along with Zhao, and when the undead got close enough, they saw how huge the inlet was. It was 10 meters high and 20 meters wide, and it was completely blocked by this false coral-like thing, which looked like it was made from blue crystals. It was very beautiful. When Mren saw it, she understood. It turns out to be crystal hornworms. Only this thing could fool my search and survive in this place. Zhao looked puzzled. Grandma Mren, what are crystal hornworms? Mren smiled. Crystal hornworms are very special aquatic organisms. Individually, they are so small that magical detection simply cannot find them. No one knows how they can survive in water. All they know is that they secrete some kind of magic crystal. These crystals are so hard that it would be difficult for 5th-level warriors to cut it with a sword. As for these insects themselves, they have no attack power, yet they can survive in any water environment up to a certain depth. Also, they're not afraid of poison. There are some alchemists that would try to collect these insects to make antidotes. When he heard what Mren said, Zhao thought that not only did these crystal hornworms evolve to survive in any water environment, they were also unafraid of poison. No wonder they were still alive in this underground lake. Looking at this coral blocking any water from escaping, Zhao couldn't help but nod his head. This is good. It'll save us a lot of trouble when he put in some fish. Mren smiled. Not only that, but these crystals secreted by the crystal hornworms also have other uses. Aristocratic families generally like this stuff because of how beautiful they are, and when you place them in a room, they can usually prevent magical poison attacks. Even if someone wanted to poison you, this crystal has a feature that could warn you if there are any toxins within a 5-meter range. A lot of noble clans will pay a high price for these crystals. We have so many in this lake that if Master wants to sell them, we can make a lot of money. Well, let them stay in the lake for now. It's not like they can run away, Zhao said. Mren gave no opinion about the matter. That was because she knew there was an advantage of keeping the crystal hornworms in the lake. If they were to add in some fish, the fish would rarely get sick and would have a high survival rate. But there was no need to tell Zhao this because he had the space, which would already give the fish a 100% survival rate. Since Zhao decided to not dig out these crystals, this was also good. After all, they were planning to raise fish at a large scale, which would have been impossible in Zhao's space. Only this lake would be able to fit all of them. Once they were done, Zhao felt relieved because now he knew they could start raising scaleless fish without any trouble. Back at the castle, Zhao and Green looked over several of the large warehouses where they were going to install the oil presses. Seeing as they were all clean and ready, it was time to return to Stony Mountain. For the next 3 days, Zhao had been waiting in the manor for Laura to send someone to pick up the magic radishes. In this time, he was able to grow and harvest 9 batches of radishes and 2 batches of oil fruits. In addition, Zhao now had 1,000 mature rabbits and 7,000 rabbit cubs. As for the scaled wildebeests, he stored them away because he was now focusing on only raising the blue-eyed rabbits. That was because the meat from these wildebeests were rough and tasteless. They were only good as pack animals. Also in this 3-day period, Zhao had made some good progress with the land transformation in the Valley of Iron Mountain. Someday, he might send some slaves there to build a small village so that they could be relatively independent. Chapter 124, Oil Press. In addition to the space, the valley in Iron Mountain could also be used as a rear base. The land there was very stable, and was surrounded by cliffs that could block the wind. Plus, finding water wasn't very difficult. It was very convenient, and was suitable for human habitation. Zhao believed that in the future he would have more and more people. As long as he had the strength, he could build a small duchy in the Black Waste. Naturally, the people who came here would want to establish and live in their own villages. Of course, Right now Zhao didn't have the strength to do that. The village he was planning to build in the valley was going to be a prototype to see what issues needed improving. This would help him build bigger villages later. But the land improvement in the valley had not been completed yet. It was not the time to establish a village. For now, it was just an idea. 3 days quickly passed. They were just waiting for Laura to send the oil presses. Then Green could go to Casa City. At noon on the third day, people from the Marquis clan arrived at the foot of Stony Mountain. This time Laura didn't come with them. Green came forward with 5 carriages full of magic radishes in exchange for the oil presses that Laura's people had brought. In addition to the 5 oil presses, Green was also given 200 gold coins and a book. This book was an encyclopedia of animals and plants on the continent that was written by a refining pharmacist. It was Laura's gift to Zhao. Last time they met, Zhao said that he was researching plants and he was preparing to open a ranch. Laura didn't want to lose this opportunity, so she bought him a book to solidify her alliance with Zhao. These kinds of books were rare on a continent. Whenever a refining pharmacist wrote a book, it would often take him 20 years. He would collect a lot of plants and animals on the continent, then he would visit a lot of other refining pharmacists and alchemists and learn from them, and then he would research it all. And finally, he would write the book. Because this book wasn't about magic, not many of it were published. Generally, only refining pharmacists or alchemists would read it, as well as the magic radishes. Zhao was also giving Laura 110 firefish. This was Zhao's gift to her. The oil presses were exchanged for the magic radishes. It was a good thing that the 5 carriages were able to hold the 5 oil presses, allowing Green to pull them up the mountain. Once he was up there, Green didn't unload the carriages, and instead Zhao brought them into the space. Beyond Zhao's expectations, there was also a manual telling you how to arrange the oil presses. He felt very puzzled by this because he understood the situation of the Ark continent. That is to say, their science was mostly focused on things like mixing drugs in alchemy. They weren't exactly a civilization that had a lot of machine technology, yet the design of the oil press was very precise. The oil presses went directly to the Iron Mountain Castle where they were packed into the warehouses. They were very well designed. The oil presses were 3 meters high, with a drum container at the top where you would feed in the oil fruits, a disc in the middle with long poles sticking out that could be pulled by spirit beasts, and a pipe at the bottom which would be the outlet for the oil. It all looked simple, but with a machine that had the size of 20 square meters overall, it wasn't exactly small. Good thing it could be dismantled into several parts, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to fit inside the carriages. Zhao saw how high the feed container was off the ground. If you wanted to feed it with oil fruits, there were only 2 ways. The first way was to form boards into a slope shape to give the feed container a better opening to catch whatever you put in. The other way was to use a conveyor belt. The conveyor belt method was the easier way. You just load the belt with oil fruits and they would automatically go through the opening of the container. The oil press didn't have a conveyor belt design, so Zhao feared that there was no such thing on the continent. The board method was what was widely used on the continent. People would just dig a pit in the ground and then they would put the oil press in that pit, so then the feed container would be closer to the ground. Any oil that was extracted would be brought up in barrels. Zhao didn't want to use this method because it wasn't an easy task to dig around here. The ground in the castle was all made up of stone. Zhao still wanted to use the conveyor belt method because it wouldn't be difficult to do. It just needed some renovations. Fortunately, the whole press was made of metal, so to change it they just needed some metal parts. But the next question was, where would Zhao get a blacksmith? If he really wanted a conveyor belt, he would need a blacksmith to do the job, and his skills couldn't be too weak. Zhao wanted to ask Green if he knew. In the continent, there were a lot of machines built by blacksmiths, and some of them were powered by magic crystals. But since the oil press was just a simple machine that squeezed out fruit oil, it wasn't worthy of using magic crystals as a power source because it wasn't worth the money. So simple machines like the oil press were generally designed to be powered by water, wind, or animals. Since there was no way to build the conveyor belt, they could only use the board method. They didn't lack any boards, but Green still needed to go buy some barrels. Green was aware of their situation, so he immediately set off to Casa City, while Zhao got some boards from the castle. They were also getting ready to wash the oil fruits. Fortunately, water was conveniently nearby. Just outside the castle, Zhao told Dan to build a stone basin where water would keep flowing in, allowing them to wash the little hairs off the oil fruits. These little hairs, which could also become food for the fish, would flow out into the moat. Once the oil fruits were washed, they would be transported back inside the castle, ready to be pressed. Zhao calculated that to work the press, including cleaning the oil fruits, he would need a minimum of 4 people. Since there were 5 oil presses, 20 people were needed. Zhao had no lack of manpower, but he didn't want any of the slaves to do the work. That was because he wanted the oil presses to keep running 24 hours a day, which would require at least 3 shifts. If he were to use the slaves, that would mean he would have to use 60 people in order to maintain normal operations. But since Zhao only had 100 slaves, a reduction of 60 of them just to run the oil press was clearly impossible. So he decided to use his undead to run the oil press. 20 people were needed to feed the oil fruits to the oil press, but he also needed some animal power to pull the poles to extract the oil. Zhao was thinking of using the scaled wildebeests. Zhao wanted to use the scaled wildebeests because his undead were not suitable for the pulling part of this job. Their driving force wasn't the same since some of his undead, like Alien, were a different size and shape to some of his other undead, like the rat-like undead. There was no way for them to do the pulling on the oil press in a stable way. As for his scaled wildebeests, although they weren't much, they were good enough for the job. Zhao's intention was to turn them into undead, and thus the problem was solved. Now everything was almost ready. They just had to wait for Green to come back to buy the rest of the things they needed. Starting a pressing factory wasn't a trivial matter. As long as they could make some oil, they would have another source of income, which for the Buddha clan was really important. Chapter 125, Opportunity. With a worried look, Laura was standing outside Casa City's most famous commodity store. Not only was this large store run by Laura, it was also the Marquis clan's branch headquarters in the Persal Duchy. Today, the reason why she was standing outside, and not sitting inside like she did usually, was because she was waiting for the convoy to return from Stony Mountain. Although this time she hadn't purchased much, only 1 gin of magic radishes, this purchase called for all of her attention. In addition to the fact that this was the first time she was collaborating with Zhao, it was very important that she checked the quality of the radishes. Although radishes could be regarded as a low-end consumer good, if many of the radishes were of high quality, it could have a very large impact on her business. It was like if 2 food stores were selling radishes, the first one would sell big radishes at a price that wasn't expensive, while the second one would sell radishes that were not as good at the same price. Certainly, you wouldn't go to a store just to buy radishes, you would also buy other vegetables as well. So naturally, the customers would only do business with the first store because they were selling the highest quality radish at a decent price. Although Zhao had assured Laura that all the radishes he produced were of the same high quality, she still didn't believe him. If you do business, you should always keep the mentality that you would be cheated a few times. Kun was also standing outside the store. Normally, Laura and Kun wouldn't care about such a low amount of goods, but this time was different. This cooperation could rise or fall from this first purchase. Just then, a small team of people could be seen from far away. They had a banner with the Bana symbol on it, letting everyone know that they belonged to the Marquis Company. When Laura saw this convoy return, she immediately went to the store's backyard. After all, when a team comes back with goods, they would directly go to the back where the warehouse was and place the goods there. Kun followed behind Laura. They really wanted to know if the radishes Zhao sent were as good as the one he showed them on Stony Mountain. The team quickly went into the backyard, which was large and had a lot of room. There were isolated places where they could put their horses and carts, while the rest of the area was taken up by a warehouse, a place to live, and an office. It was Sean who led this team. Originally he was a porter captain, but he had gotten a promotion. He was now a team captain that was responsible for their transactions with Zhao. 3 days ago, Laura had told him to buy 5 oil presses for Zhao, which was something that didn't cost much. In Kosa City, there were too many places that sold it. After Laura told him to make this purchase, she then started cleaning up her stores. That was to say, Laura was cleaning out everyone who was unloyal to her. This was something she had been meaning to do ever since she had been attacked during her trip to Montenegro Fortress. But no one was prepared for how fast she was doing it, so they weren't ready to fight back. She was doing this right now because of her alliance with Zhao. If Zhao found out that her control of her stores was unstable, it may affect his cooperation with her. So Laura used these 3 days to clear out members of the Marquis clan who weren't loyal to her, and put her most trusted men in important positions. Sean has always been loyal to Laura, plus he has had some contact with Zhao's people. That was why Laura promoted him to team captain. Although a team captain was similar to a porter captain, he now got better treatment. Sean knew that Laura took her cooperation with Zhao very seriously, but he didn't think she would take it seriously to such a degree, and even personally wait for them to arrive. Sean immediately walked up to Laura and said, "Miss, here are the magic radishes you ordered." Laura just gently nodded her head, then she quickly went to the carriages. The carriages were just wooden trunks that were more than a meter high, allowing it to hold many things. It was covered by a coarse rope in the form of a cage. Sean loosened the rope, allowing Laura to look into the trunk. The insides of the trunk had a layer or weeds, on top of which were the white magic radishes. Reaching inside, Laura took out a radish. This radish was no different than the one she saw in the manor. It was the same size, and had the same smooth skin that was both tender and moist. She could see that it was a top-quality radish. Laura then picked up another radish. It looked exactly the same. Even their weight was equal. She turned to Sean and asked, "Are of these magic radishes the same quality?" Sean quickly nodded. "Yes, all the magic radishes are of the same quality and they even weigh the same. After so many years, these are the best magic radishes I have ever seen." Laura and Kun saw the shocked look on each other's faces. They knew that magic radishes weren't a precious commodity. It was precisely because of this that the requirements for the quality of magic radishes weren't particularly strict. Some magic radish growers wouldn't take out any of the bad magic radishes when they sold them to Laura. The result of this was that, unlike the big magic radishes, the bad ones would be sold at low prices. A lot of well-paid commoners would buy these low-quality magic radishes to eat. All of the magic radishes that Zhao gave them were actually quite good. There was only one explanation for this: Zhao would take out all the bad magic radishes before he sold them. But why would he do that? Doing so would make him lose a lot of profits. Or did he grow all of these magic radishes at the same high quality? But that can't be. Even for someone who studied plants, it would be impossible for them to guarantee that everything they grew would come out the same. Laura really wanted to make Zhao tell her how he did this, but she would never know about Zhao's space, which would produce things based on data, like carving something out of a mold. The space didn't behave like an ordinary piece of land. Laura placed the white magic radishes she was holding back into the carriage. Then she turned to Sean. "For now, put these magic radishes into storage. They will go on the shelves tomorrow." Sean saluted. Then he immediately directed people to start unloading, while Kun and Laura went into the office in the backyard. "What do you think, Grandpa Kun?" Laura asked. "It seems that Zhao is cooperating with us because he has faith in us," Kun said after he sat down. "The force behind him must have a good quality piece of land. This land is not small, otherwise it wouldn't be able to produce so much high-quality magic radishes." Laura frowned. "But even with good land that could make high-quality magic radishes, if you take out all the bad ones, wouldn't your losses be too big?" Kun gave a slight chuckle. "That's why I said Zhao must have a lot of faith in us. It seems that he wants to create a brand. He's taking out all the bad magic radishes and only sending us the good ones to sell. Slowly, people will begin to recognize this brand of magic radish, and then the business will grow." Because of Kun's words, Laura couldn't help but feel surprised for a moment. Then her eyes brightened. "So if we can work together for a long time as he would give us large quantities of high-quality magic radishes, then we would start to build a reputation on this continent." "That is so. For us, This is definitely an opportunity. If Zhao really could provide us with large quantities of magic radishes, then it wouldn't take long before the entire commodity market in the Persal Duchy is ours. Laura excitedly stood up. Although they were doing good business here, there were also other companies that had branches in the Persal Duchy. The competition between them was very intense. Up till now, they would only tie with the other large companies. If she wanted to suppress them, it would be impossible. But now there was an opportunity in front of Laura. As long as she seized it, she would have. Chapter 126. Magical. Julie was a commoner that lived in Kosa City. She was born from a poor family. She had never attended school, and she would later marry a carpenter. Her husband was a good carpenter and she had given birth to 2 children. Life was very good. From time to time, they were even able to afford magic vegetables. Julie's home wasn't far from the marquee merchandise store. Generally, she would go there to buy things because it had a good reputation and their prices weren't high. Today, Julie went to the marquee store to buy some daily necessities because her husband had just made a business deal, earning them 5 gold. She thought about buying a magic radish that she could prepare at home for them to eat. The reason she was going to buy a magic radish was because of her 2 children. They were now going to school at the East District's Casa Magic Academy, and their results were very good. Listening to the school's teacher, she knew that if her children were to eat more magic vegetables, they would be more likely to become mages. Parents wanted their children to amount to something, so Julie and her husband would simply eat less just so that their children could eat a magic vegetable every week. For the average commoner, this was already a very good amount. Julie felt surprised the moment she entered the marquee store because of the magic radishes she saw in the vegetable area. Magic radishes were certainly something she recognized because it was oftentimes the only magic vegetable she could afford. The reason Julie was in a daze was because these magic radishes didn't look the same as the ones she had bought before, which were short and had a bizarre shape. These magic radishes were long and plump, round and straight. Looking at it, you couldn't help but want to take a bite. The moment Julie walked over, one of the employees immediately went up to her and smiled. "Hello, this is our store's newest magic radish. It is very high quality, better than any others on the continent." When Julie saw the magic radishes, although she was somewhat reluctant, she still wanted to buy a little. But these magic radishes looked like they weighed a minimum of 2 pounds. Which would make them cost 23 silver coins. To be honest, she could barely bear to spend that much money. However, because of what the employee said, Julie picked up one magic radish. "I guess I can buy one to taste it." The employee immediately smiled. After telling her that the radish actually weighed a little more than 3 pounds, Julie paid the money and then brought the magic radish back home. At lunchtime, Julie used half the magic radish to make a soup. Her eldest son, a 12-year-old, was officially starting to learn magic. The sooner he could master meditation and feel the power of magic, the greater his achievements in the future would be. It was precisely because of this that Julie and her husband insisted that their children eat a magic vegetable at least once a week. It was a simple meal of bread and magic radish soup, which showed that they were living a good life. You should know that many commoners in Kosa City would only eat 2 meals a day, and those meals would generally only consist of staple foods, like bamboo rice. Julie's husband, Roll, saw the magic radish soup on the table. "You bought magic radishes today?" "I got some at the marquee store. They say it's the best magic radish in the continent." Roll didn't say anything else as he sat down and ate. Their eldest and youngest son, Rory and Ross, also came in and took a sip of the soup. Just drinking the soup made Rory feel surprised. "Mom, today's soup tastes great." Ross nodded, agreeing. Julie smiled at her 2 sons, her heart full of joy. Then Roll drank the soup, and he was also shocked. He turned to Julie and said, "Today's soup really does taste great." Julie froze for a moment, then she reached down and also drank a mouthful of soup. Yes, indeed. It tasted better than any she had before. Not only did the soup taste good, she also felt some heat running through her body after drinking it. She was very puzzled as everyone finished the meal. Afterwards, Julie cleared the table while her son Rory went to his room to meditate. Rory was a sensible boy. He knew that his parents didn't have it easy, so he wanted to learn magic as soon as possible. One day, he would become a mage and give his parents a better life. Today, just as he began to meditate, Rory felt very different. He found himself feeling traces of energy all around him. It was like being in a strange new world where he was surrounded by small colored dots of light. Trying to feel this light, he didn't expect that they would suddenly start pouring into his body. Rory awakened. He wasn't that old, but he had been learning magic theory at his school for a few years. More recently, his teacher had started teaching him meditation, and what it would feel like when he successfully meditated. Rory excitedly jumped up and ran out of the house, shouting, "Mom, I can meditate, I can meditate!" This alerted Roll and Julie. They both ran out of the house and gave a look of surprise at Rory. "Son, what did you say? Did you really learn meditation?" Julie asked. Rory excitedly nodded his head up and down. "Yes, I finally meditation. I can feel the magical elements, just like teacher said." Julie and Roll began to feel excited, but they also felt that something was strange. They didn't understand how Rory could suddenly learn how to meditate so fast. He had just started learning meditation 10 days ago. His teacher had told them that although their son was a talented child, because he hadn't eaten a lot of magic vegetables, it would take at least 1 month before he could feel the magic elements. It was because of this that Julie and Roll felt strange. Suddenly, Julie thought of the magic radish that she had bought. With this thought, she immediately ran into the kitchen and cut a piece of magic radish. Then she ran back out and handed it to Rory. "Son, eat this piece of magic radish and see what it feels like." Roll saw what Julie did. Then he understood. He stood there motionlessly as he stared at his son. As for Rory, he didn't quite understand, but he was obedient as he ate that piece of magic radish. After eating it, Rory felt some heat running through his body. His mind had never been this awake before as he immediately ran to his room and sat down, cross-legged. Julie and Roll also went to Rory's room, where they saw how fast he was entering meditation. Because of that, they then simultaneously ran straight towards the marquee store. Similar situations were occurring throughout Casa City, whether they were commoners or the small elite. Their children had good magic talent, but because they weren't as rich as those great nobles that could eat magic vegetables like snacks, it would take their children a while to feel the magic elements. Zhao's magic radish had several times more magic elements than the other more common magic radishes, maybe even 10 times more. It was almost like a pill that would stimulate their children's magic talent, allowing them to feel the magic elements at a greatly accelerated speed. Even if the parents didn't understand magic, they could see that it had something to do with that magic radish, so they all immediately rushed to the marquee store to buy more magic radishes. In the morning, Laura was able to sell 2,000 kati of Zhao's magic radishes, but immediately after lunch, they were sold out. Seeing all of those people in her store, Laura felt surprised. She had thought that it would take 3 to 5 days to sell 1 jin of magic radishes, so she didn't expect that they would be sold out in less than a day. Those magic radishes were now their biggest sellers. Laura quickly asked what was happening, and she found out that a lot of children in Kosa City had finally successfully meditated after eating those magic radishes. She felt her head go thud. Naturally, she believed that it wasn't possible to master meditation just because of eating a magic radish, but it must have played a huge part. Otherwise, how could all of those children suddenly learn how to meditate? But whether it was true or not, as long as the word got out, this would only increase the marquee store's reputation. Even those who were just curious would certainly come to the store to buy something. Chapter 127. Laura wasn't sure if bringing in all these radishes was a good thing, but all of Zhao Hai's radishes were sold out. As soon as people heard of these radishes, they rushed to the store and news of their effect became widespread. With the demand rising and all the customers crowding the counter, Laura became worried about accidents happening. Laura ordered the sales clerk to announce that the special magic radishes are currently sold out and they will have to wait for the restock of their inventory. After giving the order, Laura immediately went towards Kun's study to report this matter. After listening, Kun turned towards Laura. Young miss, I think we should meet with Mr. Zhao Hai right away. We should ask how much of these magic radishes he can provide each month and if he could support this kind of demand. We need to increase our scale of cooperation with him right away. What do you think? Laura nodded. Good. We will go to Stony Mountain early tomorrow to see Mr. Zhao Hai. Grandfather Kun, could these magic radishes really have such an effect? How could so many children suddenly be able to sense the magic element after eating some magic radish? Kun forced a smile at Laura. My little Laura, not everyone can eat magic vegetables from childhood to adulthood like you. The common people cannot eat several magic vegetables all year round. The possibility of magic talent could be very high among them, but because they cannot eat magic vegetables to help sense magic in the first place, further study of magic and cultivation of battle chi becomes greatly stunted compared with children of noble birth. These magic radishes from Mr. Zhao Hai, the magic concentration is very high. People who have regularly eaten magic vegetables may not feel as great of an effect, but those who have not had much magic vegetables in the past will feel these effects intensely. It's like a person who does not take supplements suddenly feeling the boost from a high-quality pill, although the ones who take supplements regularly would just feel like he's taking ordinary medicine. Laura nodded. This was indeed the case. When she ate Zhao Hai's magic radish, Laura just felt that the magic radish was delicious. Although she noticed the magic element within was stronger than ordinary magic radish, she only compared it with other high-grade magic vegetables. The magic element in this type of magic radish didn't seem that special to her. However, she had forgotten, not everyone in this world is able to grow up eating magic vegetables like her. After all, some commoners would not eat a single magic vegetable their entire lives. Kun looked at Laura then said, we must join hands with Mr. Zhao Hai and his organization as soon as possible. There is also a chance that Mr. Zhao Hai will have some great potential in the future. Laura gave Kun a puzzled look. Grandfather Kun, what do you mean by that? Kun looked at Laura and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Laura was too young, although intelligent. She didn't think through matters long term. He explained, although I have only met Zhao Hai once, I noticed some things. The extent of Zhao Hai's territory is yet unknown, but the fertility of the land is very high and can produce high-quality magic vegetables. It is possible Zhao Hai offended someone, therefore he is unable to reveal his identity. He is avoiding dealing directly with large businesses, therefore he came to us. Because of his connection with you, he has more trust in us as compared with a larger business. Laura smiled and nodded. Yes, I also think if Zhao Hai had not offended this someone he would not have a reason to work with us. Kun nodded. Zhao Hai can be said as to be a very intelligent person. He knew that working with us and guaranteeing the quality of the cargo would double as advertisement. Therefore he gave us the best magic radishes. But little Laura, you must also pay attention to this point. He supplied us with all these high-quality magic radishes but has not worked with anyone else. If he has not worked with others so far, that means these vegetables were not sold and only eaten. Laura smiled and remained still as she seemed to understand a little. Kun looked at Laura's reaction and showed a faint smile. If a person eats these magic vegetables himself, then his body will be different compared with the average person. Although Zhao Hai's subordinates were not many, if he has enough extra magic radishes, his subordinates can eat these magic vegetables. Currently on this continent, do you think there are private soldiers who can eat magic vegetables like this? No, there aren't any. Even among the big aristocrats, only the sharpest of their private soldiers can eat magic vegetables. If Zhao Hai's soldiers have such treatment, what does his future hold? Although Kun's analysis wasn't entirely accurate, as it was impossible to know of the existence of space, he was actually spot on with what Zhao Hai was planning on doing. Zhao Hai wants to let all his subordinates eat the vegetables and meat that his space will produce and improve their physique. Laura had a shining look in her eyes. Grandfather Kun, you mean, Mr. Zhao Hai will become more and more formidable? If it really is as such, this may become an advantage for us. Kun said with a smile, we are merchants. Merchants are not aristocrats and cannot butt into their affairs, but it doesn't mean we merchants can't invest in these aristocrats. When presented with an aristocrat worth investing, We must invest in him. The day when he rises, we also will rise with him. This is the highest boundary of a merchant. Laura nodded. Grandfather Kun thinks that Mr. Zhao Hai is such a person who is worth investing in. Should we give Mr. Zhao Hai benefits and preferential treatment? Perhaps give him subsidization? Kun shook the head. Do not do such things. Although we have sole contact with Mr. Zhao Hai, he is a self-respecting and very strong person. In other words, he is likely very arrogant. He will not like us providing subsidization as if we are giving him handouts. If we do such a thing, it would only make him feel repulsive towards us. Right now, we must work with him like a normal partner. This would be the most helpful. But if he were to request assistance, let us then assist in his matters. We must manage ourselves attractively. For instance, looking for meat processing factories. I think this matter should be put on our agenda. Laura nodded. Tomorrow, at Stony Mountain, we'll ask Mr. Zhao Hai about his blue eye rabbit output. Then we will make contact with a meat processing factory. Kun nodded. Yes, we should first understand Mr. Zhao Hai blue eye rabbit output, then match this up with the proper processing factory. This will also be an advantage to Mr. Zhao Hai. Laura nodded and turned to look at the sky through the window as she muttered, I hopes this is an opportunity. I do not care about the Marquis family and that imperial throne. In the future I will not turn into a gift to be packed and traded by fellows in my family. Laura turned 18 years old this year. Although it is not as strongly practiced within the Marquis family, on the continent all respected families use marriage to consolidate influence and power. This has been in practice for several thousand years, and is still in use. Marriage, a technique rottenly used and exploited. Even some respected families use it. Under the guise of benefits, one is married off, a treatment equal to garbage. Even with this, one has to recognize, when two families are in cooperation, marriage truly can play a role making two relations harmonious. Laura is Marquis family's chip. Although her business talent is very high, her position within the family is too weak. Now Laura, being 18 years old, believes the Marquis family will soon marry her off. This is a repulsive matter to her. Laura wants her family to recognize her as a person and not a chip to be used in marriage, but she understands that only by becoming stronger can she achieve this. With formidable power, the people from the family would not dare to marry her off. Only then can she control her own fate. Kun understood Laura's thoughts. Laura wanted to make great achievements in business but did not have the means or support. There were no good suppliers from the Marquis family, no good partners, no strong ally. These factors stiffened her progress. Even though Laura is intelligent, it was impossible for her to expand alone. But the appearance of Zhao Hai was an opportunity to change things, an opportunity that could become Laura's strength. So long as they seize this opportunity, the Marquis family would have difficulty controlling them in the future. Although it was said that Laura's father Klein was a lacking, he actually loves Laura. To Klein, Laura turning 18 did not make her into a marriage chip. He did not agree with the family because he believes Laura's happiness is something to be chosen by her. Running a small place within the Persal Duchy, Klein could not receive any kind of help or support from the Marquis family. Naturally, he did not have the authority to determine Laura's destiny. They need strength, a formidable strength. Otherwise, sooner or later the family will come for Laura. To clan heads from respected families, compared to the benefit of the family, an individual's happiness is as good as a fart. Chapter 128. Zhao didn't know about the caravan sent by Laura on the second day, so he had Green rushed to Kosa City with 1,000 gold. Unlike last time, Green wasn't suspicious. He was riding a scaled wildebeest. Anyone who stared at the road leading to Stony Mountain will be surprised. Because of Green's mount, most people would ride at least a second level or above magic beast, for example a flame horse or a wind-chasing horse and so on. The scaled wildebeest is the continent's most commonly used domestic animal among common people and even low aristocrats, but not adequate for riding since it's just slow. However, the army use it for all practical purposes, even though it can't be used in war, but it's very effective in transporting grain and fodder and can also be used to drag carts. Moreover, when necessary, it can be slaughtered to provide meat. Despite the taste men can eat to their fullest, and can manage to get that many since scaled wildebeest are cheap. However, for magicians it's not that rare since most are strict about status and will have their subordinates ride low-level beasts. But Zhao had a reason behind it. He wanted to promote his scaled wildebeest, because it underwent the improvement of the space and became quicker, more violent and had increased endurance, which made it a good war horse. The point of such actions was because of the enormous demand regarding the scaled wildebeest. Even though the price wasn't high, he still doesn't have to worry about customers, and therefore his pasture will bear benefits. Even still, the scaled wildebeests have its advantages and disadvantages. It will generate profit only if the order is big, so he can only rely on merchants and the army. It took Green a little less than 2 days to arrive at Casa City because of his mount. The road was peaceful, especially after the last battle where Zhao has displayed his battle efficiency. No one dared to cause him any strife. After the scaled wildebeest have underwent the change in the space, there is no way to compare it with ordinary ones. That's what Zhao want to prove to Laura. She the only person he can cooperate with, and if he wants to succeed in his pasture plans he has to depend on Laura and the Marquis family's influence. Personal relations play a very important role in business. Through force of circumstances Zhao found himself banished, and the Buddha family became the entire Xia Empire's public enemy. If somehow their identities were revealed they'll die an ugly death. Even though he is now known as a black mage, which will make him save a lot of troubles, people are afraid to approach him. Most merchants will avoid cooperation with a black mage. It took Green a little less 2 days to arrive at Casa City because of his mount. The road was peaceful, especially after the last battle where Zhao have displayed his battle efficiency. No one dared to cause him any strife. Before Green could enter Casa City, he suddenly stopped. In front of him was a carriage he recognized. It was the carriage of Laura. He did nothing but stare. After few breaths of time he approached Sergio and said, "Hello, I'm the follower of Mr. Zhao. Please give Miss Laura my regards." To Sergio's surprise, Green was wrapped in armor and helmet hiding his face. He looked like an aristocrat warrior. He did not dare be rude to him. Instead he gave him a faint smile and replied, "Hello, please allow me to report to the young lady." He turned around and knocked the glass saying, "Young lady, the following warrior of Mr. Zhao Hai is in front giving you his regards." Laura was shocked at first, but she opened her door and walked toward Green with a smile on her face. She said, "What matter brought this gentleman to Casa City?" Green responded with a respectful tone, "We prepare to set up the oil pressing plant, but we do not have enough barrels to fill. We also lack some tools, therefore Lord Zha sent me to take care of this matters." Laura, keeping her smile, said, "This no major matter. You don't have to waste your time on it. I will have people arrange it for you. You see, I was heading to Blue Mountain Village to see Mr. Zhao. May I ask you to come along with me?" Green stared in surprise. Why must Miss Laura visit Lord Zhao? He thought, then he nodded and said, "I fear my horse can't keep up with your horses." "This is no issue." She turned to Sergio and she said, "Lead the gentleman's horse back to shop and provide him with a wind-chasing horse immediately." Green nodded respectfully and jumped on his new mount, when suddenly Laura said, "Let's leave then." This time she wasn't heading to the mountain in her carriage. This time she was followed by a whole caravan. She wanted to come back with the radish as fast as possible. That's why the beast dragging her carriage wasn't a scaled wildebeest but rather a second-level magic beast that looks like an insect. It looks like an enlarged version of a centipede. This beast has an earth element, which means it has much more power than other beasts, and is also quick. Even though this insect-like beast looks fierce, it doesn't seem aggressive. In fact, it emanates an air of docility. Most factions used it to drag carts only if it's urgent. However, only rich factions can afford it since its appetite is very big and requires a big amount of money to maintain. Laura was pressed by the high demand on the radish, and even some aristocrats made inquiries about the mysterious radish, therefore instead chose the insect-like beast to drag the carts instead of the scaled wildebeest, which takes 4 days to arrive at Stony Mountain. And not only that, The insect-like beasts are far more powerful than scaled wildebeest and can drag 10,000 jin of radish instead of 5,000 jin. Green noticed the full insect-like dragged caravan and quickly came to the conclusion that she wants more radishes. Furthermore, the horse he was riding wasn't cheap either, so if Laura doesn't take it back they will be able to reproduce and enhance it. Moreover, Green was happy not because of the demands on the radishes, but because of his mount right now. Zhao's pasture can reproduce animals even if the parent is a male. It's almost like cloning, so to Green's expectations they will be able to grow more wind-chasing horses in the pasture. Chapter 129. Green has never made contact with video games, so he doesn't know about the digital world. Zhao's space being based on a game is totally weird for him, but for Zhao the system wasn't very strange aside the farming. The animals raised inside don't have the difference of sexes. More strange thing for Green, inside the space a male animal can give birth to new one. In other words, the pasture reproducing system is cloning. Naturally these are Zhao's thoughts, since Green never heard of something called clones. Much to Green's surprise, they arrived at the foot of the hill in on only half a day of traveling, which made him sigh in disparity. Even though the scaled wildebeest was improved, it still cannot compare to a wind-chasing horses, aka snowflake marvelous horse, because it's bred by the snowflake group, born superiority. Although Laura was bringing a big caravan, the population wasn't that big. Aside from the cart drivers it did not have any others. And moreover Kun was nowhere to be seen. She knew that Zhao had such a big pile of undead that can help in loading the goods. Once inside the courtyard her carriage came to a stop, when suddenly Zhao followed by Meg and Mren came to greet her. Laura's response wasn't slow either. She jumped from the carriage and bowed and said, "Coming to receive me from carriage is just too polite of Mr. Zhao." Zhao showed a faint smile and replied, "Miss Laura, you are now my gold host. How can I neglect you?" directing her to sit in the backyard living room. "So Miss Laura is here for the matter regarding the magical radish," he said. "It seems you already guessed the reason behind my visit today." "That's because I'm very confident in my magical radish," he added, "but I never thought my products will be very popular." She didn't conceal the situation in Casa City. Zhao was shocked by the effect of the magical radish and said, "Does magical radish have this use? I never thought about it before. Perhaps it is Miss Laura's arrangements." Laura shook her head hastily and responded, "Don't you think if we do that it would just ruin our advertisement?" "Miss Laura shouldn't get angry." Zhao had an astonished look on his face. "I just felt that this matter is just inconceivable. How can this situation be possible? I'm sure my magical radish's quality is high, but isn't it odd? Some might regard it as a drug which will affect your business badly." "It might not. Your magical radishes are of superior quality, and moreover I'll have them separated from ordinary ones on sale, so it will not be a major problem." Zhao quickly understood her aim. Those radishes will be a trademark. Making a brand will definitely skyrocket the sales, which will bear huge profits for both sides. So he slowly pats his own forehead gently, then says, "But then my magical radishes should have another name. What kind of a name should it be?" Laura couldn't help but stare back. She understood the meaning of Zhao's words, and could only gape in secret. To her estimation, Zhao quickly thought about this point and changed the name of the magical radishes, so people can discriminate between his products and others, and people will quickly remember his trademark. She gave a forced smile and said, "You truly are fierce. If you do business this way I won't even have food to eat." Zhao on the other hand showed a faint smile and replied, "Miss Laura is too polite. It's true I might have few tricks in my sleeve, but speaking of business, how many Dora radishes you want?" She felt a bit irritable but could only manage to keep a smile. "I plan on purchasing 200,000 jin. 1 jin equals 0.5 kilograms. Per month, but I'm not sure if Mr. Zhao's goods are sufficient." "Rest assured, the quantity is no problem at all. I can provide you to up to 400,000 jin per month. I can also guarantee the good quality," he said. Zhao made his point clear, which allowed Laura carry good impression about his power. She couldn't stop wondering about the technique the black mage in front of her is using to get so many radishes, but she was worrying about a small detail, That's because radish is a seasonal vegetable and Laura doubted if he can provide her with enough goods during summer. Are you sure you can provide me with enough of the radishes throughout the year's months? Although Zhao was a nerd, it was clear that radishes only grow in specific seasons, but he had the storage power of his space. He had nothing to worry about. As I said before, I can provide you with enough of this radishes monthly even in summer months, and also guarantee the quality and succulent taste of the vegetables, he said. After listening to his words, Laura could only sigh in relief. She knew well, as manager of a food shop, that preserving vegetables can be risky, but if done in the right way it can hold the radishes for several months. There were even dedicated businesses in preserving vegetables through winter to sell them at summer. Naturally the price increases when it's the hot season, even though preserved products will not rot, but they will lose the taste and effect of a fresh one. Because of these reasons Laura have never preserved radishes in the summer, fearing that she might ruin her shop's image. But seeing Zhao's confidence, she thought that he had a suitable planting environment through all seasons. She couldn't help but speculate about Zhao's lands and territory, but she knew well she had to keep it to herself, plus she was sure that he wouldn't deceive her in matters of business. For Zhao, he couldn't be sure what she was thinking, but he was just too happy to think about it. Even though 200,000 couldn't get him 10,000 gold coins, he was sure if he combines it with the output of the oil press he can surpass it easily. Furthermore, Laura knew that Zhao wouldn't deceive her in matter concerning his own products, but there was still an issue. Quantity. How many blue-eyed rabbits can Mr. Zhao produce in a month? This will help a lot when looking for potent buyers, she asked directly. Chapter 130. This is good news, especially for Zhao, considering the territory under his control. Some might think of it as insufficient, but with gold flowing in it certainly makes him happy. Furthermore, according to his calculations, he can produce 10,000 blue-eyed rabbits per month, considering it takes at least 3 days for newborn rabbit to reach maturity inside the pasture. And that wasn't all. 10,000 blue-eyed rabbit isn't enough. Combining the animals raised in the pasture with those raised in the mine tunnel will definitely boost the outcome. That's why he made so much preparations in the mountain reach. But he wouldn't hire his expectations. He turned to Laura. With my farm I can produce 8,000 blue-eyed rabbit per month at most. He didn't reveal the total 10,000 rabbit, because he wanted to spare some to make sure no problems occur. In addition, he was sure that the rabbits' quality are far exceeding than those of normal ones. Miss Laura was shocked. Compared to other big businesses, 8,000 blue-eyed rabbit is not high. She reassured herself with the fact he just opened his pasture, said please rest assured I'll do my best to find a buyer, but I'm not sure if you have any special request. Zhao nodded. It is true I wish not to sell the rabbit skins, moreover in 2 months, I'll also need to process them to make leather clothing. Could you please help me with that? His request was like cold water splashed against her. That's because she knew well that meat processing factories' part of income comes from the animals' skins that they slaughtered. Fulfilling such need will be hard to do. Zhao noticed her expression and quickly added, and naturally it only cost them the price of 5,000 rabbit, and the other 3,000 can be considered as fee for letting me have the rabbit's skin. TL note. He will sell 8,000 rabbit at the price of 5,000 rabbit, but he gets to keep the rabbit skins. She was still surprised when she replied, sir, then it's not an issue, but it will result in you sustaining losses. Zhao smiled. It's true, but you the first 3 months will produce 15,000 rabbit's skin. Moreover, the leather clothing is really useful for me. In any case it will minimize my losses. Laura replied, then it's settled. I will discuss this with people willing to take the blue-eyed rabbit. When will you, sir, be able to produce the rabbits? Zhao's smile grew wider. In 10 days a batch of 3,000 blue-eyed rabbit will be ready. The other 5,000 will be provided later this month. It seems your pasture is expanding quite fast. Good. As long as I have news I'll inform you, sir. Zhao, courteous as ever, said this is all thanks to the young lady's hard work. This you shall return with several fire fish. Even though mass producing them is quite laborious, a few will not hurt. Laura showed a shy smile. You are too polite. Last time she came here she was shocked at the dense basin of fire fish. She knew that these only mate seasonally and are very, plus the price is super high. Compared to your help these fish are worth nothing, Laura asked with a curious tone. Sir, can I ask how your oil pressing plantation is going? Haha, how inconsiderate of me. Unexpectedly I haven't prepared barrels, so I had to delay the production. Trying to win his favor she said, don't be worried, in 2 days my caravan will arrive and will deliver whatever is that you need. He knew well her intentions but decided to arouse her curiosity more. There is no need for such actions. When the times comes I'll send multiple scaled wild beasts to Casa City to fulfill my needs and bring back more seeds. She was quite astonished when she replied, I never thought that Mr. Zhao also produced magical vegetables. If so I'll be glad to sell them to the people of Casa City. Originally Green was sent to Casa City to buy vegetable seeds, but by the force of circumstances he came back. Miss Laura, initially Green's mission was to bring back as much uncommon first-level magic vegetables. Compared to magical radishes, these vegetables are on the edge between a magical vegetable and an ordinary ones. The majority of ordinary vegetables are ordinary one, the remaining few are magical vegetables. The rarity of such vegetables relies on the precise environment it takes to plant, and that's why common people don't get much magical ones. But the aristocrats couldn't tolerate the competition with common farmers and thus limited the access to the magical seeds. But suddenly an idea popped up in Zhao's mind. Considering Laura's status, he might acquire quite a variety of seed easily. He said, I'll trouble you more this time, Miss Laura. You see, I need help with my farm. This problem sounds quite simple, but in reality it's not. It's very hard to acquire uncommon plant seeds. Could you possibly provide me with a variety of plant seeds? The purchase costs will be covered by me. Laura stared in shock. Many people were eager to have rare plant seeds, especially alchemists and elixir teachers, since they mostly have their own botanical gardens, but that's not the case with black mages. Even ordinary magicians have no big use of such plants. Slowly she started doubting the identity of Zhao as a black mage. Chapter 131. Laura was wondering what Zhao, a black mage, needs such plants. Her best option was to ask him directly. After all, she had nothing to lose. What are you planning to make with these magic plants? The quantity of such seeds in the market are low, but I'll do my best to provide you with as much as I can. Showing a faint smile he said, I want to make a botanical garden, but what I need most are plant seeds. Regardless of quality, the more the better. She replied calmly, then I should make preparations so you suffer no loss. I believe in your abilities. This is an important matter for me. She courteously responded, you are too polite. This is but a minor matter, no need to look for help from others. Zhao Hai said with a smile, we'll have more chances to cooperate in the future. I just set up my pasture. It only has blue-eye rabbit. Later it will also contain scaled wildebeest or perhaps something more special, or high-level magic beast. I also hope that Ms. Laura can establish a meat processing factory. Haha. I don't have such a plan, because the meat processing factory is not profitable enough, and my clan doesn't have the experience. Therefore we have not meddled in this aspect. Miss Laura, I think your business is limited to hotel industry and food shops. You should unfold toward the entire industry aspect. For example, if you set up the meat processing factory, which contains magic beasts that my pasture provides, the quality is in uppermost layer. You also tasted the blue-eye rabbit that I have raised. It was very good, right? Therefore, if you want to set up a meat processing business, my blue-eye rabbit will be sold only to you. I believe that depending on my magic beast quality and your sale network, it will definitely be fruitful. Laura's heart was moved, because what Zhao Hai suggested is an extremely good idea. The blue-eye rabbit that he produces is very good. Not only the flavor is very good, but also the magic element inside is more intense than an ordinary blue-eye rabbit. If he produces enormous quantities, the result will be a positive one. Zhao Hai looked at Laura's exited figure and added, this time I will send my servants riding scaled wildebeest to go to Casa City, not only to handle some matters, but also to show Miss Laura the scaled wildebeest that undergoes my careful raising, compared to ordinary ones. Laura showed a faint smile and said, I believe Mr. Zhao Hai, please rest assured, after going back, I will discuss this matter with my clan members. Previously when Ms. Laura was attacked I was quite worried about you. Now that we are allies, please Miss Laura feel relieved. If there is any problems, feel free to come to me. I'll do my best to help you. Laura has gawked. At first she was interested in Zhao Hai, because he has saved her, and because she wanted to rely on the Zhao's strength. But now things changed. He openly admitted that she can have his help. This was really too important. She knew well that experts relied on their words as contracts. As long as he said he'll do something, nothing will stop him from doing it. She could only sigh in relief. Moreover, this time when she contacted Zhao Hai, Laura was sure Zhao Hai was a smart person, and moreover he is also a good person, although he is a black magician, but he was really a good person. Laura has stood seriously, then said, thanks you for these kind words. Laura felt relieved. Please don't be too polite with me, it's my request. Your requests are my orders. Otherwise I wouldn't ask you to handle that many matters for me. Miss Laura, please feel relieved. Later if you meet any troubles that you cannot solve, I will do my best to help, even if you were to be chased down by level 9 expert. As long as you reach Stony Mountain, I can guarantee your safety. Laura could only stare. She didn't think that he will actually boastfully talk. He must know that 9 levels expert are a formidable existence. Those experts are legends in the continent. The people generally called them semi-gods, meaning they are only poorer than God himself. Facing such experts, Zhao Hai dares to say that he can unexpectedly guarantee her safety? Zhao Hai looked at Laura's appearance. He knew what she was thinking. However, he only dared to say he can guarantee her safety because he had the power of the space. Even if an expert came, as long as he hid in the space, they will have no idea. I can only guarantee you to be safe, and cannot help you, because level 9 expert is an existence that I cannot cope with. To speaks the truth, in my possession is one undefined item that the ancestors handed down from generation to generation, and it's called Transmit Scroll. So if you came, I can give the scroll to travel, but to where you'll be transported is unknown to me. Laura then felt relaxed. In the Ark continent there was a legend about an antiquity magician. The legend said that this magician was incomparably strong. Level 9 expert at that time were common existence. They were true experts who could move mountains. They were formidable and incomparable and were called the gods of time. Currently, before that legend did spread, some deep-rooted families had a long history threading even before the flood happened, and they possessed magical items that they passed from generation to generation. One of those was the teleportation scroll. TL note, it seems the Ark continent had a major flood long ago, and it resulted in the death of many powerful mages. Pretty much Christ's birth for us. The transmit scroll truly existed on the continent. More than 100 years ago, bandits and thieves intruded an antiquity magician grave, and found a transmit scroll, but an unknown person fought them. Afterward the bandits and thieves chased him down. He had ripped open that scroll and vanished, then reappeared in a forest, 1,000 kilometers away, which allowed him to flee. Afterward some people spread the news, and sometime later that person became a big aristocrat. Also because of this matter people on the continent knew and respected the family of that person, but that respect was based on that item that originated from before the flood. Since then many mercenary soldiers and adventurers willed to take risk thinking antiquity magic items were worth the danger. Laura smiled at him and could not even speak. Now she is more curious about Zhao Hai's status. Since the antiquity magic items are handed down from generation to generation among big families, the transmit scroll must be a family heirloom. More importantly, what status Zhao holds? Zhao Hai read about the transmit scroll from one of his books, but never thought he will use it as an excuse. Laura felt unexpectedly relaxed. This made Zhao Hai chuckle. No matter what, it seems antiquity magical items are extremely powerful. Don't worry, if I encounter any issue I'll rely on you. Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh, saying, My treasure hold immense value, and if I am compelled to use it then Miss Laura will have to pay a huge price. She quickly understood the meaning of his words. Such items are exceptionally rare. Even though he offered to protect her, he made it clear that a price must be paid. He turned to watch the weather state, then slowly turned toward her and added, Ms. Laura, the dinner is prepared. After dinner you should head back home. It's not that I don't want you here, it's just I have so many secrets which I'm not allowed to share with you, sorry. She didn't care, she knew everyone had his secrets. She was even delighted Zhao related to her some of his own. But wait, dinner? She knew it's her favorite dish, the firefish. Rest assured today's firefish are prepared in a way that you have never tasted before. Without hesitation she followed him to the dining room. They arrived at the dining room to sit down. Mrin carried the meal immediately. The food was very simple, and the bread was fresh placed in a wooden basket. In front of everyone was placed some roasted rabbit meat, some green vegetables, but in the middle of the table was a firefish. The way this fish was cooked was different. On the last visit, Zhao's firefish had a bluish steam coming out of it. Today, it was a red roast. No one in this world have tasted something like this. Zhao Hai said proudly, the fish you taste here is prepared in a way that you'll never find it in any other place. She looked curiously at it before taking a fork to taste it. The fish had only a main bone so she wouldn't have trouble eating it. However, once she put it in her mouth the taste was heavenly, sweet and delicate. Chapter 132. When Laura started eating the firefish, she felt a very special fragrance. She never have tasted this flavor before. She felt that her entire oral cavity was full of this fragrance. Moreover, this fragrance also has started extending at rapid rate. The delicacy was overwhelming. Laura is a person who enjoys good food. She has eaten all well-known food in the continent. However, all of that good food is incomparable to what Zhao has presented to her. As a result, Laura felt that every time she will visit Zhao Hai he will have some pleasant surprises. Zhao Hai looked at Laura's appearance, and couldn't help but show a faint smile. The Chinese delicacy is not what an ordinary person can resist. Although the Ark continent seasoning varied, it was still inferior to Earth diversity. Aside from the firefish there were some substitute commodities, which made the dish taste even better. After a while Laura put the fork down, turned her head to Zhao and said, could you pass the recipe for this dish? It's the most perfect dish I ever ate. Zhao Hai answered with a smile, small matter, after you go I will prepare it for you. I will also send you some of my unique vegetables. Sorry for being impolite, although your vegetables are great, but you don't have a nice wine. Next time I come I will bring some with me. This made Zhao chuckle. Well, I hope that Ms. Laura could teach me some of the ways to make wine, some of the best recipes. Laura gave an astonished look and asked, can you also manage a brewery? It's not easy to manage. Zhao smiled and said, this is only an idea for my business. You see, in my territory, there is a mountain that only have oil plants. I wanted to see if I can plant some wine fruit trees, and the income will be much stronger than oil plants. Laura frowned and said, sir, I fear that this is impossible. Oil plant lands generally are bad, so it's not good to plant other type of fruit trees. Zhao smiled and said, I will just try. Anyway, my main industry is not based around those trees, so even if it fails it's not a big loss. Laura nodded her head and said, well, this is not a problem. I can get some wine recipes and tools for Mr. Zhao. As long as you are willing, you can always brew. That's good. Next time Ms. Laura visits, we can maybe drink our own wine, so do not mention it. Laura was very happy, because not only she obtained the good food recipe, but also because her cooperation with Zhao deepened, and her relationship with Zhao was more of a secret cut. After having had the lunch, Zhao Hai has made people load radish for her. Laura naturally packed off the gifts and left. After that Laura left, Zhao Hai returned to the living room. Suddenly Green said, young master, should we start raising blue-eye rabbits in the mine tunnels? Anyway, in 2 days we should feed the rabbits, and wait until that Miss Laura sends the tools to extract the oil. Yes, now we have a lot of small rabbit in our hands, feeding them some radish leaves should be okay. Tomorrow we will let them use the roller mill and begin processing corn. Green nodded and looked at Zhao Hai saying, "Young master, why did you tell the young lady, if there are level 9 experts chasing her, she could come to Stony Mountain and guarantee her safety?" Zhao Hai understood Green's meaning. The space is their most important secret. If a bystander knows about the matter, troubles will erupt. He responded calmly, "You think that Laura will meet 9 levels expert? These 9 levels expert are rare as a phoenix feather, and won't chase Laura. She does not hold a big value." Green Zhao agreed to his argument, but he frowned and said, "Now is not the time to fear. With Laura's cooperation with young Master, she will have huge profits in the future. At that time there might be level 9 experts chasing her." Zhao Hai replied with a smile, "Relax, Grandpa Green, at that time we can also trust Laura." Green was still puzzled but quickly changed the subject. "Young master, why do you want that many rabbit skins? Is it useful?" "I want to prepare the rabbit skins for later. When winter arrives, the temperature will be low, and what will happen to the slaves? Even if we seal the windows and doors, they will also have to go out. When that happens, will they not be freezing?" Green smiled and shook his head saying, "I also really forgot about this matter. Right, we should prepare and avoid such thing." Zhao Hai showed a faint smile, then his complexion suddenly changed. He turned his head and said to Green, "Grandpa Green, immediately call Grandmamran and Meg. There is an accident at Iron Mountain Fort." Green, seeing Zhao Hai's expression change, immediately runs to call them. Note: now the story goes to Laura Carriage. But at this time, thinking about this matter, Laura was curious about Zhao Hai. She couldn't figure his identity or status. She thought he was a big aristocrat descendant, but his lack of customs, manners and seeds showed the opposite. Furthermore, he held the ancient transmit scroll, a legendary item. For these reasons Laura was left confused and unable to think. Most importantly, it was clear that Zhao was short on coins, even though he said that he'll send his servants on scaled wildebeest as an excuse to show her the quality of his products. She was sure aside those scaled wild beasts and undead he didn't have any other riding animals, plus his animals and plants are only low-end products across the continent. Moreover, his lifestyle was very simple and his servants' number was limited. For all these reasons she came to a conclusion that his economic strength was weak. She also noticed that he values the coins. For her, the sum of money exchanged for his goods is nothing much, but for an average person, it's huge. It can be said that in the Laura's eyes, Zhao Hai is a contradictory marriage. With the status he holds and style of conduct seems somewhat contradictory. These contrasts left Laura see Zhao Hai shrouded by mystery. However, she decided to cooperate with Zhao, not for the benefit, not for his strength, but for his benevolence. Laura thought of a second possibility, which consisted of Zhao gradually gaining her respect to build a powerful partnership. She saw Zhao's economy situation, and yet he is making money rather slow and steady, but never took advantage of her. As a result, her admiration to the black mage grew even more. Nier sat in Laura's side, looked at the Laura's appearance, and couldn't help but ask with a smile, "Young lady is thinking of Mr. Zhao Hai?" "That's what Grandfather Kun said. Do you really like him?" Laura stared, then said, "Nonsense. I don't know what the future holds. His business just started. Hence he really needs our financial help. If he was a normal person he wouldn't cooperate with us and have a life-saving obligation toward the Marquis clan. But he actually did, and more importantly he didn't use it to his advantage to extract gold from me. As you can see, we are both in a win-win situation. I truly admire his personality." Nier was puzzled when she replied, "But didn't he accept the expensive magical staff and robe?" "What does a small girl like you know? The reason the gentleman accepted these things was to let us feel owing him benevolence, and like this we can work on equal grounds. Otherwise you think that Mr. Zhao will accept that indifferent thing? Really, considering the item in his disposal, that robe and staff were worth nothing." Nier smiled in a puzzled way and asked, "I was wondering why he accepted the gifts quickly. I thought it was because of his greed or maybe low status." Laura looked at Nier and showed a faint smile. "Silly thing, he might not be arrogant, He might not even be a junior of a big family, but he definitely has a great lofty character. I never thought that Mr. Zhao is actually a gentleman." Laura looked at Nier's blushing face. She had an innocent look, and was kept from the outside world so she never got contaminated by any bad thoughts. She was as pure as clean water staring at the stony mountain direction. Deep in her heart was imprinted the image of Zhao's black robes. At this point Nier saw Zhao in a whole new image. Chapter 133. Back at Stony Rock Mountain. Previously Zhao didn't relate what's the accident that happened at Black Wasteland, but with Zhao's call, Green quickly made the preparations. As soon as the party entered the living room they were teleported to Iron Mountain Fort. TL note: Barren Blackland is the Black Wasteland. The previous translator changed the name. In the courtyard stood 4 people staring at their surroundings. The fort was as peaceful as ever. Green gave a puzzled look and asked young master, "What's the matter?" Zhao calmly responded, "Sorry for not explaining. There are intruders in the Black Wasteland, mostly envoys of an aristocratic family. Outside the castle are 5 intruders stirring trouble. 4 are already dead. The last one is cornered by my undead. We can't let them leave, otherwise it will be troublesome to deal with them. Grandpa Green, please go bring him here." He didn't hesitate. He quickly turned around and made his way outside the castle. Mrin looked at his disappearing back and said, "Coming to make trouble, huh? Why would they do that?" Zhao answered with a cold voice, "They want us dead. Until then they won't feel relieved." Green quickly came back. In his hand was a corpse. This person's strength wasn't high, only around the 6th level. This figure was black and swollen. "Young master, at the moment he saw me, he swallowed a pill and quickly died." Zhao nodded with an ugly expression. He thought death will save him from me. He waved the ghost staff. Suddenly a black cloud covered the corpse. It was a high-leveled black magic spell called the Sleepy Spirit Technique. The point behind the naming is, when the spell is cast and the skeleton is raised, it will keep a strand of the corpse's spirit in the body. Therefore it will keep its memory. That's the difference between the high-leveled spell and the lower one called Hammer the Bone, which only consists of forging a body with no will. The corpse came back to life and bowed. Zhao on the other hand nodded and asked, "Who are you and who are your subordinates?" "This one is called Incline, and is the leader of the 5th squad. I'm an envoy of the Purcell family accompanied by 4 other people." TL note: the Purcell family holds the Purcell Duchy, which borders the Black Wastelands. They had a marriage engagement for Adam with their heir, but after the fall of the Buddha family they did nothing to aid them. How many squads in total, and how many men are in each squad? There are 10 squads in total. 2 were wiped out in Stony Mountain, so only 8 remains. Each one holds 50 men. Zhao asked, "What's the point of you 5 people coming here?" "We received orders to scout the area of Black Wasteland, and see if you are dead. In case you are alive we are to head back and report immediately." Zhao put the undead in the space and started walking toward the living room. At this moment Rockhead and Blockhead arrived from outside the castle and noticed the situation, so nobody dared to act unreasonably. He sat down while Green followed him. Face grim, he said, "I haven't thought that the Purcell family will be this strong. They must even have suffered a complete wipeout at Stony Mountain, and yet they still have that many strong soldiers." Zhao responded, "That's not strange. After all, they have ruled for so many years. But if they start paying attention to us now, that would be troublesome." Mrin said with a calm face, "I heard that the Purcell family have 2 level 9 experts. That's why we had the engagement with them. It might not be strange if even the current king wanted to meddle with our affairs. Plus a long time ago the Buddha family had an agreement with the old king to infiltrate the Purcell family and help him disintegrate it bit by bit." Zhao was shocked. He never thought the aim behind his engagement would be this wicked, but at the same time it made him puzzled. So he asked Grandpa Green, "Grandma Mrin, according to what you said we must have a very intimate relation with Old King. Furthermore, the imperial family only copes with the important pieces of the board games. If it wasn't for us standing in the wrong team we wouldn't be here, right? We are already banished in this barren lands. Does it really matter anymore?" Green's complexion grew uglier and said with an ashamed tone, "Of course it matters. You see, before the current king sat on the throne, he had the help of the big aristocrats, the very aristocrats the old king wished to get rid of. So to take their revenge, they have firstly killed the king and tried to exterminate any one of his servants. So certainly they won't let us off that easily. Zhao frowned. He never thought that the situation will be as such. It seems that these aristocrats held some power and could do whatever they wanted. Mern interrupted his train of thoughts, saying every Persal envoy have died today, so normally they will send more. Zhao nodded and said it seems they are watching our movements because of the engagement, plus they also want to see if we survived the first peace tide. If we renounce that engagement, it's possible that they won't mind us anymore. It's better we do it first and take away any reason they have to meddle in our affairs. Green smiled and replied, this marriage isn't a good thing. After we got in trouble they didn't even move an inch to help us, which is not very good for their reputation. I don't know what is their aim, however it can't be superficial, otherwise why would they suspect us at such a sorry state? Is there any method to deal with them? Other people in the room were thinking. They knew that it's not easy to deal with Persal family. Suddenly Blockhead interrupted the silence, saying, young master, why not send some undead to ravage their lands so they won't have time to deal with us? Before Zhao could even respond, Green shook his head and said, absolutely not. If they know that we survived the bestial tide, and the beasts passed beyond the Black Wastelands, they will suspect our young master's identity and it will attract even more attention. The room fell back to silence. Everyone was trying hard to find a solution. Meg impatiently said, we can't deal with the Persal family unless they have a disaster. But that's not the case. This year's weather and crops were outstanding, plus there is no way an insect plague will hit them anytime soon. Zhao showed an unexpected smile and said, Grandpa Green, unless an insect plague infects their grains they wouldn't have time for us. Where's their granary? Green stared in shock. Yes, Persal Duchy's grain main production area is the Lyca Plains. It's a very fertile land which holds a massive granary that contains enough grains to feed the whole duchy for 1 year. This granary have great importance. Zhao laughed loudly. Haha, insect plague, haha, we can make it happen. Let's see if they can scheme with no food. Chapter 134. Green was excited and yet puzzled, because he and the other Buddha servants didn't know all the space's abilities. Amongst those abilities are the ones to summon weed, insects, and mosquitoes. Zhao himself almost forgot about them and he never thought that he would actually use them. In the farming game these abilities were considered an amusement factor. If Meg hadn't mentioned the insects he would never have thought about it. Insect plagues are the nightmare of every country, especially locust waves that are very famous for the gargantuan amount of damage it leaves behind. However, Zhao can summon pork insects, which also leads to the destruction of crops. Once Zhao releases the insects, the crops in Lyca Plain will be entirely ravaged. Moreover, nobody will think that it was artificially triggered. Zhao noticed Green's puzzlement and explained, Grandpa Green, Grandma Mren, the space have several other uses which I never thought will be useful. So I never told you about them. Haha, it seems these functions are pretty handy. Green, still confused, asked, what functions? Does it have any relation with insect plagues? Zhao answered with a faint smile, yay. Kind of. In total, there are 3 abilities which allow the summoning of pests, weed, and mosquitoes. With the first tool, pests, I'm able to release insects toward farmlands. It's very effective destroying crops. The second one, weed, has the same effect. It allows me to summon weeds that will compete with crops for nutrition, therefore reducing the amount of the crop production. The final one allows the massive discharge of mosquitoes. Sadly, I can't use it yet. On the Ark continent, there were insects called mosquitoes, so naturally Zhao didn't have to change the name. Green couldn't believe what he just heard, so he had to make sure. Young master, are you sure it can emit insects to destroy crops? Zhao smiled and added, yes. Unlike the land improvement, I can use it without daily restraints. The old man was delighted. Good, good. Then we can go back to Stony Mountain, then set off to Lyca Plains to ravage it. Once we are done we can just break off the engagement. Zhao nodded and said, the people they sent are all dead, unless they can confirm it. They can't make any move until then. We have enough time to deal with them. Green replied, "It's true. There is enough time to travel from Casa City to the Lika Plains and come back to Stony Mountain, but unfortunately not many people can go on this journey, otherwise it will be troublesome." "Yes, but you can stay in the space, just in case any problems occur." That statement was wise, because now that the majority of his high-leveled undead are deployed, Zhao was somewhat weak. He also can't move the undead that are guarding both of his castles. Mrin wasn't worried either. She knew he had the power of the space. As long as he hid inside it, nothing can harm him. Furthermore, he can just teleport back to one of the castles. Initially, when Zhao's farm reached level 10, he gained the ability to put down 3 transmission points. Even though these points were fixed, Zhao had only deployed 2. But for the time being, Stony Mountain can't be empty. They had to deal with Laura. 2 days later, the second caravan sent by Laura arrived with wooden barrels and tools. The preparations to begin oil pressing were almost complete. However, Laura only sent 200 barrel. These wooden barrels can hold 200 jin, 0.5 kilograms, each. On the other hand, Zhao can produce 20.000 jin of oil in almost 5 days. So he sent a word with the caravan master, Sean, first to notify Laura that he needs more wooden barrels, second to let her know that he won't be available for some time, but if this is any urgent matter she can still come to Stony Mountain. Sean didn't dare be impolite. Even though his authority grew, he was very careful to not neglect any of Zhao's demand, because deep in his heart he knew that the Black Mage was Laura's trusted friend and helper. After the caravan left, Zhao and Green also started their journey and made their way to the Lika Plains. On their travel they rested in bright day and only traveled at night. That way they can avoid the locals and adventurers. Soon they arrived at the Lika Plains, the main source of food in the Persal Duchy. But sadly it was slightly far from the city, so there was no time for reinforcements to arrive instantly if a disaster was to hit the fertile lands. Originally Casa City was built as a trading post, because not only it was the intersection of multiple trading routes, but it was adjacent to the Udai River, which made aquatic transportation quite easy. The Persal family went through all this trouble to build Casa City was because of 2 reasons. First, the city's location was very beneficial. Second, they didn't have to worry about defending the Lika Plains. As the name suggests, the Lika Plains is a completely flat piece of land that stretches as far as the eyes can see. However, its defense's capabilities are limited. Still, that land has great importance to the Persal family. The entire family's economy was based on the grains produced here. After all, grains show the economical might of a duchy. Even though grains are the most basic type of food, it still allowed the Persal family to rule over the land. The family even deployed multiple methods to spread its complete authority over the Lika Plains. With the control over the grain production, the Persal family was able to raise a shocking number of soldiers to guard the Lika Plains. Furthermore, these 5,000 soldiers don't relocate at all. Additionally, every soldier was extremely fierce. The expenses spent on the guards is extremely shocking. Chapter 135, Jared Spitzer UDA Real MVP. Outside the Lika Plains is a wind-breaking barrier. This barrier is made out of tall thick trees, thorn vines, and crown of thorns. These 2 types of plants are very common in the Ark continent. They are used as sort of protection. Even though their defense is low, it's still capable of holding against low-leveled magical beasts. Note: I replaced thorn cane with crown of thorns, just to avoid confusion. The Lika Plains are so huge, some say it even exceeded 1,000,000 mu. 1 meter mu equals 666. 6 square kilometers. To encircle such big lands definitely require a large amount of resources. However, the plains are special. There are no aristocrats nor common people, only the slaves of the Persal's family and their soldiers. Naturally, to cultivate a land as big as the Lika Plains it needs at least several 100,000 workers. But in reality there are over 1,000,000 slave in the fertile land. 1,000,000 slave. That's comparable to a medium-sized town. In other words, the Persal family have a medium-sized slave town. The Persal family is one of the powerful families in the Ixa Empire. No wonder they are not afraid of exterminating the Buddha family. The old king wanted powerful families as his loyal vassals. However, the Purcell family only pursued benefits. On the other hand, the Buddha family was like a blade in his hand. If it wasn't for the pressure from the senior king, the Purcell family would have never accepted the marriage engagement. Evan from the Purcell family is the respected head of the clan. Nobody can deny that he is a good person. In time of his youth he traveled and experienced many things, and once he ran into Adam's father and they became good friends. But matters changed and he even became the Grand Duke of the Purcell Duchy and helped the Buddha family many times. But now he couldn't do anything. As a person in charge, he had to assume his responsibilities to defend both the Purcell Duchy and the benefits of the old aristocrats. Therefore he was forced to oppose the Buddha family. Moreover, beside the head of the household exists what's called the Elder Assembly. This assembly is composed by the elders of the direct descendants and collateral branches of the Purcell family, forming a big net based on benefits, and trapping Evan, the head of the family, in the middle of it. After the sudden death of the old king and the fall of the Buddha family, Evan wanted to help, but he was helpless. Green and Mrin feared that without Evan's secret efforts Adam would have died a long time ago. But once his secret actions were exposed by the Elder Assembly, those elders joined up to exert pressure on him, which resulted in the decrease of his authority. He himself felt he was nothing more than a puppet. After all, he was a member of the Purcell family and his blood was theirs, and couldn't be separated from his family. He chose to take a neutral stance as a bystander. He understood he was only an ornament with no value that can be replaced with little effort from the elders. Evan's daughter is named Rahana, but sadly she doesn't cope him because of her mother. Her mother is the daughter of an elder and her marriage with Evan was only to control him. Under the influence of her mother, Rahana lost faith in her father and aligned with her grandfather. Under the pressure of the old king, Rahana and Adam were destined to elope, but now they both want to break the engagement, yet incapable, fearing to lose their reputation. However, Rahana's methods were impatient. Gaining the agreement of her grandfather, she sent scouts to the Black Wasteland to report the state of the Buddha family, and in case Adam was still alive she wanted to kill him, but she never thought that Zhao would retaliate and summon an insect plague. Zhao and Green were standing the Leica Square. They passed many villages but they still could see common people. These people have given their fertile lands to the Purcell family and could only scrap whatever they could from the barren lands surrounding the Leica Plains, and naturally their living difficulty increased many times. The common people can't go into the Leica Plains. First, because the army of the Purcell family usually patrols around the borders. Second, because of the wind-breaking barrier. Currently Green and Zhao were standing outside the barrier. It seems the most fragile part of the barrier was at least 100 meters wide. Zhao sighed and said this Purcell family is really rich aside the manpower they have such a thorn wall. Green nodded and replied, this is the wealth accumulated from their aristocrats over 1,000 years of ruling. I heard it took those over 50 years to build this barrier. Tens of thousands of slaves died in the building process. Zhao sucked some cold air, just looking at the dense layer of thorns, and would got his heart thumping. Even though he knew that Green was exaggerating, he was sure numerous souls were lost for this defensive belt. Why bother with breaking through? If we have enough people we can just restore the common civilian status. Anyway, slavery can't last for long. Green didn't respond. He was puzzled by Zhao's statement, because for tens of thousands of years slavery existed in the Ark continent, so how does the young master dare to say such words? Zhao noticed and said, Grandpa Green, it's still early, why don't we rest here today and tomorrow we head to the plains? Green didn't oppose him, since it was almost night, and they couldn't do much in less than 3 hours. And from the space they looked at the situation of Stony Mountain. It was as peaceful as ever. Laura also sent another batch of 1,000 wooden barrels, so now they can officially start their oil pressing business. In his journey to the Leica Plains it took 5 days. But for the oil pressing machines were operated by undead. He used the power of his scaled wildebeests to run the machines. However, he turned the beasts not into skeletons but rather zombies. Zombies are a type of high-grade undead compared with skeletons. A first-level skeleton battle efficiency is very weak. However, a first-level zombie has strength compared to that of a second-level warrior. Additionally, to turn the dead into zombies is 10 times harder than turning corpses into skeletons. Therefore, normal black magicians won't raise zombies. Although zombies' battle proficiency is high, its motion is slow, so a zombie against 10 skeletons won't win. Even still, its fighting efficiency is not really weak. For example, a first-level blue iron zombie. This zombie's strength and defense are of high caliber, and if it wasn't slow it can cope with a third-level warrior. However, since it's slow, even a first-level warrior can dodge its attacks, and just in case he was hit he won't die of severe wounds. Nonetheless, a second-level zombie is comparable to that of a second-level skeletons. On the other hand, a third-level zombie is called a bronze zombie. This zombie has the strength of a fourth-level warrior. The fourth-level zombies are called poisonous corpses. A zombie of this rank is able to use toxins as an attack method. A fifth-level zombie is called a Jian Development Bank zombie. This one have stronger defense, faster movements, and deadlier attacks. A sixth-level zombie is a silver zombie. A seventh-level zombie is a yakin zombie. Eighth-leveled one is a golden zombie. Finally, ninth-leveled zombies are called zombie emperors. But sadly, on the Ark continent the highest level of zombies are the poisonous corpses, and even a third-level zombie is difficult to come by, so most black magicians have only skeletons in their repertoire. Chapter 136. Big round of applause to Brandon Pittman and Lucas Pinter. Zhao made zombies because he wanted to see the difference between zombies and skeletons, but he did not think that after he made a zombie, all the undead existed. The space had turned into zombies or become a combination of zombies and skeletons. They become martial demons. These zombies' skin and flesh protection is very strong, comparable to leather armor. Bones are harder than steel, but they are pale and cannot breathe. Their outside looks like normal humans, but their eyes have an air of death in them. Most importantly, these undead were already toxic. In addition, their poison was enhanced by the space and became more deadly. At the same time, the space, even strengthened their attack methods. For example, some undead had their fingernails grow and become strong and mighty. On the Ark continent few people can meet martial demons. That existence is very strong in the initial period. Below the 5th level, enemies of same rank can be defeated quite easily. However, starting from the 5th level is another story. Advancing from 5th level to above is challenging to break through. Nonetheless, the difference between each level in either magical or battle chi is astonishing. Regarding a martial demon person, after crossing the 5th level, the difficulty to reach a new level is doubled. That's why it's pretty easy for them to give up on cultivation, because a martial demon must maintain his rank for a period of time and build a good foundation for his cultivation to avoid overstating, making it harsh to have big achievements. Although the level 7 demon warriors are very fierce, but those who can rush to that level are very few, so a lot of big geniuses in the Ark continent think that they can become a martial demon. But in the end most stop at the 5th stage, because of the lack of means to rise to the 6th, so as result only a few rose to the 6th level. Even if so, it may need a miracle to pass to the 7th level. Now on the Ark continent, the people know that martial demons' talents is shocking. If one cultivates with enough time and resources in one special type of power, it's quite easy to become an 8th level expert. But because of martial demons have a special cultivation, they actually can become a 6th leveled or 7th leveled with several masteries. In the space these undead had several upgrades. They are now like Zhao, with a power of the 7th level, but they can only use magic-based attacks. Because of that, their melee ability is not very strong. They have not studied battle chi nor the feat of arms, and can only carry on to make war based on their instincts. These magic beasts that came out from Carrion Swamp gained flesh and blood, but to other people's battle efficiency, these undead are terrifying. These beasts were fighters since birth, then raised to life after their death. Furthermore, the Carrion Swamp is not a peaceful place. Aside the bestial tide, the undead battle each other the whole time, so whether those undead or magic beasts, they have a very rich battle experience. Zhao haven't thought that he can achieve such result, so this made him very happy. Now he have more than 1000 level 7 martial demons, more than 1000 level 7 monster. What concept is that? Why would he fear the Purcell family anymore? If they don't engage with level 9 experts, the Purcell family will be at a huge disadvantage. Fighting against level 9 experts in his current state is impossible. With the large gap of 2 levels, a loss is guaranteed. It's unfortunate that every big family on the continent have a level 9 expert. With such enemies, Zhao can only be overcautious. Zhao and Green rested for day in the space, and their condition finally is restored to its peak. During the daytime, Mrin came to the space and made food for Zhao. Mrin has been worried about Zhao. He on the other hand enjoyed the motherly love she showed him and could only enjoy her delicacies. Regarding Mrin and Green, Zhao respects them very much. He sees them as his own grandparents. These two respectable old people have offered their life to the Buddha family, and offered their own children to the Buddha family. Regarding such person, Zhao did not dare to disrespect. It has been 5 days since Zhao left Kosa City, but in his inventory exists enough oil fruit and radishes of 22 season worth of planting and harvesting. The more astonishing thing is that each mu in his space produces 8,000 jin. 1 jin equals 0.5 kilograms. Of magical radishes. In other words, he had enough to trade with Laura for a long time. In the pasture, he also received 2,000 adult big rabbits, and soon he can collect a large amount of rabbits. In other words, in the present he has 2,000 large rabbit, 1,000 are now mature. Even more, in total he have a full 100,000 rabbit. Zhao truly underestimated the reproductive capacity of the space. TL note. In his pasture he can hold 1,000 mature animal and 1,000 immature animal, so after rabbits mature he put them in the mountain reach back in the caves of the Black Wastelands. He also feeds them magical radish leaves. Zhao stopped planting any vegetables in the space, because after he summons the insects in the Leica Plains, the Purcell Duchy will have a food shortage, and so starvation will occur. As a result, Zhao is preparing to plant some corn, which might sell. Although Zhao plans to deal with the Purcell family with the insect plague, but he doesn't want to create a miserable scene where everybody starves to death. The Leica Plains produce most of the Purcell family's food. Therefore, if the Leica Plains never produces again, there will be a huge pressure on the Purcell family due to the shortage of food. There will be a disaster. Who will be in the bitterest situation? It will not be those nobles, who are rich, but it will be those ordinary people. So if the Purcell Duchy have a shortage of food, then those common people will be miserable. Perhaps as time passes they will start eating each other's flesh. Zhao truly hates the Purcell family for causing him such trouble, but he isn't ready to carry the burden of countless deaths. A food shortage doesn't sound like a serious problem, but in reality it's the worst. Moreover, Zhao has also thought that if he solves the Purcell family food crisis with his planted corn, he will not only gain a lot of money, but he can also promote the status of Laura in the heart of the Marquis family. So naturally Zhao wants to make an appearance through corn, then he must only sell it to Laura so she can gain a lot of authority in the Purcell family and her natural position in their hearts would be increased. However, now these are only expectations. Zhao can't be sure that everything will go his way, because the Purcell family own many other big farms. These large farms have the ability to produce a large quantity of food in a short time, so these big farms probably have the ability to solve the food shortage. In next evening, Zhao and Green came out from space. Green brought Zhao to pass through the windbreak zone and enter the Leica Plain. As he entered the Leica Plain, Zhao was shocked. He was born in north of China, which had many plains, but the population of China was huge at that time. You could see loads of people. But on the contrary here, you could only see the rolling green waves of immature cereals. You simply cannot find people, cannot see houses, cannot see the trees. That scene could be described as shocking. Green was also shocked. He sighed and said, "This is too beautiful, too magnificent. I haven't thought that such a scenery could be forged from planting." Zhao also recovered and said, "This is nothing. As time passes we will also turn the Black Wastelands to something more beautiful than this. The Black Wasteland land, compared to this plain, is way bigger. If it improves, they possibly will have a scenery more shocking than here. Now the sky was dark, and yet Zhao and Green didn't evoke chaos. They were simply looking around and carefully inspecting the situation in the fields. No common people lives here in the Leica plain. On the other hand, the plain has many villages. Most of them has houses with thatched roofed huts. Those houses are occupied by slaves, and it seems like a steward is looking after them. There are dozens of slaves which are distributed throughout the plains, passing their life serving the Purcell family. However, Zhao and Green also noted, the lifestyle of these slaves compared to other slaves outside the place is luxurious. They eat flour-baked foods, and their clothes are also complete. Unlike slaves elsewhere, they are not divided into teams, but they are put in families. If it wasn't for their branded bodies they would look like common people. Chapter 137, Pest Crisis. Actually, this is in fact what Zhao had imagined it to be. Just like in the Black Wastes, Zhao would never send anyone to manage them. Rather, he would let the slaves build villages and let them restore their identity as normal civilians. It seems like the Purcell clan also understand this concept. To get the horse run, you have to let the horse graze. Give the slaves a better life than other slaves. Let them build their own families, and let them reproduce. In fact, even if the Purcell clan is a respected and big clan, it is impossible to buy several 100,000 slaves each year to supplement the need for workforce. Instead then, they let the slaves increase their number by letting them get married and have children. Since those children are born from slave parents, these children are also slaves already after being born. Zhao and Green saw several small villages, didn't observe them much as they have an important matter to do first. Zhao chose a location far away from the villages and stopped. He has not yet attacked using pests and would like to see what this ability can do. Green is standing next to the motionless Zhao, really curious as to how powerful the ability would be. Both of them unexpectedly thought of the same thing. Zhao slowly raised his ghost staff and whispered, "Cast pest." Immediately, the ghost staff sent a projection in front of Zhao. Then the voice said, "Please select the host cast area, 1 acre, 10 acres, 100 acres." Zhao immediately understood what it meant and chose 100 acres. The projection didn't disappear after, instead changes pictures, and the voice said, "Please select the cast density, 1 per plant, 2 per plant, 3 per plant, 4 per plant, 5 per plant." Altogether, 5 options. Zhao thinks, looked at the crops that looked like wheat, with a heavy heart, chose the highest per plant, which is 5. Zhao thought he has finished up, has not thought that again the images on the projection changes and the voice said, "Please select the duration of survival of the pests, a day, 10 days, a month." Zhao immediately chose a month. The voice didn't said anything after, and then the projection vanished. Instead, a yellow light comes out of the ghost staff. It flashed and disappeared. Then Zhao and Green heard rustling sounds coming from the wheat fields in front of them. They looked down. In their hearts, they feel scared. The wheat field in front of them, on each wheat has 5 large insects, desperately chewing the wheat. Zhao and Green looked at the scene, their scalp tingling. They did not think that these pests can eat up the wheat so fast. Zhao straightened himself, took a deep breath. Green stood up, shocked, looks at Zhao and said, "Master, is this what you said, cast pest function?" Zhao nodded and said, "Yes, this the cast pest function, which in front of us attacks the 100 acres field, in which 5 pest is on each wheat plant." Green looked at the wheat in front of them and was shocked more. In this stretch of good wheat field, suddenly there are large insects, 5 on each plant. This is really too scary. A godlike ability. Zhao has not told Green that these pests have a month-long life, though he is not clear about this himself. He thought that in this 1 month, the Purcell clan will kill the pests steadily as soon as they know of it, making it impossible for these insects to live for a month, thus not telling Green about it. However, Green also saw people in the scene, remembered the space magic, thus quickly calming down and said, "Master, "Do we put the pests to other places?" Zhao nodded and said, We will surely cast them. I want these pests to eat all the wheat in the Ike Plains." Green chuckled. Zhao jumped across the hundreds of acres of field while casting pests all over, then continuing to the next place. Zhao didn't know the total area of the ruined wheat fields. He casts pests all over the field in an orderly manner, starting from the woods, letting the Purcell clan think that these pests are a natural in the area. This evening, Zhao and Green are really tired as they kept running all over the place. Zhao did not put out the special zombie that he had. Strange to say, when he makes a zombie, undead in space also looked like zombie, though the appearance didn't change, which is a very good thing for Zhao. This time, Zhao did not release any undead, because it is too big, easily exposing them and leaves traces. Once the people of Purcell clan sees those traces, they might conclude that the pest plague is artificial, in which case, ain't amusing. It will be dawn in 3 hours. Zhao and Green returned to the space to rest. Green knew that the slaves won't be working not until the sky is completely bright. Supervisors won't let them rest for a long time. If they wait till it is dawn to rest, they might leave some traces and be found out. They are really tired that night. After entering the space, went to bed immediately. The situation on the fields, though, is actually a lot more awful than what they had imagined. Zhao underestimated the destructive power of the pests to the crops. 5 large bugs that never stops gnawing the wheat. The damage is hard to imagine. That night, there are many wheat plants that has become just a pole rod. More frightening is that those large bugs, after gnawing a wheat, has not disappeared, instead crawled onto other wheat plants. Zhao had not counted the fact that in just that night, they had changed more than 100 places, which was all due to Green being an 8-level warrior. Otherwise, this degree is impossible to achieve. In other words, Zhao and Green, just this evening, has placed enough pests to more than 100 places of wheat fields, 5 bugs on each wheat plant. This mighty insect army had begun to develop, already has eaten the wheat plants in those 100 acres of wheat fields. Zhao and Green went into the space and sleep, so naturally they did not know what's happening outside. Upon daybreak, slaves starts to work on the fields, mainly to remove weeds and kill bugs if they find any. Right now, the farming season is not on a busy stage, therefore, the slaves are relaxed while going to the field to inspect them. Zhao let the pests on that land. As a slave started to inspect, he looked stupid, scalp tingling. Large insects was gnawing on the young wheat plants, basically seeing no complete plant at all, leaving only a green straw. Forget about the slaves, not even the supervisors looked stupidly on the scene, cannot believe what they are seeing. This is just too terrible. Suddenly, a slave responded, shouts loudly while keeping the wheat on hand, while stamping the pests on the ground. With the slave's action, other slaves began to throw the pests on the ground and trample them with their feet. The supervisor has gotten sober, complexion not looking good, looks around. He did not go along with the slaves to kill the pests, instead, turned around and ran back to their village. In the small village, scaled wild beasts are being raised. They are usually used for farming, but in case of emergency, can be used as a ride to deliver messages. Just that the supervisor have seen, these bugs didn't just infested a small area. He looked around and has seen that a large area of wheat fields had been attacked already. Although not sure of the scale of damage, but one thing is for sure, if the pests won't be suppressed the soonest possible time, there will be a big reduction in the grain yield in the Ike Plains. What the supervisor does not know is that, like him, many of the supervisors around Ike Plains are already doing the same thing, riding scaled wild beasts to run toward the relay station of the Purcell clan. The reason why the slaves gives in so much effort to suppress the pests' infestation is that if their grain harvest was to be reduced, the amount of food they obtain also gets reduced. In turn, their life would not be too good. If food is reduced, they will also be sad. Every village has a relay station placed by the Purcell clan. It is like a small inn, usually used as message relay stations. The place is also where they give aid to the slaves and be used as granaries during harvest time. This is how the Purcell clan control the whole of Ike Plains. Whenever there's any sign of trouble, they can obtain the news the shortest possible time. Chapter 138. Urgent Report. Nate was the station master of the relay station. This job was a very lucrative position in the Purcell clan. A station master distributes aid to the slaves and deduct a part of the harvests if necessary. Further, they are responsible for raising at least 12 wind-chasing horses or flame colts that were used to pass messages among relay stations. Their feeds are more refined than the feeds of the common scaled wild beasts. This feed was what Nate usually embezzled. The situation in the relay station of the Ike Plains was a very common occurrence throughout the duchy. It was almost regarded as an open secret because the station masters were usually a clan member, in which many benefits through the embezzlement. Although the Purcell clan was handling the situation poorly, it doesn't mean they don't care. As long as the normal operation of the relay station was maintained and the amount of the slaves dying was minimal, they won't say anything about it. The clan will enforce a heavy punishment if these were not met. It was for this reason that although it was quite a petty job, it was still a lucrative post. Working as the station master for several years will also enable you to return to Casa City as a pensioner when you reach old age. As the nephew of the foreign housekeeper of the Purcell clan, Nate's position has been arranged. Since he lacked the talent as a practitioner, it was so that he can earn some gold coins and have a comfortable retirement life in Casa City. Although he can't go back to Casa City often since he was responsible for manning the relay station every day, at least his life was comfortable. He knew he lacked the talent as a practitioner, so he did not have any thoughts of pursuing it. He just wants to do the job for several more years so that he can retire in Casa City comfortably. Nate smiled while thinking about his clan who lives in Casa City. 6 years ago, his wife lives with him here in the relay station, but after having a child, he took them to Casa City for the child's education. The child now goes to Casa City Demon Military Institute. Although the child can't be a magician, having a healthy body makes the child a good warrior material. As he thinks of his mischievous son, Nate becomes happier. He was humming a song while walking out of the room. Going straight to the kitchen, he got a small pot of wine along with 2 dishes of vegetables and then loudly said, "Garson, Carol, come and accompany your elder brother to drink 2 cups of wine." Garson and Carlo are Nate's deputies. They were also relatives of some elders in the Purcell clan. Just like Nate, their positions were both arranged, thus making the relationship between the 3 of them fairly good. Suddenly, they heard bursts of hoofs coming towards them. Nate was surprised for a moment. He then listened carefully to where the sound came from. The sound didn't came from the direction of the old fort of the Purcell clan, Fort Benny. Instead, it came from the direction of the Ike Plains. His face sank. He did not fear the sound of the hoofs if they came from Fort Benny. It meant that commodities were to be delivered to their relay station. What he fears were the sound of the hoofs that came from the Ike Plains, as this meant there's an emergency or accident that had happened. The Purcell clan gives great importance on the Ike Plains. Thus, no matter what happened, the Purcell clan should know of it immediately. Nate threw the pot of wine he has in his hands and immediately directed his 2 deputies saying, "Prepare the flames horses quickly, there may be an accident in Ike Plains." Garson and Carlo froze for a moment, then quickly moved and prepared the horses. They knew that Nate had been the station master for 8 years. Although he didn't get any promotion, his high familiarity with how it works within the Ike Plains made them follow him without hesitation. Just before they move, Nate's heart sank. In the distant horizon, he can see a man madly whipping his horse moving quickly towards the station. Judging by the looks of it, he knew that the situation was a lot worse than what he had imagined it to be. As soon as the man reached the gate, Nate immediately asked, "Tyne, what happened?" The pale-faced Tyne responded, "Senior Nate, my district is in a bad situation. A large-scale pest infestation is happening right now. Please report it immediately to the clan, otherwise the grain yield this year would be greatly reduced." Nate was stunned and it took some time before he collected his thoughts and said, "How could a pest infestation suddenly occur?" The pale-faced Tyne replied, "I have no idea, Yesterday it was all normal, but this morning, we found a large number of huge white insects gnawing on the wheat plants. If they are not eliminated, the consequences would be unthinkable. If possible, I hope the clan can send a high-level magician and an army of 1,000 warriors. Nate was startled after hearing what Tyne said. Asking for 100 warriors was the usual request to respond to a pest infestation. But right now, Tyne was asking for a high-level magician and 1,000 army. Nate looked at Tyne and said, "Are you saying the problem is really severe?" Tyne smiled and said, "Senior Nate, the situation at hand right now is worse than you think it is. I suggest telling the clan to start preparing a strategic plan to counter the infestation." Nate silently agreed. He knows that Tyne was a warrior of the Purcell clan in the past, was injured and later assigned as a supervisor. Precisely because of his past that Nate knew he is reliable. When Tyne said that there's a need for a strategic plan, it meant the problem was really serious. After thinking things over, Nate said, "All right, I'll immediately leave for Fort Benny-U to deliver this news. You should hurry and go back. Organize a pest control team as soon as you can." Tyne agreed and sped off towards the village. As soon as Tyne left, Nate instructed Garson and Carlo to deliver the news to the different relay stations around Ike Plains. Immediately, all three of them sped off, going on different locations. Nate knew that the problem was severe, so he headed towards Fort Benny-U with haste. It takes 2 days for a horse to travel from Nate's rail station to Fort Benny-U. However, in times of emergency, you can reach it in a day if you continuously run without rest. Fort Benny-U was an old fort that always has 3 elders, 5,000 warriors and 150 magicians stationed. This fort was also the home large number of clan members along with their servants. As such, the Purcell clan considers this place as one of the foundations of the clan. Among the 5,000 warriors in the fort, 2,000 were stationed inside the castle. The rest were stationed on military compounds outside the castle. These military compounds form the network of information and communication, passing news all over the fort. The walls of the fort were 2 kilometers long, 5 meters thick and 15 meters high. The wall was built with a deep foundation on a land covered with riga grass. The layers were all tampered firmly and topped by a layer of rice milk, making the wall very strong. Although the fort was not a key city in the Duchy of Versailles, it was still relatively a busy place. Even if the Purcell clan were very strict with regards to trading, quite a number of merchants from the Duchy of Versailles still sets up shop here. Presently, there were about 5 million people throughout Fort Benny-U. The people living in the castle are the Purcell clan members along with some people that has a good relationship with the clan. Today seems like another normal day within the Fort Benny-U. The castle door opened in the morning, with trades and businesses starting up along with it, making the fort quite lively. At the end of the day, a melodious bell was heard throughout the fort, signaling the closing of the castle doors. However, while the doors were being closed slowly, the sounds of a rapidly running horse reverberated throughout the fort suddenly. People couldn't help but look at the direction where the sound was coming from. That direction was where Ike Plains was. Before long, a flame horse emerged along with the rider shouting, "Urgent report! Urgent report! Do not close." People living in the castle clearly knew that the person is a messenger or someone who works at the aerial station. They immediately stopped closing the door and slowly opened it. As soon as the messenger reaches the gate, 2 guards wearing horned helmets welcome him. The messenger actually didn't stop and yelled, "Urgent report! Urgent report! Move out of the way." Usually, when a messenger delivers a report, they stop in front of the gate to be inspected by the guards. However, this messenger went straight to the fort while shouting. The guards didn't dare to intercept him and stepped aside immediately. The messenger was actually Nate. He knew that the pest infestation was severe, thus he didn't mind stopping at the gate and went directly to the fort. No one dared to block the speeding Nate. He has traveled a whole day without rest and was clearly exhausted. As he stepped down from his horse, he almost fainted in front of the inner city guards. The guards saw this and they immediately helped him. Chapter 139, Pest Crisis. 2. Nate struggled as he tried to speak in front of the inner guards. Seeing this scene, One of the guards spoke to another and said, "Give him a bowl of water." Without hesitation, the guard fetched a bowl of water. After quenching his thirst, Nate struggled to stand up and said, "Quickly report this to the clan. Ike Plains is under a large-scale infestation. We're requesting for high-level magicians to deal with this." As soon as the guards heard what Nate said, they all became pale. They hurriedly went towards the castle while helping Nate to walk. A person such as Nate was not eligible to enter the fort without an official pass. Usually, he can only go till the fort's inner gate and give the report to the guards. It was the duty of the guards to evaluate if the news were important or not. After letting Nate sit, the guard who was helping Nate to walk asked, "How come there's a sudden severe pest infestation?" Although tired, knowing that this inner city guard was a junior of one of the Purcell branch clan, he still answered immediately and said, "I do not know either." This morning, the supervisor of the village rushed to my rail station and reported that there was a massive infestation happening. A large portion of the wheat fields had already been infested. The warrior guarding the inner city gates, Tat, was a junior of a branch of the Purcell clan. Due to his grandfather being an elder, he was placed as an inner city guard in Fort Benny. Being a junior of the branch clan, it was their duty to serve as guards while they were still young and inexperienced. Tat then asked Nate and said, "When did you notice the infestation?" He asked the question again to ensure that the report was valid, as the Purcell clan really gives a high importance on the matters related to the Ike Plains. Honestly responding, Nate said, "Yesterday, everything was normal, but when morning comes, a large number of fat bugs were observed over a large area in the wheat fields. I immediately ran here to report the problem after receiving the news." Tat frowned. As junior of a branch clan, he was more knowledgeable than Nate. He felt that this was an unusual occurrence, but he has not thought that it might be artificially induced. He has not heard of anyone who can use insects to attack in the continent. It was common knowledge that the low level of intelligence of insects made them impossible to be controlled or trained. Furthermore, these kind of insects doesn't have any battle efficiency, so normally, no one would use them. After all, in the Ark continent, strength was everything. Because of those reasons, Tat didn't had any reason to believe it wasn't a natural occurrence. Pest problems occur several times a year in the Ark continent. This was also true of other natural calamities such as flood and drought. Just then, a guard who was asked to inform the elders ran back to Nate and said, "Follow me quickly. The elders wants to see you." Nate was startled and quickly stood up. Although he was not a powerful practitioner, he was still, after all, a level 4 warrior. After resting for quite a bit, he had regained some of his strength and immediately stood up to meet the elders. Remember, people from the Ark continent were a lot stronger than the people on Earth. Tat and the messenger brought Nate inside the castle. Upon entering, Nate saw a lot of warriors training in a large martial arts field. There was a hall in the martial field wherein most the affairs within the fort were being handled. This includes the affairs related to the fort's wall, as well as the living conditions of the warriors. The two guards along with Nate hurriedly went to the front of the hall where they were greeted by a steward. The steward smiled and said, "Hurry, the elders are waiting inside." Having led Nate to the hall, the guards did not go inside. The rules of the Purcell clan specified that guard warriors doesn't have the qualification to enter the halls. Tat immediately turned around and returned to his own residence inside the castle. Since he was a junior of the branch clan, he has a higher status than the common guards. After returning to his room, Tat immediately wrote a letter addressed to his grandfather. Although his grandfather was an elder, he was not here in Fort Benny. He was in the city of Casa. Tat wanted to tell the news he had received immediately to his grandfather. After writing, he rolled the letter and placed a wax seal. Then he took out his wind falcon, which his father gave to him, and sealed the letter in a small iron pipe. He cautiously looked around first before letting the falcon flew. Meanwhile, after hearing Nate's report, The Purcell clan responded quickly. They organized a pest control army composed of 5 magicians and an army of 100 cavalry. They then immediately went towards the reported area in the Ike Plains. Zhao and Green didn't knew of these developments. They had been inside the space after deliberately hiding their presence. They feared that they would be found out if they didn't. They slept till the afternoon. After eating the food Marin prepared for lunch, they went to the living room. Zhao opened the screen and observed the situation outside. Though they were not near the wheat fields, they were still able to see what was happening within a radius of 500 meters. However, they were shocked with what they saw. The wheat field appearing in the screen was no longer how it was last night. The field that was fully green and vibrant was no longer present. They didn't saw any good wheat plants. Instead, what they all saw was a field full of culms. The field was covered with withered wheat plants. Seeing this situation unfold, they could not help but hold their breath. Even though they expected a large-scale damage, they didn't expect that it would be this fast and severe. All good wheat crops had been infested, others had withered. Unexpectedly, it only took a night to have this scale of damage. Both Zhao and Green recovered after a moment of shock. Green looked at the screen and muttered, "This is horrible. I never expected that these little insects can cause this damage." This time, the Purcell clan would really be in trouble. Zhao looked pale-faced, nodded and said, "I have never thought that these insects could be this fierce." It seems this time, the production of grains from the Ike Plains would be reduced greatly. Zhao turned around and said, "Meg, tell Anne, starting tomorrow, stop the processing of the oil fruits. Instead, focus on corn processing. Although we did this to give some trouble to the Purcell clan, I don't intend to starve the commoners and slaves within the Purcell Duchy." Green nodded in agreement and said, "The more processed food produced, the better." This time, the grain production in the Ike Plains would really affect the market so much. Even if the Purcell clan has the ability to cope up with this, the increase in the prices of food commodities would affect the commoners and the slaves. But if we introduce our processed corn as an alternative, grain prices would be stable, which is a good thing. Sighing, Zhao said, "This time, if it were not for Purcell clan's provocation, I would not be so heartless. Since we attacked the Ike Plains, the slaves living here in the plain would greatly suffer." Green coldly responded, "If we didn't do this, the Purcell clan's attention would be directed to us. They will surely send someone to deal with us." Zhao sighed and looked at the screen. Green knew Zhao was kind-hearted, thus he didn't urge him to do more. Since Zhao was still young, in Green's opinion, being able to do this was already remarkable. While they were observing and discussing, the sky slowly turned dark, but Zhao patiently waited inside the space. He knew that making a move right now, when there were many pest control teams scattered, will cause them to be found out. At around 9 o'clock, it was already completely dark. Thus, Zhao and Green decided to go out of the space. They saw a light coming from a torch a few distance away. It seems like the slaves were still doing pest control. Fortunately, the place they exited to were in the woods. Further, there were no one near them. After observing for some time, they found out the slaves were still busy killing pests, thus they slowly walked out of the woods. With a heavy heart, Zhao looked into the distance and decided to proceed and continue casting pests. Just like last night, he used the same options upon using his skill cast pest. Thinking about their capacity to control the situation, they only infested a total of 7,000 hectares. This way, the slaves won't be affected so much by this disaster. Chapter 140. Most important, the pest control army that the Purcell clan sent, were dispatched into the places where Zhao and Green had cast the pests. They were given an area of jurisdiction. The detailed actions of the pest control teams that were composed of the slaves were recorded on the district relay stations they belonged to. This way, the reports were easily passed from the real stations to the Purcell clan. Meanwhile, Nate was left behind in Fort Bennu as he would just slow down the pest control army that were composed of magicians and warriors with a higher level of cultivation than him. Normally, the clan won't send a magician, and 5 magicians at that, to a case of pest infestation. But now, the situation was different. These magicians were known to have an inferior set of single attack skills, but has a very good area of effect attack skills. In case of a normal pest plague, they can use several magic skills and instantly suppress the infestation. However, upon their arrival, they were shocked to see that the fields had become like a battlefield. It seems like there's a war between the slaves and the pests. Although they were only slaves, it was still surprising to see how fierce they were while fighting the insects. Everywhere on the field, all they saw were the same scenes: large fat insects gnawing on wheat plants while the slaves attacks any pests they see and stomp them to death. There were even slaves who looked pale and were lying down. They were obviously tired and had fainted. As the pest control army observed more, they were again astonished as they saw the scenes from distant fields. Along with Nate's district, it seems like several other districts were also affected. The army can't even imagine how large the damage was. The leader of the army, a fire magician, saw the situation and immediately ordered a warrior and said, "Immediately return to Fort Bennu and report the situation to the elders. Tell them to raise the emergency level to the highest and ask for more reinforcements immediately. Otherwise, there won't be any harvests this year from the Ike Plains." The warrior was a team leader in the pest control army, a level 6 warrior practitioner, immediately rushed towards Fort Bennu. The lead magician didn't immediately order the army to start the pest extermination. Instead, he turned around and gave an order. He said, "Everyone must step back 50 meters away from the wheat plants and establish a 10 by 10 meters buffer zone. Winger, go and cure the slaves that had been injured or exhausted. Afterwards, order them to help with the formation of the buffer zones. Message relay team, go around the Ike Plains where there were infestation and pass the order to them." The message relay team immediately complied, rode their horses and went to different locations. Meanwhile, the other warriors went immediately to the field. At the same time, Winger, who was a water magician, went to the area where the slaves that passed out and were injured. The army leader, after seeing everything was proceeding according to his instructions, started to recite several incantations in a low voice. Suddenly, a snake salamander appeared and immediately flew towards the fields as he positioned himself to the buffer zone. The other magicians also started casting their magic skills on the fields that were infested heavily while avoiding damaging the fields that were already secured from the pests. Looking at how smoothly he instructed the army, the leader seems to be very experienced in handling cases of insect plagues. Then, the rest of the warriors in the army had also taken out their weapons and started to form the 10 by 10 meters buffer zone. Since the buffer zone was wide, it was hard to avoid wasting a lot of wheat fields. Unfortunately, these magicians didn't know that the infestation was artificially induced and started attacking using the normal method of extermination. The method was extremely useful in cases of normal insect plagues, but now, they saw that their method was not effective against these pests. Zhao and Green weren't too tired today but still decided to go back into the space after they reached the windbreak zones. Since they were concerned about what's happening outside, they used the screen to observe what's happening within a radius of 500 meters. What they saw was really something beyond their imagination, those big bugs gnawing on the wheat so fast it seems unnatural, leaving only the comb. Then, after gnawing a wheat, the large bugs would immediately hop onto the next available wheat. Green took a deep breath, smiled and said, "Now I know why the Purcell clan has sent a large army." Zhao nodded while leaning against the sofa, took a deep breath and said, "We should rest for 2 days and observe. If they can exterminate the pest within 2 days, we will cast more. If in case they won't be able to solve this within 2 days, Grandpa Green should visit the Purcell clan and break the engagement." Green nodded and said, "Master, we might as well go back to the Stony Mountain and just return here after 2 days to see the results." Disagreeing, Zhao shook his head and said, "First, we need to go back to the Black Wastes and deliver the extracted oil to Casa City. Then we will ask Laura to buy sacks which we can use for the packaging of the processed corn. This time, we're not expecting any income from the sales of the corn to help ease the burden of the slaves and commoners throughout the Duchy of Versailles. Since this is the case, We need to place several slaves to the stony mountains to extract oil. Green nodded. Even though his hate for the Persal clan was deeper than Zhao's, he did not want their actions to cause the general populace to be starved and even die. In the Ark continent, people believes in gods except those dark magicians. This was the reason why there is still restraint on people's actions, as they believe they will be punished by the gods if ever they do something bad. After reaching an agreement, they returned to the castle in the Black Wastes, wherein a giant corn processing plant now works full-time. There's two ways in which the corn were processed. First, was what the Northerners called corn, in which they peel the husks and process the corn to be edible. The second one was making corn flour. This was done by grinding the corn, which was relatively troublesome. These flour were the ones to be made into cornmeal. In order to hasten the processing of corn, Zhao has recalled back a large number of undead that were stationed in the Stony Mountains. Undeads don't require rest and can continuously work. That's why Zhao was confident that he can supply the needs of the Duchy of Versailles in case the effect of the Ike Plains infestation starts to manifest. Since the slaves' capacity to do work were limited, they were assigned on the technical parts of the processing, while the undead does any other physical-related work. Also, Zhao had to raise 100 scaled wild beasts in the space, 10 of which would be used to pull the carts for delivery while the rest were used to assist matters related to grindstone milling. There's a total of 10 grindstones and 20 rollers, which were inadequate if the normal processing schedule were to be followed. Thus, Zhao decided to order all the male slaves to focus on working with the milling process and assigning undead for the other steps. Dealing with all of these made Zhao unable to check on the situation on the Ike Plains after 2 days. Further, he doesn't have much people available for use since they were already assigned to different tasks such as guarding the Black Wastes and the Stony Mountain. Zhao then decided to reduce the undead defending Stony Mountain by half, transferring the ordinary mercenaries that were turned undead to the Black Wastes. Following that, Zhao contacted Drunk, who was in the Carrion Swamp, inquiring about the situation there. Drunk returned a message which stated that the Carrion Swamp was not actually only a swamp. There were places that looks like islands where tree grows and some magic beasts lives. Drunk's team had occupied a small island. They made it their base while catching weak and low-leveled magic beasts as well as gathering and picking up seeds of the plants growing there. At the moment, Drunk's team had been deep into the Carrion Swamp, around a few hundred miles away from the border. Continuing to go deeper looks quite difficult, thus they prepared to deliver what they had accumulated first. Zhao agreed to Drunk's decision. Compared to the threats of the Persal clan, the Carrion Swamp poses a lot more danger. After all, even if the Persal clan attack them, they could hide in the space. This was not the case with the threat of the Carrion Swamp. If they wanted to live in the Black Wastes for generations to come, they should solve the problem posed by the Carrion Swamp. Because of these thoughts, Zhao was now very anxious, ordering Drunk to go continue observing. Getting more information about the Carrion Swamp was the most important. Chapter 141, Opportunity. While Zhao was busy, an earth-shaking situation unfolded in the Ike Plains. For the first time in the history of the Persal clan, their pest control army wasn't able to stop the infestation. Rather, they just realized that this plague was the worst among all the pest infestation recorded. Since this was already the case, and having been sent all available forces from Fort Beniu, a clan elder from Kosa City, Shirvan, was ordered to lead a team to go on the east side of the Ike Plains. Zhao and Green cast the pest on over 10,000 acres of land. Coincidentally, they were all in the eastern part of the Ike Plains. This was the reason why the elder was sent towards the eastern area, hoping that they can exterminate the pests the shortest possible time. When they arrived, they were surprised. What they saw was really beyond their imagination. There was a large number of pests infesting the fields. They saw that the buffer zones formed weren't able to block the pests. They also observed that these pests reproduce really fast and easily broke through the buffer zones. Due to this, the army's 5 magicians were tasked to handle at least 1,000 hectares each, which was simply impossible. Even accounting the rest of the warriors and slaves, there's no way it can work. And upon the arrival of Shirvan, The pest control army from Fort Bennu is still forming another buffer zone, which would be quite useless now. Truth is, they don't even know that these pests wouldn't be gone until their predetermined lifespan was over. In reality, Zhao's space was an existence different from all the magic in the Ark continent. The logic behind the laws it contained were different as compared to what this world has. Thus, everyone assumed that the pests dies after they stomped them down or attacked with their magic skills. They concluded that their reproductive ability was simply astonishing, that even if they kill them, they still maintain their numbers. Unfortunately, this was not the case. Those bugs really die, but amazingly, they immediately revive after, and when they do, they turn into a young bug again and would move really fast to another wheat plant and start infesting. Due to their number, Persol clan's army weren't able to notice this occurrence. Aside from an elder from Kasa City and the army that was previously sent by Fort Bennu, everyone in Fort Bennu, the clan members and their slaves, were now mobilized. Remember, there's a total of 5 million people in the fort, and almost all were now in the Ike Plains. Only around 5,000 were left in Fort Bennu, which includes the guards and old, weak people. With a large movement like this, each and every merchant in the Persol Duchy were alerted. They sent spies to monitor what the Persol clan's been doing. Earlier, when Fort Bennu sent a pest control army, merchants who has a relation to any member of the Persol clan already sent letters asking about the situation. After inquiring, they were informed that there's a pest infestation occurring in the eastern Ike Plains. These merchants really didn't mind it that much. After all, we're talking about the Persol clan. They knew this issue would be resolved soon. But then, when the news of the massive movement in Fort Bennu were known by them, they concluded that things weren't as simple as they thought it was. Unfortunately, now, they don't have anyone to ask about the situation. After all, most of their contacts were already deployed towards eastern Ike Plains. However, these merchants knew, with the massive damage brought about by the pest infestation, there will surely be food shortage, which means prices for food will go up significantly. This is a big opportunity for merchants. The disastrous infestation was not within their priorities. They actually don't care. What they care about was the impact it will bring. Thus, this news spread like wildfire among the merchants in the Persol Duchy, Laura's Marquis clan included. The Marquis clan's merchant firm in the city of Kasa was controlled by Laura. They had been training wind falcons for relaying messages. Laura decided to give Nier the responsibility of raising them after she saw that Nier really loves beasts, and surprisingly, she was loved by the beasts as well. Recently, Nier was very happy. Her life was simple. If Laura was happy, she was happy too. Nier was feeding the wind falcon. Wind falcons were actually not picky about their food, but they prefer meat. Altogether, there's a total of 200 wind falcons in Laura's shop, 100 of which were still growing up. Every day they need to provide a large amount of feeds for them to eat. Usually, a dozen of people would be needed to take care of 200 wind falcons. After all, these birds are to be taught, thus, they should also be fed carefully, otherwise, they'll be aggressive and even attack and injure their trainers. In Laura's case, Nier was the only trainer taking care of all the wind falcons. As long as she delivered food, the birds would happily eat them. Sometimes, Nier brings live prey to let the falcons experience predating. This was the reason why their wind falcons really looked better than other falcons raised and trained by the other families and clans. Suddenly, while Nier was feeding the falcons, she heard a falcon's cry. The falcon approached her and quickly landed on her shoulders. She froze for a moment. After looking at the falcon, she saw a letter tied to the legs. Nier immediately took the letter and said, "Little 13, good work, now go inside and eat, otherwise, your brothers will take your share." Nier named the wind falcon using numbers. She can recognize them instantly. even though the birds didn't have any mark on them. This was her special ability. The wind falcon rubbed its beak towards Nier's face a few times before flying towards its nest to eat. Nier then took the letter to the study. Laura was reading the accounting book in the study. Zhao's radish sold easily and were really popular among the commoners. Even some mercenaries buy from them. The high magic content was the reason why, and was also the reason why Laura's chain of shops got the name Higanbana. Due to the popularity and high sales of Zhao's magic radishes in all Higanbana shops throughout the Persal Duchy, Laura was happy. Just then, Nier came and said, "Miss, Little 13 just brought back a letter, possibly related to the situation in Fort Bennu." Laura was startled for a moment before taking the letter. The letter was really related to Fort Bennu's situation. It was the report sent by the spy they placed in Fort Bennu. Laura's complexion changed after reading just a few words from the letter. She turned around and excitedly said, "Nier, immediately call Grandpa Kun, quickly." Nier doesn't know why Laura was excited and immediately complied. Before long, Kun came, and saw how Laura's been acting. He had been with her ever since she was young, so he knew that something significant happened, causing her to act this way. He immediately said, "Laura, what's the matter?" Laura turned around and said while handing out the letter to Kun, "Grandpa Kun, a massive pest infestation occurred in the Ike Plains. Grain production are sure to be reduced greatly." Kun's facial expression immediately went serious. Then quickly read the content of the letter. The letter stated everything happening in the Ike Plains, including the movement of the Persal clan. Kun now knew that the Ike Plains has met a disastrous calamity. After carefully reading the letter twice, Kun put the letter down and looked at Laura saying, "Laura, what do you think?" Laura responded, "This is a great opportunity. Since there's a problem in the Ike Plains, surely food prices will go up. Right now, we should start hoarding food and grains. This way we can earn a lot." Kun did not speak and nodded, when suddenly, a clear and cool voice said, "Laura, that is not good." Chapter 142, Long-Term Perspective. A pale-looking middle-aged man wearing a magic robe was standing outside the door while the three of them were in discussion. This blonde and handsome gentleman was in fact Laura's father, Karen. Karen usually doesn't care about anything aside from his magic studies. Today, after finishing an experiment, he went to get some fresh air. Unintentionally, he heard what Laura said and stopped by. Laura looked at Karen, seeing her kind-hearted father, with his awfully sweet and spineless demeanor. She can't help but think that if not for his character, he won't be looked down upon in the Ixa Empire. Because of Karen's disposition, he won't allow Laura do dirty business, especially if it'll affect the commoners. Even though Karen doesn't like to do business since childhood, since he grew up in the Marquis clan, he understood where Laura was coming from. Laura immediately ran over towards her father and said, "Father, have you finished your experiment?" Karen shook his head and said, "I almost succeeded." "Probably. I only need to adjust 1 or 2 magic. I'm not talking about my experiment though. What I'm saying here is that you shouldn't hoard food. That matter is simply disagreeable, even if it gives us great profit." Laura smiled bitterly and said, "All right, father, rest assured, we won't do it. My only fear is that because we didn't made that move, others will do so, and soon, we will lose our standing here in the Persal Duchy." Karen replied firmly saying, "No matter if the others do it, we won't do it." Disappointed, Laura grumbles silently. Apparently, she still wants to pursue this business strategy. Right then, Kun said, "Laura, your father is right. Doing business like this is disagreeable." Shocked for a moment, Laura couldn't believe that even Kun opposed her idea. For businessmen, getting the maximum benefit out of this situation was obviously what they should do, so how come Kun was opposed to the idea too? Kun was watching Laura's puzzled appearance, smiled and said, "Karen, Laura, please sit." They sat opposite of Kun, just like how students were in front of their teacher. Kun was looking at the two, slightly chuckled, then said, "Laura, for businessmen, maximizing profits is of utmost importance. That's what I had always told you, and probably the reason why you insist on pursuing the business strategy you proposed, right?" Laura nodded. Kun then said, Laura, you have to remember, a businessman shouldn't just focus on maximizing profits. They should have a long-term vision and not be blinded by immediate interests. Right now, the effects of the infestation in the Ike Plains would surely place the Purcell Duchy in a state of crisis, and as long as we sell the hoarded food supply, we'll make a small fortune out of this situation. But this strategy actually lacks a long-term vision. Karen was not interested in this kind of topic, thus, while sitting there, he was actually not listening. On the other hand, Laura listened with great interest, but wasn't able to comprehend what Kun said. Kun had given up on Karen, then told Laura, "Laura, the Purcell clan is a powerful force in the empire, and would be able to withstand this crisis. If we hoard food while they are experiencing these hardships, it is tantamount to adding insult to their injuries. This is already offending the Purcell clan, so even if we earn some today, in the future, we won't be able to smoothly cooperate with them." Laura was a smart woman and not a greedy merchant, unlike most, thus she understood what Kun said as she nodded in agreement. Even though the Marquis clan was strong, the real power in this world were those great old aristocratic families, wherein the Purcell clan belongs. Once they were offended, in the future, doing business in the Purcell Duchy would be difficult. Even after considering the relationship of the Marquis clan to the Purcell clan, they will still be suppressed. This will directly hit the Higanbana store. After all, they were based in the Purcell Duchy. After Laura nodded, Kun continued, "All these years of building our store's reputation, Higanbana, here in the Purcell Duchy, will go to waste. Establishing it wasn't easy. Much more recovering it once lost. Right now, if we follow your suggestion, we might earn a little, but soon, it won't be possible to do business anymore." Laura was scared out of her wits upon hearing what Kun said. If the reputation of the Higanbana really would be tarnished, that would be tantamount to the loss of cooperation to both the Purcell clan and Zhao, which means they will lose everything in an instant. Laura knew clearly, once she lose the business in the Purcell Duchy, her worst fear would come true, which was being sent off by the clan to be married. Kun was looking at the terrified Laura, then comforted her by saying, "Laura, you have to remember, pursuing the interest of being a businessman doesn't mean you'll do everything to get high profits. Some things are possible, some are not. So this time, we can hoard grains, but we should sell it at the normal price." As Kun said this, Laura nodded and replied, "All right. We'll just do what you suggested, Grandpa Kun." Though even if we stock lots of supplies, the other merchants would also do the same. When the time comes, we won't be able to make the price stable once we sold all our stocks. Kun nodded and said, "For the meantime, let's immediately contact the suppliers and ask for at least 4 weeks' worth of food supply. Even if we buy at a higher price, we will still sell them at the normal price." Laura nodded and immediately wrote a letter which she passed to Near to be sent out. Although Karen was distracted, he has a background on being a merchant, that's why this time, what Kun said made him feel that it was the right decision. After all, Laura's decision as the head of the Higanbana chain of stores in the Purcell Duchy would affect a lot of people. After sending out the letter, Laura walked in front of Kun and said, "Grandpa Kun, it seems like we must do something before the other merchants affect the price of grains. If the price increases by much, we'll be in trouble as we will have a hard time procuring grains." Kun agreed, nodding as he said, "The effect of the Ike Plains infestation will definitely give trouble to the Purcell clan, and even if they want to solve it in a short time, it won't be possible. Once this happens, some greedy merchants would hoard the supply of food and spread the news to make the food shortage crisis bigger, increasing the burden to the commoners." Laura frowned. She wasn't sure of what to do next if that happens. Right now, what they can do was to stock as much food supplies as they can, so when the time comes that the prices of food increase, they can sell it at the normal rate. After 2 days, contrary to what they believed, they were surprised to know that the other merchants didn't spread the news, as if they didn't know of what's happening in the Ike Plains. However, Laura received a letter from her people stating that the surrounding grain-producing areas had begun to increase their prices. Even after bargaining, they weren't able to get some supplies as the bids of the other merchants were higher. Sadly, Laura has no way to resolve this issue. Even if she really wanted to buy lots of grains, her funds were limited. Compared to the big firms who had the backing of some aristocratic families, she has none. Even the Marquis clan won't give her help, thus she was no match for the other big firms. Laura thought that she can just buy other grains that are cheaper, like the bamboo rice. Unfortunately, she couldn't even buy a single grain. Those big firms were very thorough that they even bought the bamboo rice at a high price. Laura tried to talk to those big firms to discuss the stabilization of the price of food in the market, but as soon as she mentioned the issue, she was immediately ignored. Obviously, these firms would not miss this great opportunity to amass wealth. In the end, even if Laura tried her best to talk to other merchants, she wasn't able to as they were avoiding her. Seeing the situation, Laura felt hopeless. She wasn't worried about what the commoners would eat, but rather, she was afraid that once their stocks ran out, the Higanbana store will lose its reputation. Kun was really shocked to see that the big firms would act ruthlessly and stock tons of grains, totally not caring of whether the commoners would live or die. Now Kun understood why the firms didn't spread the news. It was so that they can prepare and stock tons of grains, thus increasing the price. Then, once the news gets out, they will profit greatly. Chapter 143, Late. As a businessman, grabbing every opportunity to profit was very important. At the same time, one must know what opportunities to take and which matters had precedence over others. It simply meant taking the right opportunity at the right time while also using the appropriate means to make a profit. Otherwise, the desired result would not be met. Furthermore, seizing these opportunities was the most important part of the process. Else, how would merchants ever find enough success in order to earn money? One must find out what people needed first, and which were opportunities. Then by offering some means of assistance, you can maximize the benefits. This is what those big firms were waiting for. They will release the news of infestation as soon as the time was right, then greatly increase the price of food, which will allow them to earn a huge profit. What bothered Kun and Laura was that the Purcell clan had not made any decision to avoid this problem. Did they have enough food to deal with this, or have they already stopped the infestation? These days, the letters that were sent by the spies in Fort Bennu stated that there was no progress in the extermination. Rather, the infestation had already destroyed around 10 square kilometers of wheat fields, and the Purcell clan seemed to have no idea about how to resolve this crisis. Kun and Laura were in the library, discussing about how to deal with the situation. Suddenly, a servant entered the room, bowed, and said, "Miss, the Purcell clan's foreign affairs elder has asked to see you." Laura and Kun glanced at each other. They hadn't expected the reaction of the Purcell clan to be this slow. Although it was slow, it was too late. The Purcell clan had thought that they would be able to easily stop the infestation, so they weren't that worried. Soon they discovered they were wrong. After mobilizing every force they could, they were still unable to stop this insect infestation. What's more, the infestation has now spiraled out of control. Their next move was to begin stocking up on food to cope with the reduced food production. They had encountered such problems in the past, and immediately moved to start up discussions with the Chamber of Commerce. The discussion would aim to see if they would be able to prepare more food to cope with the oncoming food crisis. But the Purcell clan didn't think that the large Chamber of Commerce would actually be unable to give them a clear answer. Instead, they seemed to avoid the issue, which did anything except cause worry for the Purcell clan. At the moment, the Purcell clan didn't have any other means. They had already experienced food shortages several times in the past, but those situations were not as serious as what was happening now. This time it greatly affected the production in Ike Plains. Such a thing had never before been encountered. It was precisely because of this that the large business firms acted a bit slower. Those groups were ready to make a killing in the Purcell Duchy, so how could they possibly let this opportunity slip by? The Purcell clan took a step back and began to place restrictions on everything. At this time, the Purcell clan sent a contact to Laura, the clan's only foreign affairs elder. As the foreign affairs elder was responsible for external affairs, He had a relatively high status. This was Stern Purcell. Laura naturally understood why the other side head was coming and knew she had to receive him due to Stern's high position. Thus, she welcomed him into the parlor. As Laura and Kun arrived, they saw Stern in the parlor, drinking tea. Although the Purcell clan faced a very difficult situation, given Stern's position as a clan elder, his ability to remain calm wasn't bad. Before, he had already met with different merchants of various large firms. Unfortunately, the results were unsatisfactory. While they seemed very concerned, Stern had a lot of experience and knew this was all sophistry. It was clear that they were delaying their efforts to help. This time, to them, the Purcell clan was a large fish they needed to catch. Although Stern was angered by the actions of those firms, he remained silent about it due to their strength. He didn't say anything, but he believed the Purcell clan would be able to survive this crisis. One must know that the Purcell clan had 1,000 years of history, which wasn't a joke. These merchants wanted to take advantage of the situation and make a small fortune. While the Purcell clan would lose a lot, if those firms wanted to shake the Purcell clan's roots, it would be impossible. As long as the Purcell clan's foundation survived, they could easily bounce back. Don't forget, the Purcell clan territory was now a duchy. If they wanted to do business here, they would have to deal with the Purcell clan's taxes. While the large firms would be able to make a lot of money, they would still have future businesses within the Purcell duchy. In the future, the Purcell clan could impose high taxes on them and sooner or later make up what they lost now. Stern could not understand the reason why these merchants were acting like this towards the Purcell clan. Was it just for the money? He did not believe it. These large firms had been on the mainland for many years, and not without reason. They shouldn't have committed such an error, right? Did they really want to destroy the Purcell clan? Even while Stern had been thinking about these things, his face still looked as calm as usual. He was responsible for the external affairs of the Purcell clan. He had been trained from early on to never change his expression for anything, not even if Mount Taiwan collapsed. Just then, the sounds of footsteps could be heard. Stern looked up and saw Laura and Kun. He naturally knew them as they were the leaders of the Higanbana firm too within the Purcell duchy, which could be regarded as a large firm. Stern also understood that Laura would know what the Purcell duchy's current business was for. The status of the firm wasn't very high and even the large businesses looked down on them. In the Purcell duchy, however, the influence of the Higanbana firm was not small. Laura walked in from the door to the right. She gave her courtesies to Stern and then said, "Laura greets Stern elder. I have kept the elder waiting and ask the elder for forgiveness." Stern didn't dare to put on a big act. He quickly stood up, turned to Laura, and returned the courtesy. "Miss Laura is too kind. Today, I have taken the liberty to visit. I hope the lady can forgive me." Kun and Stern also mutually greeted one another. Here, in the Purcell duchy, almost everyone was aware of Kun's status. Stern naturally did not slight Kun. After the small group sat down, Laura looked at Stern and said, "Stern elder, I know why you have come, but to be honest, there's nothing I can really do to help." Stern did not expect Laura to be so direct. It was the first time it happened. When dealing with those others of the large firms, if they weren't spouting sophistry, then they first spoke for half the day before the talk turned to questions. He didn't expect Laura to be the first to speak about the main subject. Stern looked at Laura, puzzled, and asked, "I don't know what Miss Laura means." Laura watched Stern and smiled. "To be honest, Stern elder, we already knew about the calamity that has befallen the Ike Plains beforehand. I was ready to collect grains in order to help stabilize the Purcell clan's future food shortage. Unfortunately, we didn't think about the pause of others. I wanted to collect food, but the price has already risen greatly. Even if I wanted to receive food cheaply, I won't be able to. Currently, Higanbana firm has enough stock to sell for 7 days. After 7 days, Higanbana firm will have no more food available for sale." Stern looked at Laura. He wanted to see if she was speaking truth or lies. Actually, he had already believed what she said. If nothing else, it was because she went straight to the issue. He didn't voice these thoughts. Looking at Laura, Stern said, "Do you really mean it, Miss Laura?" Laura gave a bitter smile and said, "True or not true, Stern elder knows what kind of person my father is. This time, my father wanted me to stabilize the prices. It is unfortunate. While my hands have the capital, there is no way to do anything against those who are so reckless. Some time ago I tried to look for them to discuss this matter and try to stabilize Purcell's public grain prices. Nevertheless, in the end I was refused. There really is no way. Stern had a gloomy expression. Then he coldly snorted and said, "They want to take advantage of the Purcell clan. Do they think we are that simple?" This time, as long as Miss Laura won't be involved in driving up the food prices, in the future, the Purcell clan will remember and will not treat you unjustly. Laura gave a wry smile and said, "I thank Stern elder. To be honest, I couldn't help much for this current matter, but I will try and find a source of grains. If there is any progress, I will certainly meet with the Purcell clan." "Please, Stern elder can rest assured." Stern looked at Laura. "Then I will represent the Purcell clan in thanking Miss Laura. If Miss Laura does find a source of grains, then the Purcell clan will support you financially." Laura sternly said, "Please rest assured, Stern elder. If we do find another source of food, we will surely help stabilize the prices in the market. This isn't just for the Purcell clan, but for the citizens of the Purcell Duchy." Stern stood up and said, "All right, I'll say goodbye. I hope Miss Laura will do as promised." After taking care to say his farewells to the two, he turned and walked out. Laura and Kun didn't send him off. Now they had to worry about the food problem. As Laura had said, the Higanbana store only had 7 days worth of food stock. After 7 days, one will not be able to find any such words like cheap food. You would only be able to find high-priced products and, as a result, the prices will begin to rise. Sadly, they don't have any way to procure more supplies. The surrounding areas were owned by other large firms, so collecting cheap food from them was not possible. If they decided to buy from faraway places, the costs of transporting the goods would be too costly and would just be priced almost the same as local high-priced food. After 2 days, Laura still wasn't able to find any other sources of food. As she began to handwrite a letter, she turned to look at Kun and gave a wry smile as she said, "Grandpa Kun, it seems like this time, food prices would inevitably rise." Chapter 144, Green enters the city. Quinjan 1 was helpless. In the past few days, they had tried to think of a way, but in the end they weren't able to find affordable grains. It seemed that these prices that shouldn't rise would eventually be risen. Laura placed the letter down and forced a smile. "The price of food is rising. If we do not increase our own prices, then we can only lose money. Although we had gotten some cheap food the last few days, the amount is too few. It can only last for 10 days or so. After that, I fear we won't be able to get even a grain of rice. When the news of the Ike Plain incident gets out, I fear that those merchants will also begin." Quinjan gave a forced smile and said, "This is not the most fearful part. If there's no production from the Ike Plains, then the entire Purcell Duchy's food requirements will be massive. Moreover, they need a minimum amount of grain stored for the next year. Food prices will fall for the next few months. But how much grain could the Purcell Duchy obtain? Such a large food deficit is enough to severely damage the Purcell clan. By the time that happens, how many commoners won't be able to eat? 2. Laura also smiled wryly. They were now in a situation where they could not help and could only hope that the Purcell clan will survive this hurdle. At this time, a servant walked in and said to Laura, "Miss, the warrior follower of Mr. Zhao Hai has asked to meet with you." Laura and Quinjan stared for a bit, then Laura immediately said, "Invite him in, quickly." Laura had attached greater importance to Zhao Hai now. Before, when Laura arrived back from Stony Mountain, she immediately went to see the scaled wildebeest Green had kept here. Laura's observation made something clear. When Zhao Hai had said his scaled wildebeests were the best, he actually meant it. Zhao Hai's scaled wildebeest were really good. Even though their appearance seemed the same as normal scaled wildebeests, their endurance, speed, and even defenses were distinctly better. Even those level 2 magic beasts wouldn't necessarily compare to the scaled wildebeest. It was precisely because of this that Laura attached greater importance to Zhao Hai. She really didn't understand clearly how Zhao Hai was able to make such ordinary things so much better when they passed through his hands. Soon, Green entered. This time, Green was here to first deliver the oil to Laura. His second task was to buy sacks to load the corn. Lastly, he was also there to speak to Laura about the food issue. Before coming, Green had gone to the Ike Plains with Zhao Hai to observe the situation there. This time, they confirmed Ike Plains' inability to produce, something that was quite contrary to their expectations. Zhao Hai had used cast best around 7 million square meters. He had thought that the damage would only spread to around 70 million square meters after considering the Purcell clan's ability to combat the infestation. 3. When they came to observe the Ike Plains, however, they found out that the infestation was uncontrollable. Since they didn't dare to move closer, they couldn't fully understand why the pests had not already been exterminated. But what they were certain of was that the Purcell clan probably did not have a good method to oppose the insects. Seeing the situation, Zhao Hai did not dare to be negligent. He went back into the space and didn't plant corn, but instead began planting bamboo rice. Bamboo rice yields were higher than corn, but the problem was that bamboo rice could not be made into rice bran. Thus, their only output would be bamboo rice and some rice shells. The rice shells were not really useful either. Therefore, Zhao Hai hadn't planted much bamboo rice. Now with the situation in the Ike Plains, Zhao Hai started to plant bamboo rice on all fields in the space. Not even the oil nut trees were allowed to take up room. The production speed of bamboo rice was very high. On a mu of land, over 5,000 kilograms could be produced. Moreover, the space had unexpectedly given it a value of a level 5 crop and it matured in about 10 hours. It was a single-season crop. After maturing, you could only harvest it once and would need to plant another crop. In one day, you could harvest twice. In other words, Zhao Hai could get at least over 10,000 kilograms of bamboo rice per mu of land a day. An output of 10,000 kilograms of food per mu was a lot, but Zhao Hai didn't intend to profit from it. This time, the situation in the Ike Plains was all due to his actions. It had gotten out of hand, thus making his conscience feel restless. Zhao Hai had saved around 1 million kilograms of corn and nearly 500,000 kilograms of bamboo rice. At this time, he made Green go to Kosa City to handle the three matters. In addition, he was to observe the situation within Kosa City. Green was currently rushing along with 5 scaled wildebeests pulling his carriages. Alongside him were several zombies that drove the other carts. These zombies really did look like any ordinary person. Only a high-rank warrior or magician would be able to see through their presence. That was why Green dared to take them with him. The carriage was full of nut oil that they would then sell to Laura. The nut oil Zhao Hai produced was much better than other nut oil, but Zhao hadn't thought to increase its price. At least, now wasn't the time. Green was surprised when he saw the situation in Kosa City. He thought that there would be people snatching away the grains, but that didn't seem to be the case. Everybody were living their normal lives and there didn't appear to be any appearance of disorder. Green also looked at the price list in the Higanbana firm and saw that the price hadn't increased. This made him puzzled. Within his heart, he secretly thought, does the Purcell clan really have enough grains in their stores? How strange. After Green revealed his identity and asked to see Laura, the servant did not dare to be neglectful. The servant immediately went to notify Laura, who then quickly invited Green to the backyard parlor room. Green was guided by the servant and soon arrived at the door of the parlor. He found Laura, Quinjon, and Near already standing in the parlor, ready to greet him. Green didn't put on any airs and stepped up to give his courtesies to Laura. "This one greets Miss Laura." Laura quickly smiled and said, "Sir is too polite. As sir has come to see me, I feel greatly honored." "Sir, please come in." As she said this, she directed Green to enter the parlor room. After they sat in the parlor, Laura wasn't polite and directly asked Green, "Sir, I don't know what matter has made you come here to Kosa City. Is there anything I can do to help?" Green smiled and said, Miss Laura is too polite. This time, we came to trouble you a bit. We had bought the oil press some time ago and have formally begun extraction. This time, I have with me 10,000 kilograms of oil and would like to ask Miss Laura to help sell them. I do not know if Miss Laura would agree." Laura was surprised for a moment and curiously said, "You have already begun producing." "Sir's movements really are fast. But please forgive me for being rude. I would like to check the quality of the nut oil first." Green smiled and said, "This is normal. The nut oil is something we have produced and I am very confident with it. Please, Miss Laura, go inspect the nut oil outside." After he said this, he stood and directed them towards the outside. Laura and Quinjon stood up and walked out the door with Green. By this time, Green had the undead move the carriages to the backyard and properly park them within the yard. Laura looked at the coachman's zombies. She felt that they looked somewhat spiritless, but hadn't felt anything unusual. Quinjon, on the other hand, identified them with just a glance. He knew that these warriors' coachmen that looked like people were actually undead, and evidently zombies. Laura was walking in front and Quinjon couldn't help but pull her hand. Laura looked puzzled at Quinjon, while Quinjon actually had a vigilant expression directed towards the zombies. Quinjon, before seeing these zombies, knew that normal zombies weren't like these coachmen. Normal zombies had rotting bodies. On the other hand, these coachman zombies looked like an average person, which meant that they were high-ranked. High-rank zombies were usually poisonous, and even just a little of this poison was very potent if it was touched by a human. Quinjon definitely wasn't afraid of Green harming them, but he was worried that Laura might get infected by these zombies if she bumped into them. Since the corpse was poisonous, it made for a troublesome situation. Green noticed their reaction, chuckled, and said, "Mr. Quinjon doesn't need to worry. They are my servants. They went through a special refinement, so their bodies won't release poison naturally. Only when they fight will they do so. Please don't worry." Quinjon relaxed, loosening his grip on Laura. Laura looked curiously at the coachman, then she turned her head towards Green and asked, "Sir, are you saying that these people are Mr. Zhao's servants? Are they undead?" Green nodded his head and said, "They are. Master recently subdued them, with an arcane zombie refining method. They look just like a normal human being. In actuality, they are, in fact, undead." Laura didn't have suspicions about what Green said. There were a lot of black magicians that used such mysterious black magic. There were even black magics that could refine undead. Although it couldn't increase the rank of the undead, it could still make them easier to use. In fact, black magicians on the continent have been seeking various ways to increase the rank of their undead. A lot of black magicians studied pharmacy and alchemy for this very reason, but without success. This undead refining method that could be used to enhance the level of undead through alchemy had, after so many failed products, made the many black magicians on the continent give up. These zombies were not as scary as skeletons, so Laura couldn't help herself in glancing at them curiously. Presently, these people were just standing there blankly after senselessly arriving with the carriage. Green immediately brought down a big wooden barrel and placed it on the ground. Then he pried open the lid. Laura and Quinjon looked into the barrel and couldn't help but nod. Both of them were experts in this area. One look and they could see that the quality of the nut oil was great. Zhao Hai's nut oil was crystal clear, with no impurities and no odor. It clearly was a top-quality oil. Laura nodded and told Green, "Sir can place the lid back on the barrel. Please wait a little while as I get the payments ready. Please, come back inside the room." Green nodded, covered the barrel, and followed Laura back inside the room. Chapter 145, Possessing Food. After they returned to the room, Laura turned and said to Green, "The quality of Sir's nut oil is really beyond my expectations. I hope that the oil you produce in the future could again be sold to me." "I don't know if this is possible." Green smiled and said, "Of course, we had such a prior agreement already." "Miss Laura shouldn't be worried. The nut oil that we produce will be sold to you." Laura nodded her head. "That's good. After Sir goes back, please give my thanks to Mr. Zhao Hai." Green faintly smiled and said, Miss Laura is really too polite. There is also another matter that I want to talk about that includes some business. Laura was surprised for a moment. Sir, please go ahead and tell me. Green slightly chuckled. My master recently heard rumors that the Ike Plains had been under a pest infestation, and that the Ike Plains won't be able to produce any grains this year. Do you know if that is true or false? Laura was surprised for a moment. She didn't think that Zhao Hai could even find out about this information. She nodded and said, "It's true, we have also received the message. This time, the infestation happening in the Ike Plains is very severe. The type of pest is not known, and it has a very strong reproductive capability. For this year, Ike Plains won't be able to produce grains." Hearing Laura's words, Green relaxed. He just asked Laura to see how she would answer and felt she was unreserved. This made him feel relieved as he said, "So have the prices of food here in Kosa City gone up?" Laura forced a smile. "It will, sir. When I received the news, we immediately moved to stock up on food. This was done in order to stabilize the food prices in Kosa City. But the other firms were faster than us. They had started stocking up on grains ahead of time. The price will soon increase here in Kosa City, and I worry about this. If we follow the rise and increase our prices, then we can indeed earn a large money for ourselves. But as a result, a lot of people in Kosa City will suffer. If we don't raise our prices, then we won't be able to sell more grains." Then she eyed Green. "Why does Sir ask this?" Laura couldn't help but feel a bit excited. She almost stood up. With shining eyes, she continued, "Does Mr. Zhao Hai have food?" Quinjan also looked firmly at Green. Green showed a faint smile. "We have, in our hands, some food." After saying that, he ordered forward two undead who had followed holding 2 bags. Green picked up the 2 bags and opened them, exposing the corn kernels in one and the cornmeal in the other. "Miss Laura, this is the food in our possession. The continent hasn't seen this type before. This is corn, and that is cornmeal. You can directly add water to the corn kernels and boil it like rice, while the cornmeal can be used to make bread. Master has written down the procedures to do so." He passed Laura a piece of paper. Laura and Quinjan looked at the corn kernels and cornmeal in the bags. They were curious about how Zhao Hai was able to produce something they hadn't seen before. Laura immediately recovered, took the paper Green was handing out to her, and carefully read. The corn kernel approach was simple, but also a little more difficult than bamboo rice. Cornmeal was ever more simple. Laura understood how to eat the two. Laura placed the paper down and turned to Green to ask, "How much corn does Sir have?" Green stretched out a finger and said, "Nearly 1 million kilograms, but unprocessed. Only a couple 100,000 were processed." Laura paced while muttering, "God helps me too. God helps me too." Quinjan was calmer than Laura at this time. He turned to Green and asked, "How much would the price of these grains be?" Laura heard Quinjan's question and stopped, turning around to look at Green. She was also afraid that the price might be too high, and that it couldn't be used to help alleviating the food crisis. Green smiled slightly while saying, "Master said he doesn't want to see Kosa City suffer and does not wish to see the people starving to death. Although the taste might not be very good, Master intends to sell it at the same price as bamboo rice. Of course, if you desire to sell it that low, we will also sell it to you at a lower price." After listening to what Green said, Laura bowed. She then stood up straight and said, "On behalf of the people of Kosa City, I, Laura, would like to thank Mr. Zhao Hai. This time, our Higanbana stores do not want to make money, but only to sell the products of Sir, and to thank Mr. Zhao Hai for being righteous." Green forced a smile with a heavy heart. If they told Laura that it was them who started that insect infestation, it could be possible that Laura herself might pick up a weapon and try to kill him. Green waved his hand. "Miss Laura is too kind. Along with this, after you sell all of the 1,000,000 kilograms of corn, we can provide 175,000 kilograms of bamboo rice every day, until the food crisis gets resolved." Laura and Quinjan were dumbfounded. They hadn't thought that Zhao Hai would actually provide 175,000 kilograms of bamboo rice per day. This was not just 175. With this amount of food, the Persol Duchy would be able to survive through the food crisis. Looking blankly at Green, Laura asked, "Sir, you are not joking, right? 175,000 kilograms a day?" Green nodded. "Yes, 175,000 kilograms per day to help relieve the food crisis." Laura moved several steps forward. "This matter is very important. Before, I had an agreement with the Persol clan that if I can find a grain source, I would immediately let them know in order to help them through this difficult time. Now that Sir is here to help, I believe that this crisis will be resolved. But I cannot take all the credit for it, so it would be better if I explained the situation to the Persol clan." Green shook his head and said, "Miss Laura, please do not tell the Persol clan about this. If you tell them, they will surely go to the Stony Mountain, and Master is not very fond of contacting others, especially the Persol clan." Laura had forgotten that before, the Persol clan collaborated with several groups and sent an army to deal with Zhao Hai. She was aware that the best way to deal with Zhao Hai was to be frank and honest. It was unexpected that Zhao Hai would actually still wish to sell to the Persol clan. That Zhao Hai wouldn't like to meet the Persol clan, however, was understandable. Laura nodded her head and said, "Yes, Sir can rest assured, I will not let the Persol clan disturb Mr. Zhao Hai. But this matter, I'll still have to tell them so that they won't find future trouble for Mr. Zhao Hai. Although Mr. Zhao Hai does not fear them, he'll still be annoyed if he's disturbed." Green nodded his head. "That's alright then. Also, I would like to ask Miss Laura to help us prepare some sacks since, as you know, we have none." "In regards to this, I ask for Miss Laura's help." Laura nodded. "Don't worry about that. My warehouse has a lot of sacks. I'll just order for some to load onto the carriage immediately." Green stood up and said, "Sorry to bother Miss Laura, but rest assured, 3 days later you may come to get the grains." Laura nodded, also standing. "Then, I will not take up your time any longer. Since the city is still in this situation, I am too busy to leave. As soon as the matter gets resolved, I will immediately visit and personally thank Mr. Zhao Hai." Green smiled lightly. Although Master is a black magician, he doesn't want to see the commoners suffer. To be honest, for the food crisis this time, the impact on the nobles and the rich won't be that big. We know that the Persol Duchy has its own grain reserve, but because of those big firms, the price of food will inevitably rise. This will cause difficulty for the commoners, and many will become slaves. At this time, Master has used almost all the fields for planting bamboo rice, hoping that the commoners will be able to survive this difficult period. Laura sighed and said, "Yes, those civilians now live with the difficulties of the present. In the face of such a thing, and even harsher times, other firms will only be a machine that just know how to make money. They do not care about the life and death of those civilians." Green looked at Laura, saying, "Miss Laura, if ever the time really comes that the commoners were willing to sell themselves and become slaves, please do pay attention to it. Find those that have skills. No matter what kind of craftsmanship, as long as they are slaves, you must leave them to their fates. Right now, Master does not have enough manpower and urgently needs such craftsmen." Laura didn't think that Green would make such a request. She quickly nodded her head and agreed. "Well, that is not a problem. I will help Mr. Zhao Hai and pay attention." After talking, they walked out of the room. Outside, they saw Higanbana employees loading the sacks onto Green's carriages. As soon as the sacks were loaded, Green turned to Laura. "Miss Laura, I will now take my leave. 3 days later, Ms. can come get the food." Looking at Green's back, Laura could not help but take a deep breath. She turned to Quinjon and said, "I did not think that Mr. Zhao Hai had such large capabilities. He can actually produce this much food, which has solved our urgent matter." Quinjon nodded. "It looks like Mr. Zhao Hai may have a mysterious power of his own. Just like the elves, he could probably accelerate a crop's maturity. Otherwise, it is impossible for Mr. Zhao Hai to obtain that much food." "Laura, remember, this matter must not be made known by anyone. If others learn that he has such a mysterious ability, it'll be dangerous." Even if Mr. Zhao Hai has a rank 8 expert warrior along with him, rank 8 does not mean invincible. In this world, Rank 9 is the strongest presence. With his method of speeding up plant maturity, it would be more than enough to make those big clans ask a rank 9 expert to get rid of him too. Chapter 146. Arriving at the Grand Duke's mansion. Rank 9 experts weren't easy to please. Even if they were their own clan's rank 9 expert, it would not be an easy task. It depended on whether the benefits were big enough to make them act. If they could be enticed, then the rank 9 expert could be asked to move. On the continent, apart from the life magic of the elves, one wouldn't hear of any such abilities related to simulating the growth of plants and animals. If one really did have this kind of magic, those large clans would try to rob it. Although this mysterious magic looked common, the effect wasn't small. Zhao Hai's current use was for some low-end agricultural products, which was a wrong way to examine it. If the large clans had this mysterious magic, it would be used to grow a lot of advanced magical plants which they would then refine into a massive number of medicinal drugs. These medicinal drugs were very expensive and could even promote an expert's ranking. If a large clan mastered this mysterious magic, it would be possible that within a short amount of time they could obtain a large number of masters. The strength of the clan would increase sharply. Such a temptation was really too much. According to Qin Zhan, who had many years of experience, as he listened to Green's various explanations, he had inferred boldly that Zhao Hai possibly mastered such a method that could accelerate a plant's maturity. It was impossible for Qin Zhan to think of such a thing as the space. Green had also said that Zhao Hai refined the undead with a mysterious refining magic which made Qin Zhan have that misconception. He thought that Zhao Hai had possibly mastered making medicinal drugs, and that most likely Zhao Hai had his own refining technique. Pharmacy and alchemy, in the eyes of the ordinary people, were very mysterious. Even a master like Qin Zhan still thought they were mysterious. In his eyes, these master pharmacists and alchemists were a group of crazy people, a crowd that thought of everything and dared to do anything. And a black magician that could do alchemy or pharmacy would be the craziest. These people could make anything happen. So you'll never know. Alchemists and pharmacists made all sorts of strange and unusual things. Also, a lot of medicinal drugs were quite popular in the continent. Pharmacists inadvertently made discoveries, or a result could stem from experimental failures. If so, then there might be a medical drug that Zhao Hai made which could accelerate a plant's maturity. He did not feel that was strange. Qin Zhan didn't think that Zhao Hai might be an elf. One must know that an elf was nature's beloved. They were born with life magic, and as such they loved life. Precisely because of this, they hated black magicians, although they didn't actively attack them. On the other hand, they would not have any contact with them and wouldn't learn any kind of black magic. Zhao Hai was a black magician. That in itself proved that he was not an elf. Laura also knew of the importance of this matter, so she nodded and said, "Rest assured, Grandpa Qin, I won't speak of it, but Mr. Zhao Hai is really quite different from the average black magician. If he didn't have so many undead, I wouldn't have believed he could be a black magician. Black magicians don't have any regard for life, right? Why is Mr. Zhao Hai different from others?" Qin Zhan was still smiling. Not all black magicians disregard life, and light magicians also aren't necessarily bright. A light magician's misdemeanor is not any different from that of black magicians, but they are covered in a layer of bright light. Laura nodded. He was right. Before, when Gurren had discriminated against Zhao Hai, she thought he was disgusting. After listening to what Qin Zhan said, she naturally did not feel it was wrong. Faith in the Ark continent is very free. Some people believed in the god of light, some believed in the goddess of life, and magicians had their own, different beliefs. Many people even believed in the demon, Diablo. Laura's own faith was in the god of nights. Naturally, this meant that the light magicians could not always be good. Qin Zhan turned to Laura and said, "Laura, you go to the Purcell clan right now. Tell them of this matter. Only us knowing about this is bad. As soon as some people release the news that the Ike Plains won't produce anything, it will then cause enormous panic. Everyone will begin to buy grain to save for themselves, creating a large demand for grains. Even if Mr. Zhao Hai supports us, it'll be futile. When that time comes, The Purcell clan should come forward in the name of an aristocrat. They should make everyone feel more emotionally stable. That will be the only way to stabilize the market. Laura nodded. She turned to Near and said, Near, tell them to prepare the carriage. We'll immediately go to the Purcell clan. If this thing goes well, the Purcell family will avoid heavy losses and we'll become the largest firm in the Purcell Duchy. Near complied, turned around, and ran. Quinjon showed a faint smile. He was very clear. Laura had always wanted the Higanbana firm to be the largest firm in the Purcell Duchy. Only then would she have the qualifications to talk to her Marquis del clan about conditions 1. Now, the opportunity to be the biggest firm in the Purcell Duchy was here. Quinjon also knew that it was very dangerous this time. The big firms had been very prepared, investing a lot of funds. If at this time, Laura could really get cheap food, then it was a big threat to them. In order to ensure that they would succeed, the big firms could resort to using some underhanded means. This was exactly why Quinjon made Laura go and immediately contact the Purcell clan. This current situation involved the Purcell clan, who were now out of danger. If Laura provides them such an opportunity at this time, they will certainly place more importance on them. They would surely provide Laura with protection and not allow her to get injured. The strength of those large firms was certainly formidable. Within Purcell Duchy, however, Laura would be protected by the Purcell clan. This was a clan with a great heritage, and rank 9 experts. Even if those firms were unsatisfied, they wouldn't dare make a move. Laura's posture was straight as she sat in the carriage that was headed towards the Grand Duke's mansion of the Purcell clan. The Grand Duke's mansion was situated in the northern part of Kosa City, a very wide area. This place was the location of the clan's core area. Naturally, Laura also brought the corn and cornmeal that Green had sent them, to make her findings more convincing. The Purcell clan's Grand Duke's mansion was magnificent. The exterior wall were nearly 10 meters high with a huge gate similar to a city's gate. On both sides of the gate were rows of armored warriors. Each of them had a minimum strength of rank 6 along with tall, strong, combative bodies. They wore helmet and armor in a style similar with Green's. The helmet had 2 curved horns pointed towards the sky, giving off a powerful appearance. Their hands held on to long-handled, double-edged axes. Each of those weapons had a weight around 50 kilograms, an absolute heavy weapon. These soldiers seemed war-ready, their appearance similar to an iron-steel fortress. A giant Beni Utu emblem hung above the gatehouse. This emblem was silver. Emblems on the continent followed a very specific color scheme. Golden-colored emblems represented the royal clan. Silver emblems were for the large aristocratic clan's usage. Azure emblems were for the common nobles, and black emblems for the quasi-aristocrats. Laura's carriage stopped in front of the Grand Duke's mansion. A servant immediately ran out of the door from the Grand Duke's mansion. These warriors were responsible for security, so receiving guests was not their job. The servant stopped in front of Laura's carriage and immediately bowed. "Welcome, Miss Laura, to the Grand Duke's mansion. May I know what your ladyship is here for?" Searle III, who was beside the carriage, jumped down from his horse. He said to the servant, "The young lady has an immediate matter and needs to speak with your stern elder." "Is the elder here right now?" Whether it was Laura of the Marquis del clan, or the Purcell clan within the duchy, both were regarded as a major power. Both sides were also very familiar with one another, and Laura had long since been recognized by the servants. Thus, Searle didn't say too many pleasantries. The servant immediately nodded his head and said, "The elder just came back. Miss Laura, please come in." Having said that, Laura's carriage was directed towards the Grand Duke's mansion. Upon entering the Grand Duke's mansion, there was a military practice field which was a common sight among the large aristocratic mansions. From this point, one could see that the people of the continent really esteemed the military and its warriors. Laura did not stop at the military practice field, but went straight inside the Grand Duke's mansion. This military practice field wasn't just a military practice field, but had its own strategic purpose. When war comes, this military practice field could turn into the staging ground for soldiers. In an instant, it could be converted into a battlefield. The second gate, the Palace Gate, was the parking area. Searle stopped with the carriage. Laura and Near went down from the carriage and followed the servant who led them towards the parlor room. Searle followed behind. Guests that were allowed to come in from the second gate were close to the Purcell clan. After the second gate and past the third gate was the inner chamber where the Purcell clan members lived. This was an area no average person could enter. Laura arrived in the parlor room and seated herself. The servant then immediately called for the master. Stern came in from the outside and Laura quickly stood up as they greeted each other. Laura said to Stern, "Laura takes the liberty to visit and has disturbed you, but there was an important matter, so I ask the elder to forgive me." Stern smiled and said, "Miss Laura is too polite. You can come whenever you please." "What has Miss Laura came here for? Is it about the matter of the grains?" Laura smiled then said, "Elder really is fierce and has actually guessed it correctly. There has been progress on the issue." Stern, who had just sat down, was stunned for a moment. The day before yesterday, he had gone to see Laura and she said she could not help. After just 2 days, Laura now said there was progress, which was really unexpected. Chapter 147, The First Move. Stern looked at Laura and said, "You're not kidding, right, Miss Laura?" Laura smiled slightly. "This matter, I really cannot joke about it. I have truly found a food source, except that these grains are quite different." Laura clapped her hands and Searle immediately took out 2 sacks. Laura opened the sacks and explained to Stern, "This is the grain I have found. The method to make it edible is very simple." Stern took the paper from Laura's hand, his sight not leaving the sacks of corn kernels and cornmeal as this was the first time he had seen such grains. It took a moment before Stern completely recovered and then he carefully read the paper in his hand. There weren't many words and the method seemed quite simple as Stern finished reading. After reading, Stern placed the paper down and looked at Laura, asking, "Miss Laura, how much would these grains be?" Laura lightly smiled and said, "These grains were from my friend and he stated that he doesn't want to see the citizens of the Purcell Duchy suffer. Therefore, he took out 1,000,000 kilograms and placed the price at the same as the common bamboo rice." Stern began to breathe rapidly as he became excited. He immediately said, "Miss Laura, can I have the pleasure of seeing your friend?" Laura looked at Stern and understood what he meant, but shook her head. "I'm sorry, Stern Elder, my friend does not like dealing with people, but rest assured, I can guarantee that he has the food." Stern also knew that this request was somewhat impolite and immediately moved on. "All right, but this thing will be quite laborious. May I know what help Miss Laura requires?" Laura nodded and said, "Stern Elder has possibly already known that once the news of the Ike Plains infestation comes out, everyone in the Purcell Duchy will surely panic. When this happens, our Higanbana firm can do nothing about it, so we're asking the Purcell clan to act first." Stern nodded his head, saying, "That's not a problem. Please don't worry about it, Miss Laura." "But to be honest, Miss Laura, 1,000,000 kilograms of these grains won't be sufficient." Laura smiled. "Please don't worry, Stern Elder. After the 1,000,000 kilograms are sold, my friend said that he will provide 175,000 kilograms of grains to us every day. That should be sufficient, right?" Stern laughed and said, "Enough, it's enough. Miss Laura, please do send my thanks to your friend." Laura smiled slightly saying, "Elder, worry not. Laura will definitely do so." "We set 3 days in the future as the time for when I shall leave to get the grains. I would like to ask the elder to help us with security." Stern understood what Laura meant. A coldness flashed in his eyes as he said, "Miss Laura, please do not worry. In the Purcell Duchy, no one can defy the Purcell clan." Laura nodded, stood up, and said, "Then Laura bids farewell and asks the elder not to worry. Although my friend and the Purcell clan has a little friction between them, he will not lie in regards to this matter. I will stake my own life as guarantee." Stern was surprised for a moment as he didn't quite understand what she meant. This friend of Laura, who had a very good relationship with her, actually had a small grudge with the Purcell clan. The words here made Stern's complexion change as he thought of someone. Some time ago, this person who lived outside Casa City made the Purcell clan face defeat. Now more convinced, That person who had a grudge with the Purcell clan was also the same person that had a very good relationship with Laura. Some time ago, Laura had contacted that person, and that person had also produced a particularly good magic radish. Since that man also saved Laura's life, Stern hadn't cared if they did have some contact. It now appeared that Laura's source of grains was that man. After making these conclusions, Stern couldn't sit still and immediately stood up while shouting, "Send someone to investigate all of the people that Laura had recently contacted, quickly." Soon, servants reported their findings to Stern. Among Laura's most recent contacts, only Zhao Hai and his warrior followers stood out. Stern understood that Laura's grain surely came from Zhao Hai. After determining this point, Stern's face couldn't help but get ugly. Now that he knew what Laura meant before, he understood that Laura knew he would soon find out where she obtained the grains. She even told him he couldn't speak to the source. Except, would saying this make Stern feel more relieved? Definitely not. This time, how could Stern possibly believe it when the grains came from a personal enemy of the clan? He immediately told the Purcell clan's elders assembly, since this matter was beyond his capabilities. Laura had already perceived that the Purcell family would investigate the source of the grains, but she wasn't worried. Right now, if the Purcell clan won't work with her, then they could only watch as the other large firms tear the meat from their bodies. This would be intolerable for the Purcell clan. Great and large aristocratic nobility had their own pride. This time, the Chamber of Commerce's large firms had joined together against them. Although the Purcell clan couldn't use force, they wouldn't just stand around and face this shame. Seeing the chance to fight back, how could they miss it? The decision of the Purcell clan wasn't out of Laura's expectations. Even though they had a relatively large hatred towards Zhao Hai, the large firms were far more excessive at the moment. So, the Purcell clan decided to solve the issue with the large firms first, then with Zhao Hai later. Like any other large clan, in the eyes of the Purcell clan, there were no permanent enemies, only permanent interests. They would sacrifice everything just to meet the interests of the clan. Even if Zhao Hai exterminated 100 of their own people, or even if it were 1,000, as long as the benefits were greater, they would immediately become friends with Zhao Hai. Such is the survival principles of the large clans. So when Laura went to the Purcell clan the next day, Stern, this time, discussed the cooperation matter with Laura. Seeing how Stern reacted made Laura understand what the Purcell clan planned to do. She ignored that topic and only discussed the terms and details of their cooperation. After the discussion, Laura immediately left for Stony Mountain to gather the grains. This time, while they were delivering the grains, experts from the Purcell family were there to protect them. After Laura's caravan left, the Purcell clan announced that the infestation in the Ike Plains never happened and that the production of grains was still ongoing. When this news came out, it shook the world, not only within the Purcell Duchy, but also in the surrounding areas. People in the surrounding areas had surely understood why the price of the grain had gone up. It was because some time ago, the large firms began hoarding that grain. But then the Purcell clan announced their news. Although they knew that the Ike Plains won't have any grains being produced, they said that their supply of food would have no problems and they guaranteed a steady supply. Even though they announced it, the food consumption in the Purcell Duchy was still quite big. Thus, the price of grains slowly rose, but not very high. It was due to the Purcell clan and Higanbana firm's efforts in simultaneously selling grains at a fair price. The Purcell clan placed a limit on all the Higanbana shops and Purcell clan's food stores. Only those who held proof of residence in the Purcell Duchy could buy from there, and they could only buy a limited amount. This was the method Laura and the Purcell clan had thought out. They spread the news of the Ike Plains situation first, then started selling grains at a fair price. For fear that the large merchants might buy tons and resell them, they could only use this certification and limitation method. This method really caught the large firms unprepared. These firms hadn't expected the Purcell clan to still say they could produce grains. This play of cards didn't fit what they had expected, placing them in chaos. These firms had even thought the Purcell clan had begun to dip into their stockpiled wartime provisions. When they wanted to increase the price of grains, the Purcell clan could immediately move to control it. The wartime provisions in every territory, whether large or small, would not be less than 10,000 kilograms. One wouldn't usually use this reserve because it was meant for war and combat preparations. If you easily used up the reserves, then soldiers would not have access to food when war came. Thus, the soldiers would be weakened and it would be easy to subjugate the territory. Although recently there hadn't been any wars, the Purcell Duchy shouldn't just use their wartime provisions. The duchy was situated in the northern area of the Aksu Empire. To the east it faced the Black Wastes, which had no risk of conflict. The west and south were the areas of two other nobles, the Kosa and Polnton clans, one, which as a rule won't have any conflicts. At the northern boundary, however, was the Beastfolk prairies too, which were not so peaceful. The Beastfolk were militant. Although they could get along well with the Terrans III, the condition in the Beastfolk prairies were harsh. Beastfolk primarily grazed, but also had to encounter disasters. Their way of life was difficult, which was why they plundered the south. The Purcell clan, like any other noble clan, made rapid development when having a great relationship with the Beastfolk. At the same time they raised massive armies as defense against Beastfolk raids. In the past few years, however, the situation in the Beastfolk prairies was very good, meaning, there were less raids towards the south. Due to this, the Purcell clan enjoyed very lucrative business with the Beastfolk. Even so, the Purcell clan should not spend their wartime provisions for. This meant risking the Purcell clan's safety. If it was just to save some gold, then it wasn't worth it. Chapter 148, Lively Stony Mountain. The large firms didn't know why the Purcell clan had to do this. This was just too risky, and in their evaluations, the Purcell clan wouldn't dare take such a risk just because the large firms wanted to increase the price of food. Unexpectedly though, the Purcell clan did do it. 2 days later, however, these large firms finally knew why the Purcell clan dared to take the risk of selling cheaply. They really did have the grains. Furthermore, it was around at least several 100,000 kilograms. Even though it wasn't a lot compared to the food requirements of the Purcell Duchy, it was able to stabilize the mood of the citizens. The grains that the Purcell clan brought out was naturally the corn that Zhao Hai produced. Zhao Hai wouldn't give Laura the unprocessed corn, otherwise, the amount transported to Laura would have been more. Zhao Hai wouldn't have this, so he only gave Laura the corn that was processed. This was also due to Zhao Hai's personal selfishness. There was no corn on the Ark continent, so if Zhao Hai gave Laura unprocessed corn, Laura might try planting them herself. By the time, Zhao Hai wouldn't be the only one who could produce corn, which would depreciate its value in the end. Zhao Hai, however, didn't process the cornmeal. Instead, he just skinned the corn to the navel, and then processed it into corn kernels and let Laura use it however she wanted. If Laura wanted to get cornmeal, then she could just grind it on her own. With the addition of these new grains, the price for food stabilized within the Purcell Duchy. But these large firms didn't try to be patient. They moved to buy these new grains for themselves. This officially began the food war within the Purcell Duchy. These days, Zhao Hai had been very attentive about the situation in Kosa City. He also observed the Ike Plains for several days. His observations showed that the pests he summoned really made it so that nothing could be produced. The entirety of the Ike Plains, nearly 700 square kilometers, were infested and nothing was spared. Zhao Hai really didn't think that such a small insect could have so much destructive power. This destructive power was just too astonishing. For about 2 weeks, the entire Ike Plains were infested and none of the crops remained. But these insects actually hadn't died yet since the space had set their lifespan for a specific time. They began to attack the windbreak zones too that the Purcell clan painstakingly built. These pests could even devour a tree, though the speed of doing so could not compare with their speed of eating the crops. The damage to the trees wasn't small. Zhao Hai was, in fact, not in control of these insects. He found out that he could only kill them with his pesticide and that his pesticide was quite formidable when used on those insects. This was unlike in the game where you couldn't kill the insect that you placed. Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood to help the Purcell clan in exterminating them, however, since the crops had already been thoroughly eaten and killing them wouldn't make any difference. After the matter in the Ike Plains had been solved, Zhao Hai placed all his attention on Kasa City. He looked after the bamboo rice every day, and even though he was not ready to process it himself, he let Laura take it and process them in his stead. This was because the bamboo rice was not something only he had, so he wasn't worried about the issue of it being leaked out. After calculating the time when he had used caste vests on the Ike Plains till now, it had already been half a month. It was now the time to let Green visit the Purcell clan to break off the engagement. While he thought about this, Green came in from the outside and told Zhao Hai, "Master, the army is gone. Today's bamboo rice has been transported away." Zhao Hai nodded his head. Several days earlier, the corn had been completely sold out by Laura. Now, Laura's caravan would have to come here every day to take away the bamboo rice. However, Zhao Hai would never let them go into the Stony Mountains. He would just let them wait at the foot of the mountain and, under the cover of the fog of darkness, place the grains. Then he'd pull back the fog towards the mountain, allowing the people there to take the food and transfer them into the sacks and carriages that were provided by Laura. Nowadays, the caravan would go from Kosa City to the Stony Mountain every day. It carried back a massive amount of grains to each of the cities within the Purcell Duchy while being guarded by the cavalry. The foot of the Stony Mountain had almost become a small town. There was a temporary shelter that the Purcell clan built which allowed the slaves to eat, live, and work there in order to continue their job of loading the grains. Every day there would be almost a couple 100,000 kilograms of grain that had to be loaded. This wasn't something that fewer slaves would be able to do. The slaves were the slaves from the Ike Plains that the Purcell clan then transferred here. All of the crops had been infested in the Ike Plains, and even spread so they attacked the woods. Even if they want to plant new crops there, they wouldn't dare. So the Purcell clan transferred the slaves here, making them load the grains. Zhao Hai didn't manage them, but had laid a strict rule that no one should go to the west side of Stony Mountain. Since the Purcell clan needed Zhao Hai's cooperation now, no one dared to disobey. Zhao Hai had to do this in order to create an illusion for the Purcell clan that hinted that side as the passage used to transfer the grains within Stony Mountain. If he didn't do this, he would have had no way to explain how Stony Mountain could continuously provide food. Leaving behind such a channel, the Purcell clan could not see how the grains were transported to Stony Mountain. But there was a kind of explanation. On the continent, there was something called a space being used. 3. Green looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Master, the price of grains are now stable in Kasa City. But those big firms aren't honest. They are probably still trying to find a solution, and I heard recently that they're going to deal with us first." Zhao Hai shook his head. "Never mind that. Now the Purcell clan is more nervous than us. If they believe that those people will come at us, then the Purcell clan will tidy them up." "Right, Grandpa Green. Tomorrow, you should go to Kosa City and withdraw the engagement." Green nodded and said, "Yes, Master." "Don't worry. I'll go tomorrow." "And Master, you said that we shouldn't be in Kasa City. Aren't you establishing a transfer point?" "It is a good idea," Zhao Hai said, nodding, "but I do not want to place a transfer point in Kosa City now. I think in the coming 2 days, we should make a trip to Kosa City and select a transfer point then." "That's good," Green said. "As long as we got a transfer point in Kosa City, we can directly place the grain there. The people here would then be able to withdraw. Right now, there's a lot of people around here in Stony Mountain. I'm afraid that they'll find something." Zhao Hai nodded. "All right, I'll do that." "Tomorrow, you should go break off the engagement. Then we will go to Kasa City." "I just don't know if this engagement can be so easily withdrawn." Green smiled and said, "It should be really easy to withdraw it. Although right now we're providing food to the Purcell clan, their issues have increased greatly. Furthermore, it is them that wanted to withdraw this engagement in the first place, so they shouldn't make things complicated." Zhao Hai sighed. "I hope everything goes well. I fear the Purcell clan will embarrass you, so it should be convenient to let Grandma Marin to go with you. Right now I don't want to make a move just yet. If there is nothing else, I just want you to take care." Green shook his head. "No, if Marin came with me, Then the Persol clan would be suspicious. Let's leave behind Mrin. They would think Mrin is protecting you. Moreover, even if Mrin didn't come, they would still think twice before they attack me. Zhao Hai nodded and said, tomorrow, I'll let a few of the Nightshades accompany you. I believe that with their current strength, they could sneak inside Casa City without anyone knowing with ease. If the Persol clan wants to attack you, they can lend a hand. This time, Green didn't refuse. Green also knew that the Persol clan was not a good bird. 5. Once he breaks the engagement, the Persol clan might reason that they lost face and attack him. Since Mrin wouldn't be present, they wouldn't dare to kill him, maybe just injure him. 6. For the Persol clan, it was a very good opportunity to do so. Once Green broke the engagement, they could just use it as a pretext to attack the Buddha clan. In any case, there wasn't anyone who would speak up for the Buddha clan. Moreover, the Buddha clan only had rank 8 experts, no rank 9s. Even if the Buddha clan gets mad, they weren't afraid. In the eyes of the Persol clan, the Buddha clan was the same as the commoners that they could bully. There was no proper successor to the Buddha clan head. Though their power was a little strong, one would only have to use a little strength in order to bully them. The next morning, Green went out of the Stony Mountain. Although the outside of Stony Mountain was still lively, Green wasn't afraid since he was a peak rank 8 expert warrior. It can be said that as long as there were no rank 9 experts choose to get rid of him, there would be few who could match him here on the continent. Fearing that Green might get into an accident, Zhao Hai deliberately let Green go out with his ghost cane 7. Regardless of what happens to Green, Zhao Hai would be the first to know, and he could easily send Green back into the space. Moreover, Green bringing the ghost staff was tantamount to bringing the space into Casa City. As long as the marriage proposal was withdrawn, they could later change their identity and find a warehouse within Casa City. Later on they could use the transfer point to directly send grains to Casa City, thus avoiding the liveliness around Stony Mountain that resembled a marketplace. From Stony Mountain, Green walked towards Black Mountain Fortress 8 via the Casa City official road. Then he went back into the space and quickly changed his clothing. He took off his helmet, armor, and warrior clothes and put on a butler suit. He combed his hair meticulously, and then left a very fine sword attached to his waist. This was a rapier. Although it looked like the kind that the aristocrats used for etiquette, those were designed for decoration and were useless as a sword. But people who knew Green also knew clearly that this sword was not as simple. Instead, this sword was a rare weapon that the Buddha clan owned. The whole sword was made of a very special metal. Moreover, it had passed through some magic refining and was of use for wind element warriors. If a magic crystal stone was embedded on the sword's hilt, then one could use the magic wind blade edge technique, thus making it a magic weapon. This was Green's famous weapon, named the Spirit Wind Sword. Green was nicknamed the Spirit Wind Battle General. 9. Chapter 149 The Buddha Clan Visits. Obtaining the nickname Spirit Wind Battle General was not only because Green was a wind-type warrior, or that he used the Spirit Wind Sword, but rather because he had actually been in the army. He fought bravely in battles, and thus was called the Spirit Wind Battle General. From this name, one can sense that deep military flavor. Not to mention, after Green changed his clothing, he gave off a very different feeling. He became a serious and rigid old housekeeper. Adding his straight physique and posture when seated, these well-mannered ways gave off a heavy military feeling that radiated off his body. Zhao Hai looked at Green and couldn't help but smile. He said, "Grandpa Green, this is just like your original image." Ha ha ha. Green looked at his outfit. "It has been quite a long time, and since I haven't worn these clothes, I really might not be used to it." Ha ha. Because of the space, Green had now seen some hope in their futures. Unlike when Zhao Hai had just awoken, Green was much happier now, even when he seemed serious. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I think the warrior clothes looked better on you, Grandpa Green. Soon, we'll buy a horse for you to ride instead." Green shook his head and said, "Master, I do not need it. I will go now." "Grandpa Green, be careful," Zhao Hai said with a shake of his head. Green nodded back and Zhao Hai sent him out of the space. Green, using an agility movement 1, departed straight for Casa City. Zhao Hai went from the space to Fort Iron Mountain too. Here at Fort Iron Mountain, the past few days hadn't been that busy. Corn processing had been completed while the bamboo rice didn't need to be processed. Zhao Hai placed most of his attention into oil extraction. Now that the fort's restoration had been completed, the slaves could relax a little. The castle, however, was obviously a bit overcrowded. This wasn't because of anything else but that the castle now had the large number of rollers 3 and millstones used for corn processing. But those slaves also had other things to do, such as help with the valley's land renovations that needed to be completed. Zhao Hai only took 20 slaves for the work. Since Zhao Hai hadn't completely restored the status of the slaves back into commoners, he selected 2 among them to manage the slaves. These 2 were good sentries here at Fort Iron Mountain. They were the first to find out about the attack by the magic beasts. The 2 were a man named Lean 4, and another called Sut 5. The 20 slaves were all male, no female. Since the valley was relatively close, Zhao Hai intended to let the slaves work in shifts. This made the work not so difficult as it was just checking on the corn crops that were planted in the valley. The rest of the slaves usually took care of the blue-eyed rabbits in the mine tunnels. In order to ensure that the blue-eyed rabbits lived healthily, the water that the blue-eyed rabbits drank was the kind that Zhao Hai provided, which was the water from the space. What they ate was space-produced radish leaves, and also a mixture of rice bran and oil that was added to their feed. Zhao Hai now had a total of 50,000 blue-eyed rabbits in the mine tunnels along with 6,000 matured blue-eyed rabbits that were saved in the space. The blue-eyed rabbits in the space weren't being taken care of by the slaves, but those in the mine tunnel were. Those 50,000 blue-eyed rabbits did not occupy a small area, but they were relatively clean magic beasts. They frequently cleaned their own nests. Thus, the 80 slaves weren't that busy. Zhao Hai could trade the blue-eyed rabbits that he had, but Laura had been too busy as of late. Thus, he hadn't contacted her about the processing of the meat, which meant the rabbits weren't sold. Zhao Hai wasn't anxious. Even if those blue-eyed rabbits couldn't be traded, he could still make the slaves improve their cooking by using the rabbit soup. In fact, the standard of living of these slaves were even better than some of those commoners on the continent. Zhao Hai's cooked food rules set aside a little meat every week for them to eat, which was something rarely seen for the continent's commoners. Moreover, everyone was guaranteed something to eat, and they could even eat however much they wanted. Now that the slaves' standard of living had improved a lot, Zhao Hai had begun to give a lot of other commodities to these slaves. This allowed the slaves to have their own room, own clothes, own quilt, and to even have their own tableware. These insignificant things, in the heart of the slaves, were very important. This was because those items became their very first properties. Yes, in the eyes of these slaves, those insignificant things, their new personal properties, were their very first personal items. It was obvious that they would show importance to these things. 2 flowers blooming. Each table can only have 1 exclamation mark 6. Speaking of green, he moved with a feeling of urgency all the way. This time he didn't need to be careful and even had to appear with great fanfare. Anyways, since he was using his own identity, there was no need to hide. Green's peak rank 8 strength was now being completely revealed. All that the pedestrians would be able to see is smoke drifting from side to side. They didn't actually see who the person was. From this point, one could see how fast Green was. On the Ark continent, everyone had some level of martial talent, even an ordinary farmer. Upon meeting an expert, even if one were a slave who couldn't learn martial arts, they wouldn't feel any fear from the expert. This showed that such an experience was common. Although all they saw was smoke drifting from side to side, no one was scared. They knew it was an expert on their way, and they could only feel envious. Green was quick. Evening of that same day, he had arrived in Casa City. Unfortunately, the city was closed now, so Green didn't enter. He found a place outside the city and then entered the space. Then he slept the night away in the space before entering Kosa City the next morning. Green entered Kosa City and didn't go anywhere else but directly to the Grand Duke's mansion. The Grand Duke's mansion was the same one where Laura had gone to. There hadn't been any changes. Green's outfit was very appealing. People on the continent had seen nobility before, and naturally, knew this outfit of Green's. He was a legitimate aristocratic steward, but everyone was curious since they didn't know who Green was. It was common that an aristocratic steward, when going out, would generally bring the clan's emblem. Green hadn't even ridden in a carriage. Instead, he was walking, which was rare. When Green reached the gates of the Purcell clan, he took out an emblem from his pocket. This emblem wasn't large, but it was azure-colored and marked with an angry dragon baring its teeth. The guard who was in front of Green saw it and was stunned for a moment. He looked strangely at Green. This clan emblem was known throughout the continent as it was the emblem of the Buddha clan. Before, the Buddha clan and the Purcell clan had a good relationship. They also had a number of exchanges, and these guards had also already seen and knew of the Buddha clan's dragon emblem. But a calamity had befallen the Buddha clan. They had been exiled to the wilderness of the Black Waste, so there was no further contact. The Purcell clan was a large aristocratic clan within the Ixa Empire. Their title of Grand Duke was hereditary, so they had a silver emblem. Previously, the Buddha clan was of the marquis rank, therefore, they could also use the silver badge. Now, however, they were reduced to the title of Baron and therefore could only use the azure badge. The complexion of the guards was strange for a reason. They knew Green's identity, and they also knew that the Purcell clan was prepared to break off the engagement with the Buddha clan. But this time, the Buddha clan came and they had no idea why the Buddha clan did so. As two porters saw Green, the two welcomed him immediately. Then one of them quickly ran inside. The porter quickly walked in front of Green and bowed, then asked, "I don't know which member of the Buddha clan this is. What matters do you have that would bring you to the Purcell clan?" Green looked at the guard and said, "Myself is the Buddha clan's head servant, Green Buddha 7. This time, I represent the current head of the clan and am looking for the Grand Duke of the Purcell clan to discuss an important matter." The porter did not dare to be neglectful and immediately said, "Sir, please sit inside. Others have already gone to inform the elders." Green nodded and entered the mansion's lounge along with the porter. Here within the Grand Duke's mansion, not everyone was eligible to directly go through the second gate. Those with insufficient status needed to rest in the lounge and wait for the elders' summons. The reason why the porter was so polite towards Green was because of customs. A large clan attached great importance to their face. Thus, they didn't want to be seen as overwhelming towards the weaker side. That was why they were so polite here in the lounge. The porter in the lounge gave Green one bowl of water. This bowl was an ordinary crude pottery bowl and the water was also ordinary plain boiled water. While they couldn't apply pressure, from this treatment, everyone could see that the Purcell clan didn't give any importance to Green. Such treatment was similar to treating commoners. Even those who were known as quasi-aristocratic lords wouldn't be given mistreatment. Green didn't say anything. He just sat there with his eyes closed. Seeing how Green reacted, the porter couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain. Around the same time, the other porter had gone past the second gate and was now in front of the Foreign Affairs office. The porter gently knocked on the door and said, "Elder, the Buddha clan is here." His voice was just heard when the door to the Foreign Affairs office opened. Stern looked at the porter and asked, "Who did you say it was?" The porter said, "Elder, the Buddha clan member who came was probably a main clan member and should now be resting in the lounge." Stern frowned, muttering, "Why did they come?" And around this time, Stern was really busy at this time as he was currently teamed up with Laura to battle the other big firms. But right at this time, the Buddha clan came unexpectedly. Stern was a lot more familiar with the Buddha clan than the porter, so upon hearing that it was from the Buddha main clan, he knew it must be Green. If it was someone else, he could ignore them, but he could not ignore Green. Green's identity, aside from being a member of the Buddha clan, was a rank 8 expert. With regards to these experts, they should still show respect, which made it so awkward for Stern. Chapter 150, Gonna get married? This was exactly what Stern was worried about. He was very clear that they couldn't possibly marry into the Buddha clan, especially now that the Buddha clan had fallen. It was even more of an impossibility. Since this was the case, he didn't want to give the Buddha clan any face. But Green was a rank 8 expert. Offending such an expert wouldn't be good. As an elder of the Purcell clan, Stern clearly knew why they haven't already renounced the engagement with the Buddha clan. First was because of face. Second was because the Buddha clan had 2 rank 8 experts. Rank 8 experts on the continent could preserve a small clan with no problem. Unfortunately, the Buddha clan took part in a major matter, so even if they had rank 8 experts they couldn't help preserve the clan. Stern was tangled for a moment, then he decided to let the Elders' Assembly decide on this matter. He turned to the porter and said, "Tell Mr. Green to please come in, and remember to be polite." The porter complied at once and turned back. Before long, Green entered the yard along with the porter. Stern didn't dare to put on any airs. He quickly went over and said, "Butler Green, long time no see. How are you?" Stern was the elder of foreign affairs for the Purcell clan. He was specialized in dealing with people and, naturally, had a good understanding of Green, of whom he had some interactions with in the past. Green nodded his head and said, "So it is Stern, elder. I took the liberty to visit and was too abrupt about it, which was presumptuous of me." Stern quickly replied, "Head servant Green is too polite. Quick, please come in." After letting Green inside the room, the 2 men sat down while being served by servants. As Green looked at Stern, Stern said, "I would like to know what matter head servant Green would like to talk about." Green looked at Stern, chuckled and said, "Just a little matter. A few days ago, there were several small insects that had flown into the black waste sand. Accidentally, I shot down those insects." "Oh? Also about the prior engagement of my master. He said that since the Buddha clan is in such trouble, he really wouldn't be able to bear to let the young miss follow us in our suffering. So, he let me came to cancel the engagement." "What does the Purcell clan think of this?" Stern was listening to Green's words and naturally understood what Green spoke of. When he talked about those insects, after thinking about it, he realized it was obviously just satire from Green 1. But Green had clearly said that, this time, he was here to break off the engagement. Break the engagement. This was what the Purcell clan earnestly wished for, but now the initiative came from Green and not from the Purcell clan. This made Stern feel very uncomfortable. Stern couldn't help his face from sinking and he said, "Mr. Green, is it really true that the Buddha clan wants to break off the engagement?" Green looked ironically at Stern. With a cold voice, he said, "No, I take it back. I take it back. Always having insects run towards our family. I'm afraid that I will just have to beat them." Stern looked angrily at Green. With a cold snort he said, "This matter is important and I have no right to decide. I would like to ask Green to rest first as I report this matter to the clan lord. Someone, come help head servant Green down to take a rest." Green didn't get angry and slightly chuckled as he told Stern, "No need to trouble Stern, elder. I have some money on me and will stay at an inn. Goodbye." Having said that, he turned around and walked out as Stern looked at him with anger, pounding the table. Green naturally heard the sound and sneered as he walked away from the Grand Duke's mansion. He went outside to find a hotel to live in. He found a hotel around midnight too. Green entered the hotel room and immediately went into the space where Zhao Hai and Mren were waiting to welcome him. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. "Grandpa Green, they really spat out blood." "Haha, I think that guy's complexion turned green." Green coldly snorted and said, "They dare act like that. They don't want to look afraid of what other people will say." "Well, what's so amazing about that? Right now the Purcell clan is depending on us to rescue them from their food crisis." Zhao Hai slightly chuckled. "Grandpa Green, don't get angry. As long as we break the marriage proposal, there won't be a need to offend them to the death. Anyways, recently the Purcell clan have been anxious about the Black Wastes and sent forces to harass us daily. We already have enough trouble." Green nodded his head and said, "Don't worry, master, I know that in my heart. But if we don't show them our power a little, then more of those types of guys will think of bullying us. They can't just send rank 9 experts against us. As long as they're rank 8, we won't be afraid and can extinguish several of them." Zhao Hai smiled. Turning around, he said, "I just sent the Nightshades to monitor the Grand Duke's mansion. When there's movement, they'll report it. I believe there's no need to make a matter about it." Green nodded. Then Mren opened her mouth and said, "Master, after cancelling the marriage engagement to the Persal clan, you should set a new marriage soon. After all, the Buddha clan's heritage depends on you." Zhao Hai didn't expected that Mren would say this. He scratched his head and said, "We shouldn't worry about this matter yet. The Buddha clan has only had a small improvement, and besides, the space is a secret that we cannot let others know about. The time is not right for marriage." Mren would have liked to respond, but Green interrupted her. "Master is right. Our Buddha clan is just starting. We shouldn't talk about this issue until after resolving the problem of the toxin from the water of nothingness. Then the matter of marriage can be discussed. This is so that even if Master has a child, we wouldn't have to worry about the detoxification." Mren couldn't help but smile as she stared at Green. "I didn't mean to let the Master marry now. What I meant was to let Master find someone in advance, to avoid losing good girls later." "Right. What about Miss Laura?" "She's beautiful and talented. Moreover, her mind is good." Zhao Hai hadn't expected Mren to be able to find a target already. He couldn't help but smile bitterly, knowing that he couldn't avoid it this time. Sighing, he said, "Grandma Mren, I will go up first and rest. Wake me up when it's time to eat." After saying that, he turned around and went upstairs. He hadn't seen the look on Megapostrophe's 3 face, which had a trace of love and crisis. 4. Meg liked him, but she didn't want to be excessive in her performance. Now that she heard Zhao Hai should be married, Meg couldn't help but feel some panic. She was afraid that Zhao Hai would not want her. She met Laura a few times already, and to be honest, Meg felt somewhat inferior to Laura. With regards to beauty, body, and life experiences, she could say Laura was like the bright moon while she was just a humble little star. She couldn't see any advantage she had over Laura, and she was really afraid that Zhao Hai would marry Laura and not her. Zhao Hai hadn't thought so much about it. Since Laura looked like Taylor Swift, when he was in front of her, Zhao Hai felt pressured. He never thought that one day, he may live together with Laura. Mren just looked at Zhao, who had ran away, and didn't say anything more about this matter. She looked at the time and found that it was time to prepare Zhao Hai's lunch. After Stern watched Green leave, he quickly went to the depths of the Grand Duke's mansion where the core of the Persal clan was. Past the 3rd gate, there was a high-rise, 5-story building made of white stone. At the top hung a plaque with 2 words, "Elders Court." 5. Right. This was the real core of the Persal clan, the Elders Court. This was where most of the offices of the elders were located. Only a handful had their offices elsewhere. There were 2 warriors standing in front of the building. The ages of these warriors was not too young, about 50 years old. They were defending the left and the right sides of the building. If others saw them, they'd be surprised because both of them were rank 7 experts. Stern stood in front of the 2 men and nodded. He then went straight into the building. With regards to the guarding warriors, Stern would not neglect them as they were strong experts. Having many years of experience in dealing with people, he was very clear that even the humblest of people must not be offended. Upon entering the Elders' Court, Stern directly went to the 5th floor, which only had 3 rooms. There was an elder in each of these rooms. These 3 rooms were where the actual control of the Persal clan came from. The 1st, 2nd and 3rd elders were here. Stern walked with a lighter pace. He arrived in front of the 1st elder's room and knocked at the door. The door opened to show a young girl standing in the door. The girl looked to be about 20 years old, tall, and attractive. She wore a magic robe and saw Stern standing outside the door. She couldn't help but smile and said, "Ah, it's Stern Elder. Please come and sit down." Stern ceremoniously replied, "Thank you, Lonnie 6." He then carefully entered the room. Inside the room was a desk and chair placed opposite the door. The left side had a sofa and a small coffee table, while the right side had a pair of doors carved ornately with patterns. Stern didn't dare sit down and asked Lonnie, Please inform the first elder that Stern has asked to see him immediately. Stern was afraid of neglecting Lonnie, who was a rank 5 water magician herself and whom the first elder favored. Her status within the clan also didn't fare badly compared to some of the other young ladies. Lonnie looked at the stiff Stern. She smiled lightly and said, "Stern elder, please sit down. I don't know why you are so hurried in order to find the first elder, but right now he is reviewing a large pile of documents. He told me earlier that if the matter wasn't important, then he wasn't to be bothered." Stern thanked Lonnie and went to sit down on the sofa. He then said, "The Buddha clan's green came. Last time, we had sent some people to the Black Wastes to observe their situation. I fear that they won't be coming back. This time, he said that he wanted to break the engagement. For this matter, I don't have the